Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 5401, The Genesis Tesseract I. Thalassarch Nerion. A monstrous thing whose actions had led to the deaths of more lifeforms than any being could honestly count. One could not even begin to estimate the trillions of realms and domains that lived within a single observable existence, let alone the lives inside each of them. And inside an observable existence made mostly of water, the number went somewhere past innumerable. The seas held more life than the land ever could, layer beneath layer of it, choirs in the currents and cities in the trenches and peoples in the dark who had never once seen a surface. An ocean observable existence was not a domain with life in it. It was life, all the way down, packed into every drop. This being had killed all of it. Every last drop of it. Trying to protect it. It was an unfortunate and utterly horrific scenario to find oneself standing in. So even as the monstrous thing voiced itself toward him and radiated terrible waves of power across the gigaparsecs, Noah's identity came to the forefront, the way it always did now, because his identity was his power and his power answered first with who he was. And first and foremost, before anything else, he was quintessential, and he was tyrannical. That was the irreducible truth of him, and it shaped how he spoke and how he stood and how he met even a grief-warped titan beast at the fifth scale. He showed no fear. He came out, if anything, a little domineering. What I did, Noah said, his voice carrying across the transforming sea, was take an observable existence that you ruined and decimated countless years ago, and resuscitated into something that can live again. It undoes nothing too much, really. It will not bring back the countless lives that perished all that time ago. But it gives new life a chance to bloom here, where before there was only your drowning and your grief. He held the Leviathan's vast gaze. I feel for you. I do. I understand why you did what you did, better than you might think. But the results you got were still catastrophic, intent or no intent. That part doesn't really care how holy your reasons were. Alas. Such is existence, such is existence. Boom. His words were heavy, and they landed, and in the next moment Thalassarch Nerion bellowed. And in the bellow, Noah felt something that genuinely surprised him. Because after all these years, drowning in the slow death of his own observable existence, carrying the weight of an extinction he had caused, the being had not stayed still. The guilt itself had done something to him. He had elevated his intent. From the second rarity he had carried as a living emperor, all the way up, through the third, to the fourth. An Olympian intent, grown not from triumph but from a grief so total it had reshaped the foundation of what he was. Wah! And Noah, reaching into that intent as the bellow rolled out, felt what it was made of. It was made of voices. Endless grief and guilt and a chorus of thoughts that seemed to tell themselves through the intent, over and over, without pause, without mercy. It was your fault. You massacred your own people. You massacred your entire family. You collapsed an entire observable existence with your own hands, reaching for a power you told yourself was for them. The voices filled the intent, layered into its very structure, dark and malevolent and turned entirely inward, a hatred of oneself so deep that Noah could not find the bottom of it. The being had spent the long death building an Olympian intent out of nothing but self-loathing, refining his own grief into a fourth rarity record of accusation, judge and jury and condemned all folded into one drowning sovereign. The moment Noah felt that, he let his defenses down. Because he understood, reading the shape of the intent, that this being did not even have the capacity to attack him. There was no aggression in it. There was no want left in it at all except the want to be punished. The bellowing was not a threat. It was a wound, made audible. The aura targeting Noah's existence was not hunting him, it was simply what a being this grief-soaked radiated, pressing outward because there was nowhere inward left for it to go. The bellows went on, and as they did, Noah realized the being was finding some form of goodness in this moment. Some recompense. The Leviathan was looking past Noah, at the healed observable existence rising and transforming all around them, the cerulean paradise blooming where his drowned graveyard had been, and there was something in the vast warped face that had not been there in countless years. Not peace. Nothing so clean as peace. But the sight of life given a chance to return to the place he had killed was reaching something in him that the guilt had not entirely smothered. Noah's mother shook her head, a quiet sadness moving across her face as she watched the creature grieve. Seo Yun and Henry held conflicted expressions, the child and the young man caught between the horror of what the being had done and the unbearable weight of what it was now suffering for it. A monster, and a victim of itself, both at once, and no easy way to feel about either. But Noah truly could not spare too much of his attention for the unfathomably powerful thing across the gigaparsecs. Because he had a treasure to collect. He waved his hand and called out to the Genesis Tesseract, and its mere approach made the surrounding existence begin to melt, the terrifying potency of its potential and immensity warping the space around it as it came, realms threatening to run like wax from the sheer pressure of a first cause's worth of beginning held in a single folded shape. The only reason everything did not melt down entirely was that Noah's intent had converged to cover the treasure on every side, sheathing the impossible thing in his identity so that it could move through the observable existence without unmaking it. Boom! Chapter 5402, The Genesis Tesseract 2. It landed in his fingers, the four-dimensional hypercube turning slowly against his palm, blue-white edges burning, and the sheer immensity within it made his own body tremble and vibrate. He contained himself by force, holding steady against the weight of a thing that held the potential of an entire observable existence, while far ahead the fifth-scale Leviathan continued to radiate its drowning aura, the melancholy and guilt in its intent pressing out across everything, truly overpowering in its depth. And sensing all that endless self-pity and bottomless melancholy, Noah could not help himself. "You know," he said, looking across the gigaparsecs to the grieving god beast, "if you're ever in the market for someone else to share the blame with, you've got options. You could always turn your attention to the Gilded Ones. The ones who found your paradise in the dark and wanted it. The ones whose approaching hunger forced you into the desperation that made you pull too hard in the first place." He let that sit. "They're enemies of mine too, as it happens. So here's an offer. I could lead you to an observable existence absolutely full of Gilded Ones, and you could go let loose every bit of that melancholy and rage on the beings who actually deserve it. Put that Olympian intent of grief to some use." He shrugged. "Or you can stay here. Sit in the place you drowned, and pity yourself, and self-loathe in the dark for another few ages. Your choice." He put away the Genesis Tesseract, the folded immensity vanishing into his existence, and looked across the gigaparsecs at Thalassarch Nerion, the drowned sovereign, the Leviathan of crowned coral and trench deep dark. "So," Noah said, "what will it be?" He asked the grand question, and waited. And in his mind, behind the calm, there were a great many other questions, every one of them circling the same impossible folded treasure he had just put away. How exactly he would use it. Where? When? What a being could build, holding the seed of a first cause in his hand. Because damn. Damn, damn, damn. What a treasure. What a loot. The Genesis Tesseract was a thing so grand that holding it rearranged how Noah weighed everything around it. Even a Mesozoic scale anomaly, a bounded lifeform who had clawed his way up to the fifth scale entirely on his own, became something smaller in the shadow of the folded treasure in Noah's existence. And that was saying something, because Thalassarch Nerion was genuinely remarkable. Inside an observable existence untouched by the Gilded Ones, unharvested, undirected by any external force, the bounded lifeforms had flourished in a way they almost never got to, and it seemed the sheer immensity of the first cause had flowed freely into the strongest of them. Into this emperor most of all. He had risen on the unobstructed bounty of an observable existence that belonged to no one, climbing past every ceiling his kind was meant to have. He had failed in the end. Spectacularly and catastrophically. And here his path came to its head, with Noah standing in the resuscitated ruin of his domain, holding something as quintessential as the Genesis Tesseract in his hand. As Noah was turning all of that over, the Leviathan spoke again. "What do you want in turn?" "Hum." The booming voice rolled across the gigaparsecs, and Noah raised his eyes toward the vast grieving thing. "You came here and remade what I destroyed," Nerion said, and his voice carried the slow weight of a being who had spent ages with only his own guilt for company. "You did not ask my permission. You did not need it. And now you offer me a path to vengeance against the ones who pushed me here, as though it were a small thing, a courtesy. Beings do not do such things freely. I even wonder if you knew I was here so you could use me. So let us speak clearly, you and I, because I have lost everything I held dear precisely because someone, somewhere, was not speaking clearly about what they wanted." The Leviathan's eyes, vast and ancient and drowning, fixed on Noah. "Wanting," Nerion said, and the word came out of him like a curse he had examined from every angle across the long dark. "Wanting is the one thing that ruins existence. I have had a great deal of time to think on it, and I keep arriving at the same place. Every vile thing that has ever happened across all of existence happened because something wanted. The Gilded Ones wanted my observable existence. I wanted the power to keep it. And between their wanting and mine, an entire ocean of life drowned. Trace any catastrophe back far enough and you will find a want sitting at the root of it, patient and reasonable sounding and absolutely lethal." His voice deepened. "So let us get the wanting out into the open, where it can do less damage. I will tell you mine plainly. I do wish to no longer sit here doing nothing for ages more. I want vengeance, against the ones who forced me to this, and against myself most of all. I want to be made to pay. I want death. I want to die. I want to die. Wah-ah!" "And you," Nerion finished, the grief in his intent pressing outward. "You hold a treasure pulled from the corpse of my observable existence, and you offer me roads to walk. So what do you want from me? Speak it. Let us all speak clearly, for once, before more oceans drown." Noah's eyes shone at that. He had only meant, at first, to use this being as a weapon. Point a grief-mad fifth scale being at the brain world and let it work. But Nerion asking the question plainly, demanding clarity, opened something up, because once a being offered to tell you exactly what it wanted, you could start getting creative about what you wanted from it. And there were many more uses for a Mesozoic scale emperor than as a single throne spear, if one bothered to think past the obvious. He breathed in, steadying his existence, holding himself back from sinking his attention into the Genesis Tesseract just yet, because the treasure could wait and the Leviathan could not. He thought for a second. Then he spoke. "You going against the Gilded Ones," Noah said, "would feed nicely into a war I'm already running against them in another observable existence. So that part of your wanting and mine line up well enough. But that's not the thing I want most from you." He looked up at the vast warped face. Chapter 5403, The Genesis Tesseract 3. "What interests me is your path. Your record. Your intent, and how you carry it. You're a bounded lifeform who reached the fifth scale alone, with no framework handed to you and no one to teach you. So talk to me. Tell me about your progression. From the fourth scale to the fifth. How you crossed it." It was information he was after, more than anything. Data. He could understand the Mesozoic scale far better from a being who had walked into it the hard way than from any record the swords might hand him, and the wider his breadth of knowledge, the more freely he could choose, for himself, exactly how he wanted his own progression to unfold. He collected the knowing the way the mirror that keeps collected everything, quietly, against future use. Nerion regarded him from within his massive form. And a moment later, the Leviathan began to speak, and as he spoke, something shifted in him. The cold regal grace of an emperor who had ruled for many long years, buried under ages of grief, slowly began to show itself again. The sovereign was still in there, beneath the monster, and the question had called him out. "The fifth scale," Nerion said, and his voice steadied into something almost lecturing, the cadence of a ruler who had once held court. "One cannot look at it as though it were merely more. More power, more weight, the fourth scale with another floor stacked on top. Many are wrong, and the wrongness is why so few cross it. The fifth scale is not more of the same thing. It is a change in what kind of thing you are. HUUM. To reach the fourth scale, one forms an Akashic civilizational intent, and lives by it, the Emperor continued. But to cross into the fifth, that is not enough. You must live by your intent and your civilization so completely, so totally, that there is no gap left between what you believe yourself to be and what you actually are. Every contradiction burned out. Every doubt resolved. Your existence has to attain a state I came to call irrefutability. A condition where nothing in you can be argued against, because nothing in you disagrees with anything else in you. When your existence becomes irrefutable, when there is no longer any seam in you for a counterargument to enter, only then may you attempt the crossing. His eyes glinted. And the higher your intent, the better your odds. A being with a low intent attempting irrefutability is trying to make a small thing perfect. A being with a grand intent who achieves it crosses with far greater certainty, because there is simply more of them made unassailable. But achieving irrefutability only earns you the attempt, Narayan said. The crossing itself is the building of something. To become a Mesozoic scale being, you must construct an existential pantheon. Boom! A pantheon, he repeated, savoring the word. A massive structure, internal and external at once, that holds the entirety of your records. Every deed, every truth, every facet of your irrefutable self, raised into a single architecture. Your whole existence, built into a structure grand enough to contain it. His voice dropped into something graver. And when the existential pantheon is successfully established, it does a thing that changes everything. It places you within your own pantheonic dimension of existence. You no longer simply exist within the observable existence or gaps around you. You exist within your own pantheon, on your own existence, in a dimension that is yours and answers only to your records. Woo! Do you understand what that means? Narayan's vast eyes fixed on Noah. It is why we are so unfathomably hard to kill. So hard to even injure. To strike a Mesozoic scale being, you cannot simply reach them through existence, because they are not fully there. They are in their pantheon. To do anything against them, you must have a pantheon grander than theirs, vast enough to reach into their dimension and overrule it. And when two equal pantheons meet, two beings of comparable record and comparable structure, they find they can do nothing to each other at all. Their dimensions hold. They press, and neither can breach the other, because neither record outweighs the other. That is why the fifth scale so rarely kills the fifth scale. We are each of us sovereigns of our own existence, and a sovereign cannot be deposed by an equal. He paused, and then, with the pride of an emperor recalling his greatest work even through his grief, he named his. Mine, Narayan said, I called the Tide Hall Pantheon. The drowned palace of every record I ever made, every tide I ever ruled, every soul I ever failed. I built it across my crossing and I have carried it through the long dark, and it is the only thing of mine that did not die when my observable existence died, because it does not live in the observable existence. It lives in me. And then he exerted his power. Wah! All around the Leviathan, a pantheon erupted. It rose out of him and out of nowhere at once, internal and external as he had said, a vast drowned palace of trench dark stone and crown coral and luminous abyssal light, halls beyond counting stretching into a dimension that had not been there a moment before and now was more real than the resuscitated sea around it. The Tide Hall Pantheon unfolded, gigaparsecs of it, every chamber holding a record, every column a deed, the whole architecture of an emperor's existence raised into a structure that placed Narayan within his own dimension, suddenly and unmistakably elsewhere even as he loomed right there. The aura of it crashed outward, the full weight of a Mesozoic scale being expressed through the thing that made him one, and Noah felt the difference at last, viscerally, between the fourth scale and the fifth. Not more power. A being existing on his own existence, sovereign of a dimension of himself. This, Narayan said, the drowned palace blazing around him, is the Mesozoic scale. Boom! His vast eyes turned back to Noah, and beneath the regained Emperor's grace, the grief still waited. Now, if your tendency to make others explain simple things to you is satisfied, Narayan said, why don't you tell me where this observable existence full of gilded ones is? I have heard enough of my own voice. I wish for them to feel my grief. Chapter 5404, The Genesis Tesseract 4. In the Infiniverse, even as another of his bodies prepared to steer a suicidal Mesozoic scale Leviathan toward the brain world, Noah moved his prize. He pulled the Genesis Tesseract across his Osmantian source infinity, which ran through every one of his bodies at once, the fused cerulean authority letting him pass the folded treasure from one part of himself to another across an unfathomable distance. The body in the dead ocean had collected it. The body in the Infiniverse received it, the four-dimensional hypercube turning slowly into existence in the deepest reach of the domain. He stood in the deepest region of the Infiniverse, where endless strings of blue and multicolored brilliance covered everything, the foundational weave of an observable existence laid bare. And he was not alone. The manifestation of the Infiniverse stood with him in her bejeweled multicolored dress threaded now with cerulean, and ruination beside her as her churning weave of infinity lines, and at this moment all three of them had their eyes locked onto the same impossible object. The Infiniverse reached out and took it into her fingers, and the cube buzzed at her touch, the blue-white edges of it humming against the strings of her own deepest reaches. It is definitely a marvel, she said, turning it slowly, her grand measured voice carrying real wonder. Even a day ago, even I would not have imagined that we would somehow be holding something like this in our hands. A first cause's worth of potential, folded small enough to carry. She looked up at him. How does Master plan to utilize it? Indeed. How did he plan to utilize it? There were two real roads, and Noah weighed both. He could unfold it as it was meant to be unfolded, use the Genesis Tesseract to see the emergence of an entirely new observable existence, a second domain born on purpose, his to shape from its first breath. That had obvious appeal. Another observable existence backing his infinite cause, another foundation to draw from, would elevate his power considerably, broadening the base everything else stood on. Or he could take all of it into himself. And the more he turned it over, the more the second road won. Because another observable existence would elevate his power, yes, but it would do so as a thing beside him, a possession, a holding. To take the entire potential of an observable existence into his own existence, to fold a first cause's worth of beginning into his own foundation rather than spending it outward, that was different in kind, that was making the raw potential of a domain into part of who he was. Oh. We'll put to use another foundation of my second infinite scale, Noah said. Another foundation. The fourth foundation. The hunger that refines. Everything that entered his existence consumed and integrated as growth, but always at perfect efficiency, never to excess, never spilling onto anything he wished to protect. He could devour the most immense thing imaginable without waste and without danger, the boundless appetite of gula governed by the perfect restraint of temperantia, so that consumption only ever made him grander and never made him careless. He wanted to see exactly how grand the changes would be, devouring a thing like this. His hands brought the Genesis Tesseract close, and he could not remember the last time loot had made him feel this giddy. It was a good one. It was a genuinely, absurdly good one, and now it was time to taste it. So he brought it to his chest and pushed it in, and his existence began to pull it inside him, and this time it was not being stored away in some pocket of himself for later. This time it was being devoured. The fourth foundation, the hunger that refines, has been triggered. A loot of profound significance is being consumed. Designation of consumed treasure, the Genesis Tesseract. Beginning integration. Boom! The boundless potential of an entire observable existence is flowing into you. The immensity of a complete first cause, the folded template of all 9 prime causes and the foundational truth that binds them, is being drawn into your Osmantian source infinity and your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian. It is being broken down, refined, and integrated as direct growth, at perfect efficiency, with no waste and no excess and no spillage. The hunger that refines is converting the seed of an observable existence into the substance of your own existence. Noah felt it pour into him, and the feeling was beyond anything Lut had ever given him before. He was consuming the potential of a first cause. The raw beginning from which countless trillions of realms and domains could have bloomed, the foundational immensity of an entire observable existence, and he was taking it into himself and making it his. And as it flooded through him, his thoughts ran. He had always believed that existence assigned no one a value they did not seize for themselves. That there was no table of worth handed down from on high, no scale that measured a being and pronounced their place. There was only the will to become more, and the willingness to act on it, and everything beyond that was decoration that beings draped over the raw fact of power to make themselves feel better about having it or lacking it. The emperor had wanted to protect, and called his wanting holy, and drowned an ocean. Noah did not dress his wanting in holiness. He wanted to become more because becoming more was the truest thing he was, the insatiable hunger that had never once been quenched since a boy fell in love with manna in the dark. So when a first cause's worth of potential came into his reach, he did not unfold it into a thing to be admired beside him. He ate it. He made it himself. A lesser being would have built a monument with it. Noah made it muscle. The potential of an observable existence was not, to him, a thing to be revered. It was a thing to be surpassed by becoming larger than it. The integration roared on, and his existence began to transform. Wah! Chapter 5405, The Genesis Tesseract v. Around his body, his skin gushed cerulean lava, layers of molten authority welling up through him, and immense heat radiated off him as though he were a forge that had been lit from the inside. He looked like something ancient, an impossible metal poured eons ago and only now being worked, the deep blue light of his fused authority running across him in roiling rivers. The air he gave off grew utterly intense and terrifying, the color blue permeating everything in the deepest reach of the infiniverse, the strings of brilliance all around bending toward the heat of his becoming. The billowing surges continued, second after second, the transformation deepening, the consumed potential of a first cause refining down into the foundation of his existence. The infiniverse and ruination watched with shining eyes, neither of them speaking, both of them witnessing their master eat the beginning of a domain. Eventually, Noah's body released blue steam, blinding and dense, and through it his figure could be seen wrapped in lava like roiling crystal and blue waves of light, an ancient thing cooling in the aftermath of a working, cerulean and immense and changed. Integration complete. Results of the consumption of the Genesis Tesseract straight face. Your infinite cause is growing quintessentially. The potential of a first cause, consumed and refined, has fed directly into the foundation of the infinite cause, deepening it toward its truest expression. The Genesis scale, your first infinite scale, has been further fortified, its already complete architecture reinforced by the immensity you have taken in. The Source scale, your second infinite scale, has entered a grand period of growth. The consumed potential is accelerating your progression through Source Principium and toward the stages beyond it. The refinement of the severed hand of the sealed one has been hastened significantly. The immense consumed potential is being turned toward the contained presence, breaking down its records and its immensity faster than your heartbeat alone could manage. Recovered records of the Riven, the war before the scales, the true life forms, the nature of fused authority, are surfacing more rapidly. The required breadth and immensity of your intent and your Osmantian source infinity have been raised significantly. They have crossed the threshold. You may now enact the backbone of your Osmantian tongue, the foundational language of existence authored entirely around your identity, the work you set for yourself. The hunger that refines amplified the entire process. Every fraction of the consumed potential was integrated at perfect efficiency. Nothing was lost. Nothing was wasted. Nothing spilled. The whole of a first cause's worth of beginning became, cleanly and completely, part of you. Noah gazed at the prompts as he floated there in the cerulean steam, his existence buzzing with excitement, and he could only describe the feeling one way. He felt like he had just taken steroids. Oh. Elsewhere. Across the whole of existence, information was arguably one of the most important things there was. Not power, though beings loved to say it was power. Not authority, though authority bought a great deal. Information sat underneath both of those, because power without information was a blind fist swinging in the dark, and authority without information was a throne built over a sinkhole. Every war turned on who knew what and when. Every ascension turned on a being learning the shape of the road ahead. And the truly old things, the ones who had survived where others had not, had survived because they understood the one truth beneath the truth, that obtaining information was important, but what you did with it once you had it was more important still. A being could drown in knowledge it did not know how to use. A being could win existence itself with a single fact applied at the correct moment. The thing fishing above the crimson sea understood this better than almost anything else around it. Inside the blood-borne observable existence, above an endless sea of deep crimson that stretched past every horizon, a Mesozoic-scale infinite lifeform floated with a line cast down into the red. He looked entirely at peace, a powerful being indulging in a slow and pointless pastime, the way the grandest beings sometimes did when they had ruled long enough to have earned their idleness. His robes drifted in the warm wind off the crimson water. His posture was easy. But the eyes did not belong to him. The eyes belonged to someone else, to something else, ancient and patient and wearing this fifth-scale infinite lifeform the way a man wears a coat he has owned so long he has forgotten it was ever new. This was a vessel. One of the scattered pieces, housed and grown and passing perfectly for the being it had replaced, and at this exact moment those borrowed eyes had gone distant, because the sealed one had just felt something. A part of his existence. Entirely consumed. Woo! Far away, across an unfathomable gulf, the severed hand sealed in Osmont's heart had stopped merely being drained beat by beat and had begun to be devoured wholesale, broken down and integrated at a speed the slow grinding of a heartbeat could never have managed. The sealed one felt the piece of himself dissolving into the anomaly, refined into the substance of the very being he had tried to claim, and a lesser fragment might have raged at it. This fragment did not rage. The sealed one had instead been gathering information. The records it had assembled on the anomaly were extensive, because gathering records was the thing the sealed one had always done best, in every age, through every vessel. It knew of Osmont's existence among the throngs of gilded ones in the brain world. It had eyes in the brain world. It knew of his link to Ubergold and Adelheid through the Magna Sorora. It knew of his brief and consequential weavings in Chernobyl. It knew of the source lands, the swords, fragment by fragment, vessel by vessel, across the scattered pieces of itself. The sealed one had been assembling a portrait of the one being in this small recent age that had refused to fold, and the portrait grew more complete by the minute. But now, what did one do with such information? Chapter 5406, The Hall of Sword's Eye. The borrowed hands worked the fishing line, and the sealed one mused, cruel and ominous and unhurried. The trouble with unique lifeforms, it murmured, to the crimson sea, to no one, is that they are fed by exactly the thing you would use to kill a lesser one. You strike an ordinary being unprepared, and it dies, and that is the end of it. You strike a being like Osmont unprepared, and you have not attacked him. You have nourished him. Every adversity such anomaly survives makes him grander. His whole foundation is built to convert resistance into growth. The borrowed mouth curved. He cannot be fed adversity. So I will not feed him any. At least, not anymore. The line drifted in the red. When I move against that anomaly, the sealed one continued, soft and certain, it will not be a contest. It will not be a glorious clash that he can survive and grow from and add to his record. I have had enough of beings underestimating things and dying for the underestimation. I will not be one of them. When I move, it will be with complete surety. Which means preparation. Which means more information, more pieces of myself gathered, more of his weaknesses mapped, more of his allies understood, until there is no version of the encounter where he walks away grander. The time to act is never when victory is merely likely. For a thing like him, likely is not enough, because likely is just another adversity for him to overcome. The time to act is when victory is already decided before the first move is made. When the only thing left to do is collect what was always going to be mine. It almost laughed. He is eating my hand. Let him. A hand is information too. Let him learn exactly as much about me as I am learning about him, and let us see which of us uses what we learn better. I have been doing this since before his age had a name. HUUM. Behind him, infinity stirred, and a woman appeared. She was a Mesozoic scale infinite lifeform herself, burning with deep infinity, beautiful and grand, and she drifted up behind the vessel and wrapped her arms around him from behind, holding him close, her cheek against the back of his shoulder. "My love," she said, and her voice was warm, full of an affection that had clearly been built across a long time. "The council is yours to address, whenever you are ready. They are waiting on you. They always wait on you." She tightened her arms around him, fond, easy, the embrace of a being who believed completely in the one she held. "But there is no hurry. Fish a while longer, if it pleases you. The crimson always settles you." Her eyes were full of warmth as she said it. And she had no idea. No idea at all that the lover she held was not there anymore, that the being whose robe she had shared and whose counsel she helped him lead and whose existence she had braided with her own had been hollowed out and replaced an unknown time ago, that she was pressing her cheek against a coat with something ancient and patient wearing it. She held her love, and her love was a grave, and she did not know, because the sealed one wore him perfectly, the way it wore everything perfectly. The sealed one turned in her arms. It turned the vessel toward the woman who loved a dead man, and it looked at her with the borrowed eyes, and it took her lips the way the man she remembered would have. Her infinity flared in answer, trusting and glad. The borrowed hands rose and unclasped her robes, and infinity surged out across the whole of the region, deep and concealing, rising to blanket the endless crimson sea so that what came next belonged to no observer. And amidst the endless adversity of existence, the patient cruelty and the long gathering and the war that had not yet begun, the sealed one continued, in its own monstrous way, to do the one thing it had always done. It continued to live, completely and without apology, by its identity. The Source Lands. There was a place that could only be reached through the hallowed domain, and yet did not exist within it. The gateway sat in the domain, somewhere in its deep-ordered reaches, but the gateway was only that, a door. What lay beyond the door existed in its own separate dimension of existence entirely, a fold of reality that answered to itself and to nothing else, the way the grandest of the Mesozoic tier beings each held their own pantheonic dimensions. To stand inside it was to have stepped out of the Source Lands altogether and into a place that the Source Lands merely pointed toward. It was a grand hall, and it was ancient, and it carried the glory of a thing that had held its purpose across more ages than most existences lasted. The Hall of Swords. At its heart rose one massive obsidian throne, and the throne was not a single seat but a structure of blades, countless swords worked into its form, each one representing a source armament, each one a sword carried by a sword of existence somewhere across existence. The throne shone dark and deep, and the weapons that composed it caught a light that came from no visible source. Before the throne, arranged in a half-circle, stood entities of esteemed power. The weakest among them stood at the Mesozoic scale, the fifth, and that was the floor of the gathering. The strongest were simply unknown, their power exceeding any measure that could be cleanly taken. Every one of them was covered by a shroud of vibrant primordial source, their figures obscured, impossible to discern with any certainty. It was not even clear whether their physical bodies were truly present in the hall, or whether only their presences had been projected here, the beings themselves elsewhere and merely attending. Here, and not here, both at once. The throne itself wore a shroud of obsidian and gold. This was the throne of swords, where the one who commanded the vast network of the swords of existence customarily sat, and the vibrant shrouding upon it left the same mystery hanging over its occupant. Whether the physical body of that entity rested upon the blades, or whether only its will had come to preside, none in the hall could have said for certain. At this time, the mood in the Hall of Swords was somber. One of the obsidian-shrouded figures around the throne spoke, and the voice came out cold and grim. "No mention of the Sealed One has risen for eons," it said. Not a whisper. The name was buried with the rest, and the burying was supposed to be the end of it. And now it surfaces, spoken aloud by a freshly sworn sword in the open air of the hallowed domain, as though it were any other piece of information. A pause, heavy with what it did not say. His mention now. After so long. Did Her Majesty pass the word to the others? Do the rest know what we know? Before the question could be answered, another voice interjected, sharper, and it cut across the first. Before even that, the second shroud said, there is a question that should have been asked at the door, and was not. Should the one who uttered the name be brought here at all? Should we be discussing his report as though the source of it were sound? The voice hardened. Think on what we are accepting without examination. Nothing survives the Sealed One. Nothing. That is the entire reason the name still freezes the blood of beings who have forgotten everything else about that age. For swords of existence died in that mine, by his own account. And yet this one existence, this new sword, this Osmont, walked back out of the deep alive, more powerful, and whole, and bearing the name on his lips like a gift. A cold silence. Why? Why would 4 swords be killed, and this one spared? The Sealed One is the primordial deceiver. The Sealed One is the infinite liar. From all the stories our elders told us of that age so long ago where we weren't even born, he plots, and he kills, and he has never once in his existence done a straightforward thing when a crooked thing would serve him better. So ask the question plainly. What if this survivor is not a survivor at all? What if Osmont is part of his plots? The herald sent ahead, wearing the face of a witness, bearing news of a return that we are meant to react to exactly as we are now reacting? The hall went still. Every shrouded figure in the half-circle turned, slowly, toward the obsidian and gold throne, awaiting its answer, awaiting the will of the one who commanded the swords of existence to weigh what had been said and rule on it. And the throne, as it had through the whole of the gathering, remained silent. Chapter 5407, The Hall of Swords 2. The sensation Noah felt was truly inexplicable. His body in the Infiniverse had to sift through boundless weavings of information, the breakdown of the Sealed One pouring recovered knowledge into him faster than any heartbeat could have managed, and out of all of it he had to decide on the direction of his Osmontian tongue, because he could finally enact its backbone. The Genesis Tesseract had been a truly terrifying loot to make all of this possible at once. A first cause's worth of beginning, eaten and refined into him, and now he stood at the threshold of authoring a foundational language of existence around nothing but himself. But even as that body dealt with those boons, another of his bodies was arriving somewhere that made his existence buzz. So he split his attention cleanly. He let one part of himself digest and quantify the finalized boons of the Genesis Tesseract, working through the tongue and the recovered records at leisure, while he turned his focus to the body that was about to come face to face with the true powerhouses of the swords of existence. And here, he planned to test yet another of his foundations. The third foundation. The mirror that keeps. Any capability his existence observed was studied and quietly retained, made his overtime without any conscious effort. He grew stronger in the presence of stronger beings rather than diminished by them, their excess feeding his becoming, and what he learned once he never lost. Proximity to power was, for him, a passive harvest. He grew stronger around stronger beings. So, bring them on. Wah! You have arrived in the Hall of Swords. This location is accessed through a gateway in the hallowed domain but does not reside within it. You have entered a separate, self-contained dimension of existence. Spatial egress is not guaranteed by your own authority here, you exist at the sufferance of whatever holds this dimension. Primordial source flared, and Noah appeared in the Hall of Swords alongside Dame Seraphine and several other Mesozoic scale beings, drawn through the gateway out of the hallowed domain and into the separate dimension of existence beyond it. He looked around the place at once, taking the measure of it before he let it take the measure of him. It was grand and ancient, a hall that had held its purpose across more ages than most existences lasted. A distant obsidian throne of woven swords rose at its heart, and around it stood shrouded figures of esteemed power, and the moment he and the others arrived, the auras in the hall turned toward them. No. Not toward them. Toward him. Hum. He could feel it clearly. Every gaze in the hall settled on him specifically, the new sword, the survivor, the one who had spoken the buried name. And yet none of the gazes were outwardly hostile, and none of them pressed on him in the way he had come to expect from powerful beings. He hated that particular bullshit, the way seemingly grand entities love to exert their pressure on lesser ones to frighten them, to remind them of the gap, to make them want to kneel. He felt none of that here. Whatever these beings were, they did not stoop to the cheap trick of it. But the atmosphere was heavy all the same. Heavy in a different way. The heaviness of a room full of beings who did not need to press on you to make you understand exactly how much power was present. And then his eyes were drawn to the throne, and his existence buzzed. Or, more precisely, his Osmantian source infinity buzzed. Something within the shroud of vibrant primordial source that covered that throne reached out and resonated with the fused authority at the core of him, set it cycling, set it humming, and Noah's eyes shone. Why would his Osmantian source infinity react to whatever sat on that throne? His eyes flashed with several possibilities, and he kept every one of them within. At that moment, Dame Seraphine and the other Mesozoic scale beings bowed toward the throne and the shrouded figures around it, and their voices rose together. "We pay our respects to the domicile of the Queen Regnant," they said, "and we greet Her Majesty, the First Sword." Hum. Her Majesty. The First Sword. Noah was extremely curious now. What exactly was the origin of such a being? Her power? His entire existence kept buzzing, his Osmantian source infinity cycling quicker and quicker within him, and he turned that attention briefly outward to the shrouded figures lined up on either side of the throne. More than a dozen of them, and each held a level of power he could not cleanly quantify. The weakest, of which there were maybe 2 or 3, sat at the Mesozoic scale, the 5th, and that was the floor. The others exceeded it. Each one of them felt unfathomably dangerous even to him, beings who had walked past the 5th scale into territory he had no name for yet. But the throne kept pulling at him, past all of them, and there was a heavy silence after the swords gave their respects. And in that silence, the shroud on the throne of swords began to fluctuate. It buzzed, and it stirred, and it started to clear, and the moment it did, Noah saw shock ripple through many of the shrouded figures around the hall. As though this was not supposed to happen. As though the one on the throne never showed herself, and her doing so now was an event in itself. Noah's eyes shone. Was her esteem so grand that the mere act of revealing herself was this significant? As he thought it, the primordial source cleared from the throne, and he saw who sat there. The Queen Regnant. And she was magnificent, in the way that the deepest and oldest horrors are magnificent. She was vaguely humanoid, in the loosest possible sense, possessing 2 arms and a torso, but the skin was not skin at all. It was a slick, mottled expanse of deep obsidian and sickly gray flesh that glistened with an unnatural slime. The face was a faceless, pulsing node, devoid of eyes or nose, and in their place a swirling, writhing cluster of tiny pale suction tentacles formed a shifting mask around a dark gaping aperture ringed by small razor-sharp teeth that clattered softly. Countless slender fleshy tendrils erupted from her torso, weaving over her like wet veins, twitching without pause. Her arms were gaunt and elongated, ending not in fingers but in dark claws and a cluster of prehensile feelers. Below the waist, any resemblance to a human vanished completely. Where legs should have been, hundreds of thick glistening tentacles erupted from massive muscular trunks of flesh, weaving together into a complex squirming base that anchored her to the throne. With every wet squelching shift of her weight, the multitude of tentacles beneath her moved, never still. She was not simply looking at him, because she had no eyes to look with, and yet the entire writhing mass of her head focused on his presence with an intensity that rooted him to the spot, a creature born of nightmares, a fusion of flesh and eldritch horror. Woo! Noah stared at her, and his eyes opened wide with fascination. Because he could feel it flowing through her. Primordial source and infinity, both of them, moving through her existence. It was not fully fused the way his was, not melded into a single seamless authority. But it was close. It was so very close, the two grand authorities running through her side by side, intertwined nearly to the point of union. And it felt grand. Chapter 5408, The Infinite Liar I. From the throne, the Queen Regnant's unique head pulsed, the writhing mass of pale tendrils tightening horridly around the clattering aperture, and the moment it did, Dame Seraphine and the other swords dropped to their knees. They knelt as though they had seen something too grand to remain standing before, beings of the Mesozoic scale folding down without hesitation. And it was not only them. The many shrouded lifeforms gathered near the throne bowed as well, and as they bowed, their shrouds of primordial source fell away, because once the Queen had revealed herself, none of them could remain hidden either. Noah saw them briefly, for the first time. Most held humanoid shapes, but few were cleanly so. One carried great curving horns of bone that swept back from a regal head. Another's arms ended in feathered raptor talons that flexed against the stone. A third had a lower body that tapered into something serpentine, coiled beneath it, and a fourth's skin shifted with patterns that did not stay still. Beings of grand and varied form, each one bowing, each one revealed in deference to the thing on the throne. In the heavy silence, a voice echoed out. It came from that pulsing, wriggling visage, and it was sweet. Common sweet, almost gentle, a voice a being might use to soothe a child. And yet it caused Noah's existence to buzz the moment it reached him, because beneath the sweetness he felt something, the certainty that this voice alone, if it chose, could seriously wound his source. Not her claws. Not her tentacles. Her voice. Back then, the Queen Regnant said, countless eons ago, the school of existence was open to anyone seeking ascension. And at its center sat the one we called the Sealed One. As she spoke, an illusory manifestation bloomed in the hall, a grand structure rising out of nothing, a school of light and learning with a single figure seated at its heart. He was magnificent, truly. He wore robes woven from the silk of dead infinity that wept silent blue tears. The illusory figure's robes shimmered, weeping their soft blue. Many thought those tears were for them, for the suffering across existence. In that endless chaos, many lifeforms crawled out and looked at him and saw a savior. A father. He took them in as disciples, you see. He chose the grandest things existence could spawn. He took the exceptional source lifeforms, and he took the infinite lifeforms. The hall filled with illusory disciples, grand beings gathering at the feet of the weeping figure. For an entire age, he treated them with a tenderness that would make a mother weep, she said, and the illusion showed it, the figure moving among his disciples with impossible gentleness. When a source lifeform staggered under the weight of its own expanding source, the Sealed One would place his massive, pale hand upon its source. He would whisper to them. He told them they were his legacy, that every tear they shed in this harsh existence was just water for the seed of their ultimate ascension. He fed them the dust and causes of newly born observable existences. He made sure they grew dense, rich, and bursting with raw reality. The illusory disciples swelled, growing heavier, richer, brighter. The infinite lifeforms worshipped the very ground he walked on, shattering their own infinities just to converge into a single point of absolute obedience before his throne. They grew so fat on his teachings. They became so heavy with existential weight. Her sweet voice did not change. They had no idea they were just being marbled. Like prize cattle. HUUM. The illusion shifted, and the tenderness in the air of the hall began, very slightly, to curdle. It happened on the final day of the age, she said. The disciples had all gathered, humming with the excitement of a promised paradise. The Sealed One stood above them on his dais. He didn't say a word. He just reached up, unclasped whatever mask he had put up, and revealed his true self. The illusory figure reached up and unclasped, and the warm golden aura the disciples had loved for millions of years vanished in an instant. In an instant, the warmth they had loved vanished, replaced by the suffocating, putrid stench of rotting existence. Before anyone could run, the sky turned upside down. The entire domain warped, compressing the surrounding dimensions of existence into a massive, ribbed mortar. The illusion bent and folded around the hall, the gathered disciples suddenly trapped within the curving walls of an enormous grinding bowl. The brutality of it. It was beautiful in its absolute perfection. Wah! A great source lifeform screamed out to him, she continued, and the illusion showed one grand being lifting itself above the others, reaching toward the figure on the dais. It begged him. It asked why he was doing this to his own children. To the ones who loved him. Do you know what the sealed one said? He looked down with eyes that held no malice at all. Only a cold hunger. He told them that a farmer does not hate his pigs when the winter comes. He simply gets hungry. The illusory pestle descended. Then the invisible pestle came down, the Queen Regnant said. And he didn't grant them a quick end. To extract the purest essence, the suffering had to be prolonged, until their despair crystallized into their very core existence. The infinite lifeforms tried to flee into alternative infinite possibilities, but he had already woven a net of absolute negation around every possible future. They were dragged back into the crushing mortar, screaming in a chorus of 10,000 identical voices as their infinities were forcibly flattened and pulverized into a thick, glowing paste. The illusion showed it, the infinities collapsing, the 10,000 voices, the paste. The source lifeforms were stripped of their fundamental weavings like flesh from bone, their consciousness liquefied and mixed into the slurry. Her voice remained perfectly calm. For 7 days and 7 nights, the grinding never stopped. He just sat on his throne, rhythmically rotating his hand, manipulating the pestle until the screams faded into a low, vibrating hum. The illusory figure sat, and turned his hand, and turned it, and turned it. When it was over, an entire age of exceptional life had been condensed into 3 small, gray, unremarkable spheres, she said. The existential pills. 3 small gray spheres hung in the illusory air of the hall, unremarkable, almost disappointing in their plainness. He picked up the first one, the Queen Regnant said. If you looked closely at the translucent shell, you could still see the tiny, trapped faces of his most devoted disciples. Frozen in everlasting, microscopic agony. The illusion brought one sphere close, and within its shell the small faces could be seen, screaming without sound. And do you know what he did? He tossed it into his maw. He chewed slowly, listening to the final, muffled pops of their existence dissolving against his tongue. Smiling, as their stolen existence and potential turned his withered flesh ever so glorious. The illusion of the figure smiled, and chewed, and the small faces popped one by one, and his withered flesh grew radiant. The manifestation faded from the hall, and the Queen Regnant's writhing head focused fully on Noah. And all of us know of this tale, she said, sweet and quiet, because he publicized the record himself. He shared it with lifeforms far grander than us, the way a hunter mounts a trophy. He wanted it known. He wanted it remembered exactly as it happened. The clattering teeth ringed the dark aperture, and the tendrils writhed, and the sweet voice came one final time, and beneath the sweetness was a question with a blade folded inside it. So tell me, O new sword of mine, the Queen Regnant said. How exactly did you survive an encounter with anything related to the sealed one? HUUM. Chapter 5409, The Infinite Liar 2. How did he survive an encounter with the sealed one? It was an expected question. He had known it was coming the moment the name left his mouth in the hallowed domain. And yet, standing here, hearing it asked, it almost made him offended, because the question carried an assumption underneath it that he did not care for. He looked around at the powerful beings gathered in the hall, the shrouds fallen, the kneeling swords, the horned and the taloned and the serpentine, and then he focused on the pulsing tentacles of the Queen Regnant. A power capable of sending Mesozoic scale beings like Dame Seraphine away with a flick wasn't something I could have survived through strength, Noah said, his voice even. I am strong. I'm also weak. Both are true at once. Sir William, Botswana, Richard, Liana, they were all killed in front of me by that same power, beings grander than I was at the time, and I survived where they didn't. Not because I'm grander than they were. Because I am strong, and also weak, in the specific ways that mattered in that moment. He let it sit. I came here bringing news of his return after I nearly perished to it. I thought sharing it would let others prepare, so that more beings like Sir William don't die. His eyes were steady on the writhing visage. But I have nothing to prove to anyone in this hall. I came to deliver information, and I've delivered it. Whether I'm taken seriously or not is your choice, not my burden. Boom. His words were heavy, and the kneeling Dame Seraphine frowned, the look of a being who wanted very much to tell him to at least mind how he spoke before the first sword. There was a long silence ahead of them. And then, a moment later, the sweet voice came again. When it comes to the sealed one, the Queen Regnant said, almost nothing is what it seems. This is precisely why the questions must be asked, however much they offend a being's pride. Because one would think that a creature who could grind his own disciples into pills must be a pariah. A monster hunted across the dimensions of existence, fled from, reviled. You would think that because he publicized the slaughter, existence must have turned away from him in disgust. The tendrils around her aperture writhed slowly. But that is the great, terrible joke of existence. He shared that record of brutality, and instead of fleeing, the grandest lifeforms of existence flocked to his banner. Even now, eons after the dust of those disciples dissolved on his tongue, his name is spoken with absolute reverence by some. His followers are abundant, scattered across every layer of reality. His name was the grandest in existence before Vakachev, and even Vakachev cannot truly compare. Noah listened, and did not interrupt. Do you want to know why? She continued. Because before the sealed one, existence was broken. The infinite lifeforms drifted through endless fragile states, never stable, always fading back into their own echoes. The exceptional source lifeforms were locked into concrete existence, unable to branch, unable to evolve. And the sealed one was a pioneer. He was the absolute first to fuse infinity and the primordial source, the first being to make the two great authorities into one. Everything that came after, every being who ever held both, owes the possibility of it to him. Wah! And he was intoxicatingly charismatic, she said. He didn't seduce with soft words or false promises of peace. No. He looked at the dark, weeping nature of existence, the pain, the decay, the raw horror of being alive, and he mastered it. He manipulated the very architecture of negative emotion. Pride. Lust. Envy. He taught his followers that their trauma, their madness, their existential dread, were not weaknesses to be cured, but the purest and most concentrated fuel in existence. He showed them how to weaponize their own corruption. Under his guidance, lifeforms that should have rotted in the gutters of the undefined gaps learned to bend the rules of existence to their whim, attaining tremendous levels of power they could never have reached alone. The tendrils stilled, for a moment. He was cruel, yes. But his cruelty was never wasteful. That grand harvest I described to you was a singular moment. A necessary toll for a specific transition, in his reckoning. But for every disciple he ground into a pill, he elevated 1,000 others to heights of unfathomable, terrifying power. He handed out keys to dominions that regular minds cannot even perceive. He turned outcasts into apex predators, and those predators remember exactly who gave them their teeth. Her sweet voice did not waver. They do not look at the mortar and see a slaughterhouse. They look at it and see the price of absolute perfection. In an existence this indifferent, this cruel, this uncaring of who lives and who fades, he was revered. He still is. That is why they follow him, even now, even knowing what he did, because what he did was the smaller part of what he offered. her writhing head focused fully on Noah. "I had to ask my question," she said. "But I will tell you, I knew even before you arrived that you should not be a follower of his. Because the sympathizers and the followers of the Sealed One are precisely those who would never say anything about him. The very last thing such a being wants is to speak his name before others. They operate in the dark, always, without exception. None of us here mention it lightly, but we have always operated under the assumption that deep within the infinite carcosa of the infinite lifeforms, and deep within the source lands themselves, followers of the Sealed One exist among us. We simply do not know who they are. A being who came here and spoke his name aloud is, if nothing else, almost certainly not one of them." Noah's eyes shone at that. But something snagged at him as she spoke, and he turned it over in his mind. The Sealed One had told him, with that warm cruel certainty, that Noah was now its eyes into this deep reach of the source lands. That carrying it here, into ordered territory, was a gift Noah was unwittingly giving it. And yet here was the Queen Regnant saying its followers never speak its name, but were likely among them. So which was it? Had the thing in his heart lied to him about being able to use his proximity? Was that boast just another move, another lie folded into a true-sounding thing, exactly the kind of crooked work the Queen Regnant said it never failed to do? It was, after all, the primordial deceiver. The infinite liar. If he made Noah think he didn't have access to the source lands this deeply, and he actually did, he would effectively make him lower his guard. And Noah had spoken up about the Sealed One right after, as if there were truly his followers or even vessels in here. He was now exposed. His mind moved rapidly through the possibilities, and he tried to focus on the records of the severed hand he had devoured, to pull more from them, to check what was truth and what was bait. And in the next moment, he was astonished to find he could pull nothing. He was drawing a blank. Where there had been a flood of recovered records, the war, the true lifeforms, the nature of fused authority, there was now nothing more to draw. He reached, and found only emptiness where the deeper knowledge should have been. Ruination's voice bloomed an instant later. All records and weavings contained within the severed hand of the Sealed One have been corrupted and emptied. Apart from the initial recovered records of his name and a few other details, all further records cannot be ascertained. The corruption appears to have been triggered by the consumption itself, or by a condition the presence set in advance. There is no way to know which. This life form is extremely capable, and extremely powerful, and it has been doing this far longer than you have been alive. Proceed as though everything it has ever given you was chosen. Chapter 54:10, The Two Pantheons. Epigraph, The Two Pantheons. There was a time, not long after Vakachev laid down his scales of existence, when the laying was still new enough that beings could remember when it had not been there. This story comes from that scene between the ages. In those days there was a primeval lifeform called the verdant antecedent, old past the reckoning of the new scales, who took on students the way an ancient tree takes on the vines that climb it, without much comment and without much mercy. Two of these students are the ones the story remembers. The first was named Saulo. The second was named Brindel. When Vakachev's scales were laid, Saulo rejoiced, because Saulo had always wanted a road. He had spent his early years climbing in the dark, never sure of the next step, and now here was a path with the steps drawn on it and labeled, a sequence a being could follow and know they were progressing. He threw himself onto Vakachev's road. He formed his Akashic civilizational intent in the proper order, and he refined it, and when the time came to build his existential pantheon and cross into the Mesozoic scale, he followed the framework exactly, and the framework rewarded him for it. His pantheon rose quickly. He became a Mesozoic scale being while Brindel was still laboring, and he was distinguished for it, named among the new powers of the age, pointed to as proof that the scales worked. Brindel did not take the road. Brindel had listened to the verdant antecedent longer, or perhaps only differently, and he had come away believing that a pantheon built from another being's blueprint would always, in some deep place, belong to that other being. So he refused Vakachev's sequence. He set out to forge his own existential pantheon, from nothing, with no steps laid for him and no labels and no one ahead to tell him whether he was progressing or merely lost. He stumbled. He failed. He built foundations and tore them down because they were not truly his, and built them again, and the years stretched on, and his rival Saulo rose to distinction and grandeur while Brindell was still in the dark with his hands in the dirt of his own unmade existence. The elders say the building took him an age. They do not say it to be precise. They say it to make the listener feel how long it was, how much of it was failure, how easy it would have been at any moment to give up and take the road that had worked so well for his rival. But Brindell finished. One day, after all of it, his existential pantheon rose, and it was unlike any other, because no other had ever been built the way he built it. He called it the Mossgreen Reliquary, and it was a thing of living verdure and patient stone, every chamber grown rather than placed, every record of his existence rooted into it like something planted long ago and only now come to its full height. He had become the equivalent of a Mesozoic scale being at last, on his own path, by his own forging. Saulo heard of it, and came to him. "So you finished," Saulo said. "It took you an age, and I have been distinguished for most of it, but you finished. Let us settle the old question, then. Spar with me. Pantheon against Pantheon. Let us see, after all these years, which of us is truly the stronger, the one who walked the road or the one who refused it." And Brindell, grandly, said no. He said it from a thing he had learned in the long dark of his building that Saulo had never had the chance to learn on his easy road. He turned, instead, to the verdant antecedent, their ancient teacher, who had watched both of them across the age without much comment. "I will not spar with him," Brindell said. "His strength is not the measure I care about. I will challenge you, teacher. I want to know what my pantheon is worth against a thing truly grand, and a rival who walked the same easy road I refused is not that thing. Only you are." So Brindell raised the Mossgreen Reliquary against the verdant antecedent, and the two pantheons met. Brindell lost, of course. A finished student does not best a primeval life form. But that was never the point. The point was what Saulo saw while the two of them fought. Because Saulo came to watch, expecting to see a hurried thing, a pantheon thrown up by a being who had wasted an age fumbling in the dark. And what he saw instead was the Mossgreen Reliquary unfold against the oldest being either of them had ever known, and hold. It did not win, but it held. Every chamber of it grown and rooted in entirely Brindell's own, answering to no blueprint, expressing a dimension of existence so completely and uniquely the being who made it that even a primeval lifeform had to work to press against it. Saulo saw a pantheon that was a true and total expression of a single being's self, and he understood, watching it, what his own pantheon was. His own was a fine house built from excellent plans that thousands of others had also used. It was strong. It was correct. It had been finished quickly and praised widely. And it was not, in the deepest place, his. It was Vakachev's road, walked well, wearing Saulo's name on the door. The elders say that Saulo did not say a word. They say he watched Brindell lose to their teacher, and watched the Mossgreen Reliquary hold its shape against the impossible, and then he turned and went away to a quiet place, and there he shattered his own pantheon. The whole of it. The distinguished, praised, swiftly built structure that had made him a Mesozoic scale being while his rival labored. He broke it down to nothing, and he began again, from the dirt, with no road and no labels and no one ahead of him, to forge a pantheon that would finally be his own. It is not that the road is wrong. The road works. Saulo became grand on it, and quickly, and there is no shame in that. The lesson is grander and crueler than that. It is that a dimension of existence built from another being's blueprint will always, no matter how strong, be a borrowed grandeur, and that the only being who can ever truly hold their own dimension is the one who paid the long price of forging it from nothing. The follower rose faster and shone brighter and stood, in the end, before a thing he could not match, and recognized that all his speed had bought him a house with someone else's bones in the walls. Two pantheons met that day, in a way. The one that was finished, and the one that was true. And the one who had finished first looked at the one that was true, and chose to start over. Chapter 54:11, Estuary. Ridiculously, he had gained the immensity of devouring the severed hand, and the records and memories had still gone and corrupted themselves the moment he reached for them again. Noah turned that over. He had genuinely believed he was not underestimating this being. He had sealed it, drained it, devoured a piece of it, and spoken its name in defiance of its own rules, and he had felt, through all of it, that he had the measure of the thing well enough to keep climbing over it. But to reach across eons and corrupt the records inside a severed body part, after that body part had already been cut away and sealed and buried and finally eaten, was a different order of capability. He had to move the Riven up onto a far higher pedestal than he had wanted to. And as he thought about it, a worse question surfaced. If this thing truly was a master manipulator, the primordial deceiver, the infinite liar, then was that severed hand even truly a piece of its body at all? Because the math did not sit right. The Queen Regnant had just told him this being's name stood grander than Vakachev's before the scales. If Noah had genuinely devoured and refined a hand from something that vast, that foundational, that far above even Vakachev, the gain should have been monstrous. It should have been equivalent to multiple the Genesis Tesseract, or grander still, the digestion of a piece of the grandest being before the current age. And yes, his gains had been immense. He could feel his Osmantian source infinity and his intent surging wildly even now, with the records gone. But immense was not the same as the scale he would have expected from a true piece of a true life form of the old era. So either the hand had been throttled, deliberately, to give him only a fraction of what it should have. Or it had never been quite what it presented itself as. He had to rethink everything about this enemy. Every assumption. Every gain. Every word it had ever spoken to him in his heart. At this exact moment, standing in the Hall of Swords, he set about doing precisely that, and then his veiled intent buzzed, and he felt the surroundings change. Well, not the surroundings. Existence itself. As if he were being moved into a different kind of existence entirely. HUUM. A single instant has been stretched. You and the Queen Regnant have been placed within a unique dimension of existence carved out of a moment too brief to measure. Within this stretched instant, only the two of you exist. Everything else has been set outside of time's flow. This is her doing. Noah gazed around, and saw it. Dame Seraphine, frozen mid-kneel. The other swords, motionless. Even the powerful personages around the throne, the horned and the taloned and the serpentine beings who exceeded the fifth scale, held perfectly still, locked outside the stretched instant. Only he and the Queen Regnant remained, gazing at each other across a moment that the rest of existence was not permitted to enter. Her tentacles wriggled, the pale cluster around the clattering aperture shifting, and she spoke. I trust every being in this hall with my life, she said, sweet and calm. I chose them across ages. And yet even I have been given guidelines for what to do should I hear anything at all regarding the sealed one. Even those I trust the most, I am instructed to hold at arm's length when his name enters a room. That is how thoroughly he has poisoned the well of trust across existence. So I have brought us somewhere private, where no follower could overhear even if one stood among us. Her aperture clattered softly. Is there more, new sword? More than the simple passing of word that the sealed one has begun to wake? Tell me here, where only I can hear it. She asked it straightforwardly, and Noah debated internally how to answer. The Riven was turning out to be far more immense than he had anticipated, and that changed his calculus, but it did not change his purpose. He had spoken the name in the first place for a reason, to drag the thing into the light, to set the grandest powers in this corner of existence moving against it before it fully woke. Half committing to that purpose would be worse than not committing at all. So he would commit fully. I know the approximate locations, Noah said, of where other sealed pieces of him may be. He was cut apart and scattered, and I can sense some the scattering, well enough to point toward it. If those pieces can be found and destroyed before he fully wakes and reassembles his power, that would be the ideal outcome. Far better than waiting for them to stir on their own the way the one in Arcathes did. He held her writhing gaze. Because what killed Sir William, what tried to kill me, what swept Dame Seraphine and a source lifeform aside like crumbs, was an insignificant thing. A tiny shred of a sliver of him. A waking fragment, not even the whole of a finger. And it did all of that. But I survived it and read a bit of its records. His body shone lustrous as he let his intent show, still masking his true egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian behind emotive's borrowed primordial intent, giving the queen regnant a grandeur to way that was not the real one. The fleshy tentacles of the queen regnant regarded him in silence, and he had the sense of countless considerations turning behind that eyeless mask. A calm voice echoed out a moment later. "Existence is vast," she said, "and full of terrors. I do everything within my power to guide the swords of existence in this corner of the Sourcelands, and even so, even we, are cautious and fearful of the Sealed One. I will be careful with what you have given me. I will let those who need to know, and know others." Her tentacles shifted. "The primordial intent you express is a weapon that can do a great many things. But it still needs to be sharper. If you can build a pantheon around it, it would be far safer for you to move across observable existences, across the Sourcelands, and across the infinite carcosa of the infinite lifeforms. Because understand this clearly. As much as you have raised yourself against the Sealed One, anyone he deems worthy enough to be even a pest in his eyes occupies the single most dangerous position in all of existence. You have made yourself that." Wah! Chapter 54:12, Estuary 2. She continued. "I will arrange for you to remain with Seraphine. A team will be built around you. And to hone your intent further, I will grant you access to the Effluvium Sanctum. Another unique lifeform achieved something akin to a primordial intent there only recently, as I may ask the other guiders to bring them into the fold of this forming party. The Effluvium Sanctum is a good place to become sharper, and you are in need of sharpening before the thing you have antagonized turns its full attention your way." Her voice was soft as Noah found that the queen regnant was not at all what he had expected the ruler of the swords to be. He had braced for the kind of being that pressed on lessers to remind them of their place. Instead there was this caution, and care, and something that almost resembled genuine concern. He nodded, and her fleshy tentacles pulsed, and she spoke once more. "Based on my intuition," she said, "I want to ask. Did you achieve it?" A pause, the tendrils stilling. "Actually. No. Do not answer that." "Did he achieve it?" Noah understood the question underneath the question. She was asking whether he had successfully fused infinity and the primordial source. Whether the resonance her own near-fused existence had felt off his Osmantian source infinity was what she suspected it was. Whether he had done, young and new and freshly sworn, the thing that many struggled to do, and what the Sealed One did eons ago. He remained silent. He neither confirmed nor denied. And she had already withdrawn the question herself, which told him she understood exactly what his silence meant and had decided not to make him say it aloud. The fleshy tentacles of the queen regnant shook, and she finished. "Trust those around you," she said. "And also, do not. I know it is a contradiction. Hold it anyway, the way you seem to hold a great many contradictions. Ultimately, your power is your only true shield, the one thing no follower can fake their way past. The followers of the Sealed One are many, scattered through the Carcosa and the Sourcelands and everywhere between, and you will never know who is who until the moment they choose to reveal themselves. So we watch. And we prepare. It is all anyone has ever been able to do against him." And as the queen regnant said all of this, Noah's existence had continued its normal weavings beneath the conversation, his foundations running quietly the way they always did, and at this moment, something finally triggered. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. You have given your knowledge and your information, officially, in a pivotal weaving of existence, to a powerful lifeform and the gathering around her. The tide moves to deliver your appropriate reward, because no effort of yours goes unrewarded, and the giving of pivotal information is an effort of consequence. Your intent and your Osmantian source infinity move to affirm the return. Reward delivered, a record of information. From among those gathered in the Hall of Swords, 2 are hiddenly carrying the designation that opposes your existence. 2 are the followers of the Sealed One. This was the only information the tide that owes nothing was able to recover. Their specific identities are shielded beyond the tide's reach. Boom! Noah's eyes pulsed heavily as the words bloomed, and his expression turned somber. He looked around, slowly, carefully. Behind him, at the kneeling Dame Seraphine and the other swords who had come with him. Ahead of him, at the grand shrouded personages arrayed around the throne, the beings who exceeded the fifth scale. And at the Queen Regnant herself, the writhing sovereign who had just carved a private instant out of time to warn him, who had offered him a team and a sanctuary. 2 of them. 2, somewhere in this hall, were the very thing they had all just began thinking of. He looked at all of it, the trusted and the powerful and the gentle and the masked, and he could not help himself but curse. Fuck. How could anything related to the Sealed One keep getting so fucking complicated? For the worst possibilities to be coming true, one after another, was a genuinely monstrous turn, and Noah held still inside the stretched instant and thought hard about what to do, because 2 followers in this hall meant that everything he was doing here might be privy to the Sealed One. Every word. Every revelation. He had planned to stay low-key for exactly this kind of reason, to give the thing in his heart as little as possible to work with, and now low-key was off the table whether he liked it or not. He breathed out and slowed everything down. That was what one needed to do when matters grew overly complicated past the point where more thinking helped. He stopped thinking and slowed down and focused on his intuition instead, the deep wordless read of a situation that had carried him out of everything and through every catastrophe since. It had never once led him wrong. So he opened his eyes and let them settle, and they landed on the fleshy writhing tentacles of the Queen Regnant. There were certainly many things to consider. The Sword of Existence. The power of the Queen Regnant and whoever she was connected to within this vast Sourcelands. Because she was someone ruling part of the Sourcelands and overseeing the things here. She was the leader of the Swords of Existences from all that she had said, even she had others she took directives from. He didn't know if she held a level of power to know of or be commanded by primeval lifeforms, but his intuition was currently filled with clarity. His intuition, his whole existence, leaned toward one belief. She should not be a follower of the Sealed One. He could be wrong, intuition was not certainty, but it had never steered him astray, and right now every instinct he had said the sovereign who had carved a private instant out of time to warn him and discuss things was not his enemy. Chapter 54:13, Estuary. 3. So if he believed that, then it was time to raise his value and leverage his position. He could not simply blurt out that he believed 2 beings in this hall were their enemies. But he could give her something else. He could answer the question she had told him not to answer and more, the one about whether he had achieved the fusion, and let that revelation and others reset how this entire gathering weighed him. He had meant to stay quiet and small. It seemed he could not afford to be either. And just as he prepared to reveal his answer to the question she had withdrawn. Boom! His existence almost collapsed in on itself. Something broke, and then reformed, and all of him began to feel a sensation without precedent, a deep structural shifting at a level beneath his scales and his causes and his intent. Information flooded into him as it happened, and above him, in the isolated stretched dimension of existence he shared with the Queen Regnant, a blue singularity erupted over his head. Its immensity pressed outward, and Noah felt it at once, felt that it was grander than the Genesis Tesseract had been, grander than anything that had come out of him so far. Fluum. As it formed, the information poured in. Threshold reached. A sufficient volume of Osmantian source infinity now saturates your existence. The fusion has settled deep enough that your distinction as a true lifeform is no longer forming. It is clarifying. What you are is beginning to declare itself. But what you are is too grand. Advancement for you is 1,000,000 times harder than advancement for others. Your status as a true lifeform moves to rectify this. Your Osmantian source infinity moves to rectify this. As your Osmantian source infinity saturates you, an inherent quality of your existence is surfacing. It does not come from your cultivation, your scales, your causes, or your intent. It comes from beneath all of them, from something your fused authority has unlocked access to. You did not earn this through any deed. You qualified for it by becoming what you are. A true life form of fused authority is, by its nature, something that has its own unique qualities. Inherent characteristic unlocked, the devouring estuary. Your existence has gained an inherent, always present quality with no activation cost and no upkeep. Existence, in your vicinity, perpetually bleeds toward you. Infinity, primordial source, ambient existential substance, the loose unclaimed essence of any domain you occupy, all of it drifts into your existence on its own, the way water finds the lowest point and the way an estuary draws every river to the sea. You do not reach for it. It comes. It has always, since the moment of this unlocking, been coming. This is distinct from the tide that owes nothing and from your foundations. Those are expressions of your intent and your egos. This is older. This is your own heritage. It operates beneath your intent, at the level of what your bloodline simply is, and it cannot be switched off. Property, the intake scales with the richness of your surroundings. In a barren stretch of the undefined gaps, the bleed is a trickle. Within an observable existence, a saturated domain, the source lands, the infinite carcosa, or any place dense with infinity and primordial source, the bleed becomes a flood. The grander the place you stand in, the faster you grow simply by standing in it. Property, the intake accelerates as you grow. The larger your existence becomes, the wider the estuary's mouth, the more it draws, the faster it fills you, which makes you larger still. Your lineage's gift is not a fixed faucet. It is a widening river that feeds its own widening. Left unchecked across time, the rate of your growth from this trait alone will compound without a known ceiling. Property, what bleeds into you is not merely stored. It arrives already aligned to your existence, your causes, your intent, requiring no refinement to integrate, because the lineage that grants this trait does not gather essence the way lesser beings gather it. It claims essence. What enters the devouring estuary stops being its own thing and becomes yours, quietly and completely, the instant it crosses into you. Assessment, this characteristic makes you an existence that grows richer the longer it exists and the grander the company it keeps. You no longer only advance through effort, adversity, giving, and consumption. You now advance, perpetually and inherently, simply by being, and by being near grandeur. The clearer your distinction as a true life form becomes, the more of this inheritance will surface. This is the first trait. It is not the last. The estuary star is forming. Boom! Above his head, the singularity took shape. It resolved into a 9-pointed star, but not the clean dark crossguard of the loyal reach. This was blazing and fleshy, and the 9 points wriggled as though each were made of tentacles, slow and wet and writhing, a star that breathed. And at its very center, an eye opened. Phuum! The eye was wrong in the way the oldest things are wrong. Its pupil formed a spinning lemniscate, a sideways figure 8 turning slowly within itself, the symbol of the infinite rendered as something that watched. It felt foreign. It felt cold, and old, and ancient past the framing of the current age, a thing that did not belong to Noah's time or anyone's time, a characteristic surfacing out of a depth that predated everything around it. And the moment the eye opened, all of the surrounding existence in the stretched instant began to bleed toward it, the loose substance of the carved-out dimension drifting upward into the lemniscate pupil, claimed, taken, made his. Wah! The queen regnant's tentacular body fluctuated. It rose from the throne, the hundreds of glistening trunks beneath her shifting and squelching, her immensity unfolding as she lifted herself toward him, the writhing mask of her head focused entirely on the breathing star and its watching eye. And her sweet voice, for the first time, carried grace and immensity underneath the sweetness that had not been there before. Her figure was brilliant. Her power leaked out slightly as it was overwhelming. Her regality, even though her tentacles may not be everyone's taste, her regality was magisterial. You, she said, the tentacles around her aperture pulling tight. You hold the inheritance of those that are true? Wah! Chapter 54:14, Estuary 4. Something true. Noah looked up at the representation of the devouring estuary, the massive fleshy eye breathing above him, its lemniscate pupil turning slowly as it ate the existence around it. And he felt every fraction of what it consumed, the loose substance of the stretched instant bleeding upward into that watching eye and infusing itself across the whole of his foundation, his osmoncian source infinity drinking it down, his existence growing fractionally richer with each passing moment simply because the eye was open and he was standing there. It was the strangest sensation. He was not doing anything. He was being fed, perpetually, by the bare fact of what he had become. The estuary eye, the manifestation of the devouring estuary, has formed above you. It functions as an extension of your own body. You may make it visible or invisible to any lifeform you choose, selectively, showing it to some while hiding it from others in the same moment. It will manifest wherever your existence is present, and it draws on the same inheritance regardless of whether any being can perceive it. The eye does not need to be summoned and does not need to be dismissed. It is you, the way a hand is you. When hidden, the bleed continues unseen, the eye is merely the visible mouth of a process that never stops. You may anchor it above you, send it ahead of you, or let it ride within your existence unseen, and in every case the estuary draws. Noah read it and looked at the risen form of the Queen Regnant. What is considered an inheritance of those that are true, he asked, from your perspective? He did not accept the distinction. He did not deny it either. He simply asked, and let her tell him what she thought she was looking at. Her tentacles wriggled, and she answered, grandly. Those who walk upon the path of both infinity and the primordial source seamlessly can become true, she said. It is not a thing achieved by power alone, or by record alone. It is a thing achieved by fusion, by making the two great authorities one. And anyone who becomes a true lifeform is reborn anew in the becoming. Who they were before, and who they are after, are not the same person. The fusion does not upgrade a being. It allows them to undergo a rebirth with a grander version that shares their memories. The pale tendrils around her aperture shifted. And anyone who is truly true has inherited weavings of the power and the immensity that traces back to the ones the primeval lifeforms themselves used to pay their respects to. Those who remain. One would have thought her words would clarify things. Instead, she had only laid another layer of mystery over the first. Primeval lifeforms paying respects to something. Something that remained. A lineage older than the oldest beings he had a name for, and she spoke it like a thing too large to explain in a single breath. Noah thought about it, and then he made his decision. I'll be honest with you, he said, I was planning to raise my value and my standing here by revealing a semblance of my true capabilities, just enough that my words would carry weight with you, that you'd take what I came to say seriously. That was the whole plan. And then this surfaced on its own, and I inadvertently revealed rather more than the semblance I intended. His eyes were calm. So let me be clear about what I am and am not. I have no connection to primeval lifeforms. I have no knowledge of those who remain. Whatever lineage you think you're seeing, I came to it from nothing, with no inheritance handed to me by anyone. I am me. But one thing is true. My infinity and my primordial source are one. Boom. He raised his hand and showed her the endless blue. The deep cerulean of his osmoncian source infinity poured off his palm, the fused authority shining, and its light reflected across the glistening tentacles of the Queen Regnant, glinting on the mottled maroon and gray of her, washing the writhing mask of her head in blue. Her tentacles stayed contained within her grace, held with magisterial restraint, and yet Noah could feel something underneath the restraint as she remained where she was, basking in the blue brilliance of a thing she had perhaps been chasing for a very long time. A longing. A deep quiet longing, from a being whose own two authorities ran nearly fused and not quite, looking at one in whom they had finally become one. Why, she said softly, would you want your words to hold more weight? Noah lowered his hand. Because I wanted to tell you something, he said, and I needed you to believe it completely when I did. So here it is. Among those gathered here. Among the beings you trust with your life, the ones you chose across ages. He held her eyeless gaze. 2 of them are followers of the Sealed One. I don't know which 2. But I am certain of the number, and I am certain it's true. Boom! His words echoed out into the stretched instant, and the Queen Regnant went extremely quiet. It was not the quiet of shock. It was the quiet of a vast old thing turning a blade over in its mind, weighing the cut. She turned, slowly, the writhing mask of her head moving across the frozen assembly one being at a time, and her attention had gone chilly, glacial, the sweetness entirely absent now as she took stock of what Noah had said and folded it into considerations of her own. Down the kneeling swords. Across the powerful personages around her throne. One by one, measuring, the way a being measures a room it has just learned contains a knife it cannot see. Ultimately, she moved. She released the dimension of existence. The stretched instant collapsed back into the normal flow of time, and everyone in the Hall of Swords resumed motion at once, Dame Seraphine and the others rising from their kneel, the assembly stirring, none of them aware that anything had passed at all. And before any of them could orient, the Queen Regnant spoke, commandingly, her sweet voice gone hard as iron. "Oh, swords of mine," she said. "Present your source hearts to me. This instant." Wah! The scene that followed was instant and brutal and ingenious all at once. A source heart was the very core of a source lifeform's existence, the deepest and most guarded thing a being possessed, the one piece they would entrust to no one, because to hold another being's source heart was to hold the power to crush it and end them in a moment. To present it on command was to offer your own throat to the one you presented it to. And the Queen Regnant had ordered it given without warning, in a single breath, leaving no time to think, only to obey on reflex or to fail to. HUUM. Instantly, chests opened across the hall. Dame Seraphine's. Every sword who had come with them. Every powerful personage arrayed around the throne, the Horned and the Taloned and the Serpentine, all of them, instantly, their chests parting and their terrifying source hearts presented openly to their queen, trusting her completely, offering the cores of themselves without hesitation because they were exactly what she had believed them to be. When the instant passed, 2 beings had not presented their source hearts. Noah was one. He had no source heart to present in the way they meant, and he would not have presented it regardless, and the Queen Regnant's gaze passed over him and moved on, because she understood his exception. The other was a being standing on the far left side of her throne. One being, apart from Noah, who had not opened his chest instantly. Who had hesitated, for a fraction too long, because the one thing a follower of the Sealed One could not do, would never do, was hand the core of their existence to another. And the moment that hesitation occurred, every single surface in the Hall of Swords, every place where an atom flowed, filled with tentacles. Woo! They erupted from everywhere at once, the entire hall becoming her body, the writhing flesh of the Queen Regnant flooding reality itself, and she bellowed, her sweet voice gone to thunderous fury. "O Batiatus," she roared. "You dare scheme around me? In my own home, beneath my own throne, you dare to follow the infinite liar?" Boom! Terrific power erupted in answer. The being on the far left, Batiatus, flared with sudden desperate force, his existence blazing as the tentacles closed toward him from every direction, and he bellowed out his own incredulous denial, the sound of a being who had hidden successfully for so long that he had stopped believing he could ever be found, who had not expected this, not here, not now. His power roared up around him in a frantic blaze, because he had not seen it coming at all, and now there was nowhere in the entire hall that was not her. Chapter 54:15, You will hand it to him. The Queen Regnant did not give Batiatus the chance to show what he was made of. That was the lesson woven into what came next. Batiatus was no small being. He had stood among the personages around her throne, which meant he exceeded the Mesozoic scale, which meant he carried a pantheon of his own and a dimension of his own and power enough to be counted among the grandest in the hall. He flared with that power now, desperate and immense, reaching to raise whatever defense an exposed follower could muster. He never got to raise it. Because the Queen Regnant displayed her pantheon, and a pantheon was not a thing you defended against. It was a thing that decided whether you were permitted to exist in its presence at all. Wah! It unfolded out of her and out of everywhere, the way her tentacles had filled the hall, except this was deeper, vaster, a structure that did not occupy the hall so much as replace the question of where the hall was. A drowned cathedral of impossible architecture rose into being around them, halls beneath halls beneath halls, every surface slick with the same mottled flesh as her body, every column a writhing trunk of muscle, every vault ribbed and breathing. Choirs of pale tendrils hung from unseen heights, swaying as though moved by a current no one else could feel, and from the deepest reaches of it came a low vibrating hum, 10,000 voices that were not voices, the sound of a place that had swallowed an ocean and kept the screaming. It was grand past the framing of anything Noah had stood inside, cold and old and wet and wrong, a dimension that was entirely and only her, and it placed her within it as its sole sovereign and everything else as trespassers awaiting her judgment. The being before you, the Queen Regnant, the First Sword, has manifested her existential pantheon. Designation: the drowned choir of 10,000 throats. This is the dimension upon which she exists. To stand within it is to stand within her, on her terms, subject to her records as binding law. A pantheon places its holder within their own pantheonic dimension of existence, rendering them unfathomably difficult to harm, because they do not fully reside in the surrounding existence at all. To act against her here, one would require a pantheon grander than her own. Beatiatus does not possess one. Her pantheon is suffused with a primordial intent. Within the drowned choir, her record is imposed not as force but as foundational law. Existence inside it has already agreed to obey her. Beatiatus is not being attacked. He is being informed, by the dimension itself, that he no longer has permission to be. Noah watched it, and another set of prompts surfaced, and these came from his own existence. The mirror that keeps has triggered. You are in the presence of a being and a working far grander than yourself. Your foundation is recording the drowned choir of 10,000 throats in full, studying its architecture, retaining what it observes without effort and without her knowledge. The structure of a pantheon, the manner in which a primordial intent is woven through a pantheonic dimension, the way her records are imposed as law, all of it is being deciphered and quietly stored against your own eventual building of a pantheon. What you witness once, you do not lose. She is, without intending to, teaching you. Noah said nothing. He simply watched, and learned, and let the mirror that keeps drink the lesson down while the estuary eye, hidden from every being present, fed quietly on the bleed of her overwhelming power. Within the drowned choir, Beatiatus came apart at the edges. His desperate blaze of power met the foundational law of her dimension and found nothing to push against, because there was nothing to fight, only a place that had decided he was not welcome in it. His existence began to wear down, to fray, the tendrils of her cathedral closing around him, the 10,000 throats humming louder as they leaned toward a new voice to add to their choir. He fought. He had no pantheon grand enough to fight with, and so the fighting only wore him down faster, and within moments he hung worn and frayed at the center of her drowned cathedral, his power guttering, his schemes of ages collapsing in on themselves. The Queen Regnant regarded him, and her voice came cold. "Who is the other one?" she asked. The sweetness was entirely gone now. "There are two of you in my hall. So you will tell me the second. Who else among the ones I trusted has been carrying the infinite liar's mark beneath my own throne? Give me the name, Beatiatus, and I may decide your ending is a quick one." Beatiatus did not answer. His worn existence held still within her grinding cathedral, and his eyes, fixed on her, showed no fear and no bargaining. They showed an immense and terrible coldness instead, the coldness of a being who had given himself to something so total that exposure and death had stopped being able to reach him. He would not give her the name. That much was plain in the cold of his stare. And then he began to speak, and what came out of him was not an answer. It was akin to a prophecy. His voice changed as it left him, dropping into a rhythm, a slow rising cadence as though something spoke through and rather than from him, the trance cadence of a being become a mouthpiece for a thing far larger. When the silkweeps blew and the mortar turns, Batiatus intoned, the patient one wakes, and the patient one learns. You sealed the pieces, you scattered him wide, but the river runs home, and the river is the tide. Infinite in source, you will kneel as one throng, not because you are willing, but because he is strong. The war you all dread is the war you will wage, your blades drawn for him on his unwilling stage. Gilded will fall, and the source lands will bleed, the Carcosa will drown for the patient one's need. They will die by the legion, by the trillion, by the age, and call it their choosing while they turn his page. And watch, O watchers, for the surest of signs, when the primevals topple from their oldest of lines. When they feel a hand at their gate, that is the hour, that is the date, that is the patient one drawing near it once more, and it was always, always, what he was reaching for. His worn body trembled, the trance deepening, the cold in his eyes giving way to something maddened and rapturous, and he repeated the end of it, again and again, his voice climbing. Near it once more. Near it once more. He comes for it once more, and you will hand it to him, you will hand it to him, you will all hand it to him in the end. Boom! The queen regnant crushed his entire existence. She did it coldly, without ceremony, the way a being ends a thing that has finished being useful. The drowned cathedral closed, the 10,000 throats swallowed his maddened repetition midward, and Batiatus was simply gone, his existence flattened and drawn down into the drowned choir, one more voice added to the hum, the prophecy cut off at its rapturous height and silenced forever. The Pantheon receded. The Hall of Swords returned to being only a hall. And the queen regnant hung there in the quiet, her tentacles slowly stilling, the writhing mask of her head turned toward the place where Batiatus had been, and then, slowly, toward the rest of the gathered swords and personages, every one of whom had just watched one of their own exposed and erased between one breath and the next. One follower found. One follower dead. One still hidden among them, and a prophecy hanging in the air that no being present would be able to forget. Chapter 54:16, Dora-Shath-Yar. The queen regnant was, by any measure, astonishing. She had crushed Batiatus without flinching. She had chosen these beings across ages. Batiatus had stood at her throne, among the ones she trusted most in all of existence. And the instant he was confirmed for what he was, she had ended him out of being like a man flicking a dead insect off a table. Whatever she had felt for him before, and she had surely felt something, none of it bought him a single breath of mercy once the truth was known. Noah respected it, because it was close to how he moved himself. Loyalty was everything, right up until it became betrayal, and then it was nothing at all. Trust is everything, the queen regnant said, her voice settling back toward sweetness, though the cold ran underneath it now. When there is no trust, everything becomes impossible. The swords of existence are a network held together by nothing else. We are scattered across observable existences beyond counting, and we hold because we trust, and the moment that trust has a hole in it, the whole of us is in danger. Her tentacles shifted. And there is another. Another follower of the sealed one stands among my ranks, here, now. It could be any of you. Just as it was Batiatus, who knelt to me for ages, who I would have named among my dearest. The rest of you deserve my apologies for what comes next. You have them, sincerely. But the follower will be collapsed before me, the way the first one was. So until they are ascertained, nobody leaves this domain. No one. HUUM. The reaction rippled through the gathering. Dame Seraphine's face was hard with shock, and beneath the shock sat anger. The other swords wore variations of the same. The grand personages around the throne, the horned and the taloned and the serpentine, offered no protest at the confinement. If anything, they did the opposite, drawing themselves up into absolute loyalty, as if to say, test me, search me, do what you must. There was no resentment in it, only the desperate readiness of the loyal to be cleared. Noah read each of them as they stood there and sensed nothing off. Nothing at all. Every one of them felt exactly as they should, the loyal and the grand and the furious alike, no seam anywhere to mark the thing they hunted. Which was its own grim piece of information. The second follower was good. Better than Batiatus, who had at least hesitated over his source heart. This one had given theirs instantly, had passed the very test that exposed the first, had stood through the crushing of their fellow without a flicker. A being willing to hand over the core of their existence to protect their cover was a being committed, and the Queen Regnant, for all her power, was going to have a genuinely hard time finding them. Her pantheon faded fully, the drowned choir of 10,000 throats receding back into her, the hall becoming only a hall again. And above Noah, unseen by every being present, the estuary eye pulsed. It had not stopped once through any of it. Through the crushing, through the prophecy, through the cold decree, the lemniscate pupil had kept turning, kept drinking, the dense existence of the hall and the residue of the Queen's overwhelming power bleeding up into it in a silent constant stream. The estuary did not care for prophecies or traitors. It only drew, and drew, and drew. In the next moment, the Queen Regnant waved her tentacles and called a name into the hall. Dora Shath Yar. Huum. 9 women emerged. They appeared around the hall in matching black armament, each carrying a spear, and the eyes were the arresting thing, swirling like endless stellar black holes filled with tentacles, dark spirals that pulled at the perception of anything that looked too long. Their skin was bronze, their bodies muscular and powerful, and each of them stood at the Mesozoic scale, 9/5 scale beings. My daughters, the Queen Regnant said. Raised personally, with my own tentacles, across ages. These 9 are the youngest of them. They comprise the legion of Dora Shath Yar. She turned her writhing mask toward Noah. I have already given them their instructions. They will escort you to the effluvium sanctum. There, another will join you, the one I spoke of, to help hone your intent toward the sharpness you will need. For now, you leave, and no one else does. Huum. The tentacle-filled eyes of the Dora Shath Yar flashed, and the 9 of them grasped their spears as waves of primordial source covered them and Noah. But before the hall faded, a single message reached him alone, threaded directly into his existence where no other being could catch it. The Queen Regnant's voice, private, meant for him and nothing else. I know Seraphine should not be the follower. But I have to be fair, and fairness means she stays here under suspicion with the rest until I am certain. You will lose her from your party for now. My daughters will take her place, and they are more capable than they appear. Her voice softened, and grew grand at once. You are more than what you understand yourself to be. Anyone who is true is no longer alone, whatever it feels like. Anyone who is true begins, sooner or later, to inherit weavings that trace back to the ones even primeval ones looked up to. You are likely connected to, or forming a connection to, those who remain. So whatever it feels like, standing where you stand, against what you stand against, hear this. You are not alone. You are not alone. A pause, and then the last of it, the sweetness falling away entirely, leaving only the weight. Going against the sealed one is the most daunting thing a being can choose. So I will give you the only counsel that has ever mattered against him. Persevere. He came unfathomably close, once. He came within reach of what he wanted before he was stopped, and stopping him took everything existence had. So whatever it costs you, whatever he sends, however near he draws. Persevere. 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 Boom. And with that word ringing through his existence, the same word a dead Sir William had spent his last breath on, the same word that burned out of his own heart every second, everything faded away. Chapter 54:17, Very's Gloom. Noah appeared in skies unfathomably far from the hallowed domain, surrounded by the 9 women of the Dora Shath Yar. He was turning over the words of the Queen Regnant as he arrived, the talk of those who remain, the lineage older than the oldest things, the insistence that anyone true was no longer alone. He shook his head at the memory of it. He was himself. He had clawed his way up from nothing with no inheritance handed to him by anyone, no ancient bloodline, no faction at his back, and whatever the queen had felt looking at his eye, he was not in the habit of accepting a heritage just because a powerful being insisted he had one. He was himself, with no connection to another, and that had always been enough. And as he thought it, he glanced up at the tentacle-like estuary turning slowly above him, the lemniscate pupil drinking in unfathomable waves of existence, elevating his intent and his Osmantian source infinity with every silent revolution. It did feel ancient. It did feel grand. But then, he was ancient and grand too. So that settled nothing. As he studied it, one of the Dora Shathyar drifted close to him and began to sniff. She leaned in and breathed him in like a hound taking a scent, and a dangerous smile spread across her face, a smile that looked one wrong word away from devouring him. "The great Amma had so many praises for you," she said. "Osmont. The new sword, the great Amma does not praise. So you must be something." Her swirling black hole eyes flicked upward, to the fleshy star turning over his head, and she pointed at it. "I am Air. And I have to ask. Are you like us?" Air was tall, muscular, her bronze body carrying the easy power of a Mesozoic scale being, and her face was extremely beautiful in a way that did nothing at all to soften the hunger in her smile. She waited for his answer with that smile, pointing at the estuary as though it were the most interesting thing she had seen in ages. "I don't know," Noah said. "I'm like me. And I've found it's very hard to find anything like me at all." As he said it, another of the Dora Shathyar came over, and this one carried herself like a leader. She reached out and pulled Air back by the shoulder with a heavy, imposing force, hauling her away from Noah, and fixed him with a stern look. "The great Amma has deemed you to be Verisgloom," she said. "One of those who can strip away the illusions of existence and remain true always, no matter what the dark throws at them. It is not a designation she gives lightly. I have great hopes for you in these chaotic times, if she is right about you, and she is rarely wrong." She inclined her head. "I am Astrid, leader of these useless Dora Shathyar. We will arrive at the Effluvium Sanctum shortly. After that, by the great Amma's own instruction, we listen to you. Where you go, we go." Air struggled against her grip the entire time, and Astrid manhandled her without breaking eye contact with Noah, holding the squirming Mesozoic scale being in place the way an older sister pins a younger one, and the other 7 Dora Shathyar shook their heads at the pair of them with the long-suffering patience of beings who had watched this exact scene play out 1,000 times. Noah looked up, his eyes flashing, and the estuary vanished completely from view. He hid it from all of them in that instant, so that even if some new being appeared now, they would see nothing at all above his head, only a new sword standing among the queen's daughters. The eye kept drinking. It simply did so unseen. A moment later, Astrid pushed her spear downward, and a radiant obsidian river formed beneath all their feet, and they shot out toward the distance at speeds no Triassic scale being could ever have matched, the obsidian current carrying them across the vast dark toward their destination. Partway through the journey, Astrid released a frustrated breath and let Air go. Air shot to Noah at once, delighted to be freed, and fell into pace beside him. "So," she said. "Your pantheon. What is it? I want to know what I'd be up against. Show me a little. You show me yours, and I'll show you mine." "I haven't forged one yet," Noah said calmly. Air's smile dropped into open shock. "But," she said. "But that's, no." She shook her head. "I can always sense which beings I can dominate and which I can't. It's a thing I have. And my sense is telling me I would not be able to completely dominate you. That at most, I would have to try really, really hard. So how is that possible? How could you possibly have the power to stand against domination if you don't even have a pantheon? A being without a pantheon is supposed to be open. Reachable. You're not. You're a wall, and walls are made of pantheons." Noah answered her grandly. "Most beings believe a pantheon is needed to match a pantheon," he said. That to stand against a Mesozoic being's dimension, you need a dimension of your own. And it makes sense, as far as it goes. But it isn't necessarily true. It's just the road everyone agreed to walk. He looked at her. I decided, for myself, that I don't need a pantheon to match one. So I don't. Air's shock cracked into a brilliant, delighted smile. Ha, she crowed. This fucking guy. Oh, I like you. I want to fight you right now. I want to find out exactly what I decided I don't need one means when I put a spear through it. Come on, just a little, just a quickie, I want a dash. Astrid's hand closed on the back of her armor and yanked her backward. We're here, Astrid said flatly, as air flailed in her grip. H-U-U-M. They arrived at the effluvium sanctum. The obsidian river slowed and let them out at the edge of it, and Noah took it in. Stellar obsidian silver rivers surged across the region, and seas of the same, stretching out for light years, the liquid light of pure primordial essence moving in slow vast currents. Floating landmasses drifted through the dark, and on them grew source herbs heavy with pure primordial essence and threaded with the primordial source itself, spinning slowly across the void. And from the multiple floating seas there radiated a terrible ambient intent, a pressure of refined authority so dense that even fourth-scale beings would struggle to survive within it. It was a forge for the Mesozoic bound, a place calibrated to push a fourth-scale being to the absolute edge of what it could endure, and lethal to everything beneath that. Visible only to Noah, the estuary eye reacted. Hidden above him, the lemniscate pupil spun faster, drinking harder, because this was exactly the kind of place its properties favored. A region dense with infinity and primordial source, saturated with pure primordial essence, the richest possible ground for a being who grew simply by standing in grandeur. The bleed toward him became a flood the moment they crossed into the sanctum, the eye feeding ravenously on the most nourishing existence it had yet tasted. His eye felt like it was drawing in all the lifeblood of existence itself as it was extremely eerie. You have arrived at the effluvium sanctum, a region of the sourcelands. It is saturated with pure primordial essence, primordial source, and a dense ambient intent radiating from its floating seas. The ambient pressure is lethal to third-scale beings on contact and capable of unmaking fourth-scale beings over time. It functions as a forge for those at the fourth scale attempting to refine their intent toward the fifth. Source herbs of high value grow upon its drifting landmasses. The devouring estuary intake within this location is registering at flood capacity. Noah held the killing pressure off without effort, and then he sensed auras ahead of them. There were several, deep in the sanctum, and one of them was familiar. He blinked. Because he knew that aura, and an instant later, as though it had sensed him in the very same moment, the familiar presence shot over toward them across the light years of obsidian rivers, closing the distance at a speed that bent the sanctum around it. Wah! And the creature appeared. Its titanic humanoid figure loomed up before them, shrouded in obsidian flames of terrifying, billowing concentration, the way of existence pouring off it pure and unblemished. And when Noah looked at it, he felt a sharpness he had not felt even from the Mesozoic scale beings he had stood among, a clean total edge to its existence that cut at his perception. He reached for the measure of its intent, and what he found stopped him, because it was not a primordial intent. It exceeded one. It had the unmistakable signature of something built on identity itself, something egoic, the intent of a being who had become a single concept so completely that it was no longer a power it held but the entirety of what it was. The creature. In the effluvium sanctum. And tremendously, monstrously powerful. Noah shook his head with genuine incredulity. This whole time, through all of it, he had quietly believed that he held the fastest rate of progression in all of existence, that his cheats and his loot and his identity made him the one climbing quickest. And here was the creature, existentially fat, heavy with refined power, likely carrying an egoic great intent, having clearly devoured something extraordinary to get this swollen with existence in the time since they had last crossed paths. What the fuck was the creature eating to be getting this heavy? Youngest. His deep voice boomed out. Chapter 54:18, Tides of Quintessential Change. The creature. What a marvelous thing this existence was. Noah had heard the legends first, the way most beings encountered the creature, as a story too large to be a person. Then he had met him, across the earliest folds and the long stretch of struggle after, and somewhere in there he had let himself believe he had caught up. That he had matched the creature, maybe even passed him. But this guy. Noah looked up at the titanic figure shrouded in billowing obsidian flame and shook his head, and felt something he did not feel often anymore. A competitive spirit. A real one. Because from the creature he sensed, unmistakably, an egoic intent. Egoic. Here was the creature carrying one too, having taken the impossible and made it ordinary, the way he always seemed to. Of looking at a wall everyone agreed could not be climbed and being, quietly, already on the other side of it. So Noah wanted to see. He wanted to measure himself against the one being who might actually give him a measurement worth having. He went forward. He raised his hand as if going for the old greeting, the dap they had traded across the folds and after. But as he raised it, he did something grand. He let his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian spill freely out of his body. Wah! His entire body lit with a terrifying cerulean brilliance. Blue lava poured off him in gushing waves, molten authority welling up through his skin and melting the existence around him where it touched, and above him the hidden estuary I roared, the lemniscate pupil convulsing as it began to bleed in the surrounding existence 3 times as fast, drinking the dense sanctum down in a flood as its master finally stopped holding himself small. Noah stood with his arm raised like a titan dragged up out of some buried age, and the intent rolling off him was not a primordial intent, was grander than a primordial intent, an identity made into a force that pressed on everything for gigaparsecs. Fluum. Behind him, the Dora Shathar threw their hands up in shock. Even Astrid. Air flailed in something closer to glee, her own bronze body buzzing with answering power, grinning like a being who had just realized the day was going to be far better than promised. Oh. The fuck is that? Air bellowed out. The creature's gaze held a moment of genuine surprise. For an instant, even he seemed not to quite believe it. And then the surprise burned off, and he answered. Obsidian lava-like flames spilled out from him without cease, and around his titanic frame an illusion bloomed, a massive sword stretching from below to far above, the manifestation of a being who had made himself into a single edge. He raised his own hand for the dap, and the 2 hands went forward to meet. Boom! Before the hands ever touched, it was as though invisible force fields covered the surfaces of their skin. The glimmers of their 2 authorities met in the gap between their palms and shattered the existence caught there outright, the space simply ceasing where the cerulean met the obsidian. Fluum. Cracks tore out from between their hands and raced across the domain, splitting through the floating landmasses and the obsidian rivers, and the already chaotic and deadly region of the effluvium sanctum grew heavier still, the ambient lethal pressure doubling as 2 beings who should not have been possible refused to give each other an inch. They looked at one another, neither yielding, 2 raised hands held apart by the war of what they were. Across all of existence, Noah said, I am unfathomably quintessential. I am unapologetically Osmantian. I am. HUUM. The creature's existence flared further, the billowing flames roaring up around him, and he answered, grand and tyrannical, the voice of a being who had burned away everything that was not one single concept. Across all of existence, the creature said, is my existence. 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 I am. Boom. Their hands began to close the final distance, and behind them the Dora Shathar stopped smiling. Astonishment took their faces, and they raised their own hands, and their intents erupted out of them, and every single one of the 9 blazed with an Olympian intent, the 4th rarity, reality reorganizing around each of them as law. 9 Mesozoic scale beings, daughters raised personally by the queen regnant, and they had to release their full intents at once simply to keep from being pushed back by the ambient overflow of 2 beings who had not yet even forged their pantheons. Oh! Oh! And as their hands neared contact, Noah felt what came off the creature, and it was unlike anything. It was pure existence. Not a power that touched existence, not an authority laid over it. Existence itself, the thing as a being, and Noah felt all of the surrounding existence for gigaparsecs across the sanctum and across the source lands beyond it crushing down on him at once, as though the creature had simply asked reality to lean on him and reality, recognizing one of its own, had agreed. The intent you are facing is the egoic intent of existence. It is a true life-form intent, built not on what the creature has done but on what he fundamentally is. He has not formed an intent of existence. He has become existence and made his identity synonymous with it, so completely that there is no remaining distinction between the being and the concept. Within his reach, all of existence answers him as itself, because he is not commanding existence. He is existence, addressing the rest of itself. To stand against it is to ask the whole of being to disregard one of its own foundational truths. Nothing has a true threshold to truly go against it. You can, because your own intent stands at the same threshold, and not one rung lower. Noah's eyes were bright as he read it. Existence truly was grand, he reflected, as a path and as an identity both. To take the bare fact of being and make it the whole of yourself, to become the thing that everything else is, was an unquestionable foundation. There was no arguing with a being who was existence. You could not deny him without denying yourself. He understood, looking at the creature, exactly why it worked, and exactly how rare a thing it was to walk a single concept that completely. But existence is grand, Noah said, and the cerulean roared higher around him. It's unquestionable. A being can build himself on it and never be argued out of existing. His eyes burned. But my identity is my intent. There's no sliver of distinction in me to exploit, no gap between the concept and the man, the same as there's none in you. The difference is only the concept. You are existence. And I am not a concept at all. There is only Osmont. True, and unflinching, and quintessential. I am not a thing that exists. I am the specific thing that I am, and that is grander to me than all of existence, because it is mine. Boom! He infused his Osmontian source infinity into his intent. The fused cerulean authority poured up through the egoic intent, the two great authorities made one flooding into the declaration of who he was, and the gap between his hand and the creature's finally closed. Their palms met in the old interlocking dap, and Noah's blue washed over his own hand and across part of the creature, the cerulean spreading where they touched. And then they pulled into the hug. It was casual. In the end the dap rolled into the one-armed back-patting embrace, a bro hug, two monsters who had just shattered gigaparsecs of existence between their palms greeting each other. And in that contact, Noah's blue seemed, for a moment, to exceed the creature's. Because for all his egoic intent, for all that he had become existence itself, the creature had not fused infinity with the primordial source, and Noah had. That was the one ledge Noah still held alone. But even as he held the creature, even with that edge, Noah's existence buzzed hard, because embracing the thing felt like trying to contain something uncontainable, like wrapping his arms around a sea and telling it to be still. The creature was terrifying. Genuinely, fundamentally terrifying, in a way that the contact only made clearer. Behind Noah, the Dorashathyar stood with their Olympian intent still blazing, and apart from Air, who was bouncing on her heels and already trying to figure out how to make one of them fight her, almost every one of them had gone grim. Behind the creature, Calypso loomed in her massive beast form, and she wore the same grim look, her cold eyes moving between the two embracing monsters. And across both groups, the same question turned, unspoken and uneasy. Who the hell were these two? Chapter 54:19, Tides of Quintessential Change. 2. Noah shook his head and let go of the creature, and the two of them drifted back to a slight distance, their intent still buzzing and crackling in the space between them like weapons of mass destruction set down but not disarmed. They floated opposite each other like two menacing titans. Noah wrapped in his lava-like blue flames, the cerulean welling and dripping off him in slow molten waves. The creature shrouded in his lava-like obsidian flames, vast and dark and burning, the obsidian sword illusion still faintly visible in the air behind him. Two beings who had just cracked gigaparsecs of existence between their palms and then hugged about it, now sizing each other up across the chaotic dark of the sanctum. Every single time, Noah said calmly, I have to re-evaluate my whole sense of what's possible when it comes to you. I keep thinking I've got the ceiling figured out, and you keep being somewhere above it. The creature's burning eyes settled on him. Me, he said. You are the one growing exceedingly fast, youngest. Especially that intent of yours. Think about what it's built on. An Akashic civilizational intent draws on a being's records, and the older and more experienced a being is, the easier they find it to establish their identity, because they have had ages to understand exactly who they are. You are the opposite of that. Young and racing, and already standing where I stand. The flames around him pulsed. It's good. It is good. Existence needs more anomalies for what's coming. It needs every mutation and accident it can get its hands on, everything that wasn't supposed to happen happening anyway. The clean and the expected won't be enough. He let the thought sit. Do what you came here to do, since you're here. I've been somewhat debriefed on something they want the two of us to do together, though everyone seems to be choosing to stay very quiet about exactly what it is. The words carried an ominous weight, and Noah only smiled. It's a hunt, he said. For the waking pieces of the sealed one. That's the thing nobody wants to say out loud. Boom. He said it casually, and the creature paused. For a moment the vast burning figure went still, and his eyes glimmered with an unfathomable brilliance, something old and considering moving behind them. Then he spoke. Existence is vast, the creature said, and full of terrors. It was the same line the Queen Regnant had used. And an adversity like the sealed one. There truly could be no better one to stimulate growth. A being does not grow against the weak. A being grows against the thing that should kill him. The obsidian flames flared. Okay. You go ahead and get started here. I have a few things to finish first, back in the brain world. Closure is a good thing, and my closure there is the scorching of the gilded ones who allowed such a horrid culture to grow and spread and call itself order. I have unfinished business with that whole rotten arrangement. His voice lowered. I will be back. HUUM. His titanic figure began to shroud itself in obsidian light, dissolving toward departure, and behind him Calypso bellowed out in her massive beast form. Ah, you tepid fucker, wait, she roared, and lunged to follow. Moments later both of them were gone, the obsidian light and the bellowing Leviathan winking out of the sanctum together, leaving Noah alone with the 9 Dora Shafyar. Air shot up from behind him at once. No, he left, she cried, throwing her hands up. Ah, I wanted to see more of him. Varys Gloom, I didn't know you were familiar with that monster. We've only just started hearing about him, you know, whispers, this existence thing prowling around. Who even is he to you? How long have you known him? Is he always like that? Does he always just leave in the middle of things? Because that was rude, honestly, I had questions, I had a hole, I was going to ask him to spar, and he just dash. Air talked, and Noah let her, because he was busy feeling something he had not felt in a long while. Pressure. Competitive pressure, from the creature. Nobody had given him that he didn't really know the time, that sense of another being climbing as fast as he was, maybe faster, the specific itch of looking at someone ahead of you and refusing to stay behind them. And now that he felt it, he found he did not want to lose. So he took a step and vanished, deeper into the effluvium sanctum. His figure reappeared far in the densest stretch of the floating seas, and the hidden estuary I cried out above him as it crossed into the richest existence yet, the bleed roaring. He folded himself down into a meditative position, and blue lava-like flames surged up around him, bubbling and swirling and turning like a storm given a center, the lethal ambient intent of the sanctum pressing on him from every side and finding nothing in him that would yield to it. Far behind, Air pouted at being left mid-sentence. And Noah focused. Because there was a great deal he had to get done. A summary of your current outstanding work, Master, since you have decided to be ambitious about it. 1. The Osmantian tongue. You crossed the threshold to enact its backbone after consuming the Genesis Tesseract. The backbone is not yet built. You must decide the foundational grammar of a language authored entirely around your identity, and lay it down. This is the deepest of your current tasks and the one with the longest reach. 2. Your intent and a pantheon. You should determine what your intent requires to enact a pantheon, or, in keeping with your stated philosophy that you need no pantheon to match one, whether you might enact something entirely your own instead. The sanctum is the correct forge to decide this. 3. The brain world observable existence. The war you ignited continues. The living emotives Luxuria uprising, the great usurper's spread of unity, Alexander's revenge, Irwin and the primordial paradox's campaign of cessation, all proceed without your direct hand. The creature now goes to scorch the gilded responsible. These threads will need your attention too. 4. The terminal observable existences, and Xiao Yun. You resuscitated the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch, and she, as the mirror sovereign, is remembering everything. As you resuscitate more observable existences, the tide that owes nothing rewards you each time you do. 5. Thalassarch Nereon. The grief-warped Mesozoic Leviathan agreed to be pointed at a gilded observable existence to vent his Olympian intent of self-loathing. A fifth-scale weapon sits idle, waiting on you. You have a great deal to do. Chapter 54:20, Tides of Quintessential Change. 3. He had a lot to do, so he set off to do all of it. You are beginning to refine your intent. Within the effluvium sanctum's lethal ambient pressure, your identity is being tested against a forge calibrated to push beings toward the fifth scale, and your intent ebbs and flows as it sheds its last imprecisions. The estuary eye is drawing in the unique qualities of this place. The pure primordial essence, the primordial source threaded through the source herbs, the dense ambient intent itself, all of it bleeds into you at flood capacity, aligned and claimed the instant it crosses into your existence. Your Osmantian source infinity continues to grow denser and more concentrated. An official methodology and quantification for it is underway. Until now you have wielded the fused authority by instinct and identity. A formal structure for measuring and advancing it is being established within you, which will let you progress it deliberately rather than only by becoming. In the effluvium sanctum, Noah's intent began to ebb and flow, settling and sharpening, and the Dora Shathyar watched from a distance, 9 Olympian-grade daughters keeping a wary guard over a seated being who had made even the creature re-evaluate. And Noah kept it low. He did not flare the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian out into the open the way he had for the greeting. He did not need to, so he did not, letting it run quiet and contained beneath the surface of him while he worked. He could keep it low-key. He could absolutely keep it low-key. He closed his eyes. He sat in the storm of his own blue flame, the lethal pressure of the sanctum pressing on him from every direction, and he let the body there sink into stillness. Then, across an unfathomable distance, in another body entirely, he opened them again. He opened them in the brain world observable existence, above a ruined gilded citadel, one hand still clamped around the broken neck of Uber-Golden Dietrich. And he rose. He lifted that body up off the carnage and the silver tide of feeding dredges, up toward the gold sky and the Mesozoic scale Elder gilded one descending out of it with a Titan rarity Custos at his side. As he rose, billowing waves of cerulean gushed off him, and the Elder gilded one frowned. Whatever the fifth scale being had expected to find waiting in the ruins, it had not been this, and his own intent and power began to flare out in answer, the gold of his Olympian record deepening across the heavens. And at that moment, Noah felt something settle over him like a trance. Through his Osmantian source infinity, threaded as it was through every one of his bodies and rooted in the infinite cause that had birthed his entire observable existence, he found himself observing. Not one front. All of them. Information flowed into him from across the whole of the brain world at once, every place his war was burning, and he felt that he could experience this entire significant moment in the observable existence's history simultaneously, a single pivotal day witnessed from every angle that mattered. His existence buzzed with it. And the component of the protagonist woven into his intent burned a little brighter, the way it always did at the grand turns, and around him a symphony began to bloom. The beat was heavy and grand, and it established itself in his perception and then stretched outward across the region and beyond. Dumb. 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 Your existence has entered a unique position. You are observing the flow of information across an event that will likely reshape the first cause of this significant observable existence. The brain world is no small thing. It gave birth to you, and to a great many other monstrous beings, from its origin. An observable existence that produces what it has produced does not change hands quietly. Your existence is choosing to interpret and experience this event in its own way. You will observe all of the pivotal happenings at once, simultaneously, while a quintessential beat and melody bloom across your perception, composed by your existence for this event alone. Consider it the privilege of the one whose cause underwrites the day. Witness it as you like. Noah smiled lightly at the shenanigans of the protagonist concept, and he nodded. All right, he said. Let's get started. HUUM. And as soon as he said it, the symphony rose, and Ruination's voice carried the melody through him, low and steady over the heavy beat, a song only he could hear. I built a thing from nothing in the dark. I learned the only lesson that they taught. That every hand that feeds you wants you caught. And every crown is heavier than it looks. I am not what I was, I am not the same. I burned the boy to forge the colder name. And every choice I made awake. And every life I took, I chose to take. His vision buzzed as he saw one record, extremely far away. Above the first citadel, Alexander floated. The peacemaker hung in the high dark over a sprawling gilded seat, his calm gaze sweeping the golden towers below. He pressed a button. Wah! Thousands of Osmantian ordnances fell out of the sky. They dropped in a slow terrible rain, and where they landed the citadel ceased, the proud golden architecture vanishing under blooming detonations, mushroom clouds rising one after another across the whole of the seat until the towers were gone and the halls were gone and the gilded ones who had ruled from them were gone, the entire citadel reduced to fallout beneath a being who pressed a button and did not look away from what the button did. As he watched this, Noah heard the grand symphony continuing. Dumb. 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 They told me that the strong were always cruel. And that the kind ones only made good fuel. So I became the thing they made me fear. And now they kneel and wonder how I'm here. It doesn't change. The hunger doesn't end. You cannot buy a tyrant for a friend. And every day they thought would stay the same is burning now. It's burning. Let it change. Let it change. Chapter 54:21, Tides of Quintessential Change. 4. Noah's vision went elsewhere as the glorious symphony continued. In the halls of the 27th citadel, the living emotive emerged. She came through the breathing golden corridors wrapped in her primordial intent, the Amaranthan sovereign, and the gilded ones in her path went down. Superbius and Ira, beings of engineered pride and amplified wrath at the fourth scale and below, dropped to their knees before a Lujuria, their egos bending under an intent of emotion and ego that pressed on the very architecture of what they felt. Behind her stretched the lines where Luxuria had been transported across the brain world like merchandise, like stock, cargo to be used for the pleasure of higher castes, and she moved along them, releasing her own kind and gathering them, her intent rolling outward and propagating itself, overriding the engineered egos of the kneeling gilded and forcing them to pledge fealty to her master. She looked at the kneeling ranks and her voice came cold. "This is only the 27th, she said. 27 citadels, out of how many? There are so many more to take, so many more lines to walk, so many more of mine still bought and sold in the dark while we stand here being pleased with ourselves." Her primordial intent flared. "So no, we don't rest. Not at 27. Let's go. We have an entire observable existence to turn over, and I intend to fucking turn over all of it." The symphony continued. "And I was sold, and I was someone's thing. A pretty pain they kept on offering. I learned my worth was anything I'd seize. And now I bring the buyers to their knees." Noah's gaze moved elsewhere. Above a third citadel, the great usurper floated, and around him hung 200 Triassic scale beings, every one of them bound under his control, a ring of fourth scale puppets suspended in the gold sky. His grand voice rolled out across them. "My attack on the Mesozoic scale yielder here has already begun," he said. "Internally. I am in him now, spreading my unity through his mind the way I have spread it through everything else. But I will be honest with all of you, because you are about to die for me sadly. A fifth scale being is still too strong. Still too hard. My unity reaches, and his mind does not yield the way lesser minds yield, not yet." The 200 drifted, bound and waiting. "So a great many of you are going to die here today. That is simply true. But while I keep working at him from the inside, the rest of you will turn your intents on him from the outside, all at once, and you will push, and you will ruin his focus, and you will make it impossible for him to hold himself together against me." Something like amusement entered his voice. "Let us see whether unity can grasp the mind of a fifth scale Aestia after all. I have always wanted to find out. Today seems as good a day as any." Wah! More drums beat, and the symphony continued. It doesn't change. The hunger doesn't end. The era turns. There's nothing to defend. And every day they swore would stay the same. Is ash now. Say it with me. Let it change. His vision moved once more. Over another gilded citadel, already wiped from existence, two figures stood. Irwin and the primordial paradox hung above the emptied seat, teacher and student, their quasi-primordial intent woven between them into a single working. Boundless weavings of paradox crackled across the dead citadel, contradiction made law, the records of the gilded who had lived here not destroyed so much as rendered impossible, unmade in a way that left no room for them to have ever been. Irwin in his Schrödinger humanoid form said nothing. There was nothing left below them to say anything to. The information of the place had simply ceased, the way they had vowed it would, complete cessation, and they turned together toward the next one. I am the change you didn't think would come. I am the bill that's finally come due. You marbled us like cattle for the sum. And now the farmer's hungry. Now it's you. He continued getting information on a variety of things as the next one was, the creature. The creature arrived at one of the largest citadels in all of the brain world. It was a colossal thing, this place, a gilded capital sprawling across a region large enough to hold the lesser citadels whole, its towers built from bone gold and breathing wall, its heights crowned with the lattices of a dozen ruling houses, a place that had stood as a monument to the entire engineered order for longer than most beings remembered. The creature floated above it, his titanic figure shrouded in obsidian flame, his egoic intent of existence blaring out across the capital so that reality itself leaned toward him. Calypso appeared behind him an instant later, her massive beast form unfolding into the gold sky. And an instant after that, the auras of two Mesozoic scale-elder gilded ones rose coldly from the capital to meet him. Two fifth scale beings, lifting out of the largest seat in the observable existence, their power vast and ancient and certain. The creature regarded them, and his words came grand and cold. Existence always has its dues, he said, the obsidian flames roaring. Everything that takes, owes. Every order built on the grinding of the small O's, whether it has been made to pay or not. This place has owed for a very long time. His burning eyes fixed on the two rising elder. Today, I have come to collect. All of it. With interest. Boom. Ruination's voice continued to boom out. It doesn't change until you make it change. You hold the line until you break the line. So break it. Burn the old and cruel and strange. The era's turning. This one's mine. It's mine. And finally, above another of the largest citadels in the brain world, a last body of Noah arrived, and beside him came Thalassarch Nerion. They appeared together in the gold sky, and the contrast of them was a thing the gilded below would remember in their final moments. Noah in his cerulean, calm and upright, one being among the vast dark. And beside him the Leviathan, light years of crown coral and trench-deep flesh, uncoiling across the heavens with his Olympian intent of grief pouring off him in suffocating waves, every voice in it still whispering that it was his fault, his fault, his fault, turned now outward at last toward the ones who had driven him to it. Nerion looked down at the capital and roared, and the roar was a tide. Woo! Two Mesozoic scale-elder gilded ones rose from this citadel as well, their pantheons already beginning to form around them, two fifth scale beings unfolding their dimensions to meet a grief-mad Leviathan and the quiet blue being at his side. And every day is not the same. Not anymore. Not after this. I made my choice. I chose the name. And nothing that I burn, I'll miss. Noah listened to the closing of the symphony as it faded through his perception, the heavy beat slowing, and he knew, with the certainty of the being whose cause underwrote the day, that after today the brain world observable existence would never be the same again. There were many other observable existences under the control of the Gilded Ones, scattered across the vastness, more than he could count and more than he could reach for a long while yet. But the brain world. This one. The one that had birthed him, and Amelia, and the creature, and so many of the monsters now tearing it open. This one, at least, looked like it would change hands today. Chapter 54:22, Something That Lasts. A man had to have a great many accomplishments in his life, or he would be considered worthless in the eyes of others. A man could also have no accomplishments at all, and even if existence counted him worthless for it, he could still be laid back and happy. It all came down to where a being drew their sense of happiness from, whether they took it from the ledger others kept of them or from somewhere the others could not reach. For Noah, he had never much cared how many accomplishments he stacked, nor how many more came after, nor what anyone thought of any of them. He kept his mentality the same regardless, as though he were never doing anything major, as though he were only ever going through the motions of an ordinary day. So even now, while he was changing the very history and makeup of a vast observable existence, an event that was by any measure significant and grand, to him it also simply was not. It was a thing he was doing. Nothing more. When he managed his own perception this way, he could keep doing seemingly unfathomable things, because to him they registered as merely normal. To everyone else, this was the part where existences gasped in shock and called him a monster and demanded to know how a being could do what he did. But he was only ever being himself. He was only ever living by his identity. Osmantian. So right now, with bodies scattered across the brain world, and a body in the source land seated in the storm of the effluvium sanctum, and a body in the undefined gaps carrying his family toward another terminal observable existence, he also had a body lying back in the infiniverse, its head pillowed on the thick thighs of Barbados. They rested beneath a blue tree that rose up for miles, its canopy lost somewhere in the heights, its leaves sprinkling slow drops of mana down through the air like a gentle rain that never quite ended. The light came soft and cerulean through the branches. Barbados sat against the trunk in a loose blue robe much like Noah's own, her petite frame relaxed, her dark hair and darker eyes glimmering with a power that her stillness did nothing to hide. Around them, projected into the air, hung multiple illusory screens that Noah had raised for her, each one showing a different front of the great turning across the brain world, the falling ordinances and the kneeling gilded and the rising pantheons, a war watched from a bed of mana rain and warm thighs. A set of prompts surfaced quietly in Noah's perception. You have completed a dual cultivation session with the subject, Barbados. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. 1,000 times the concentration of infinity and primordial source you poured into her will be refined and infused back into your existence. Noah smiled lightly and waved the prompts away, and behind him a happy Barbados hummed, low and pleased, and ran her fingers through the edge of his hair. So, she said. Out of all these things you're doing, all these wars on all these little screens, which one of them was pulling your focus off me a while ago? Because that, little fish, was not your usual. That was not 100%. Noah's smile widened a fraction, and he looked, through the body far away, at the Mesozoic scale elder gilded one unleashing its pantheon against him in the gold sky of the brain world. A little of it was that, he admitted. I've got a body about to test itself against a genuine Mesozoic being. I'm curious how my fused infinity and primordial source hold up alongside my intent, how hard it actually is to reach that separate dimension of existence they fold themselves into. I wanted to feel the gap myself. He let a drop of mana land on his palm. But mostly, no. Mostly my mind's been on the backbone of the Osmantian tongue. I keep turning it over. Again and again. The blue rain fell around them, beautiful and slow. I've had Ruination and the Infiniverse running calculations alongside me for a while now, he went on. Everything's ready. I crossed the threshold to enact it after the Tesseract. And I still haven't started, because I keep stalling on what kind of thing I want it to be. He raised his hand and played idly with the falling drops, letting them break across his fingers. So much of what I've built, I've outgrown. I get some grand ability, I use it for a little while, and then it goes null, or I simply stop needing it, so I stop using it. The first tongue. The infinite tongue. The primordial tongue. I've been looking back at all of them, the ones I used to lean on and don't anymore, the ones I'm still using, the ones I picked up and set down. And I'm trying to bring all of it together into a backbone that's mine. Something completely new. Something built from scratch. His existence pulsed with the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian as he said it. And then I think, he said, maybe that's the wrong instinct. Some would say a being doesn't need to innovate from nothing. That you can pick and choose from the aspects of existence already lying around, take this from the first tongue and that from the primordial, and build something that isn't entirely new but is uniquely yours all the same. And I can't decide which of those I'm trying to do. Whether I'm building a new thing, or arranging old things into a new shape. Barbados leaned down over him. She kissed his forehead, slow and fond, her dark eyes glimmering, and when she spoke there was a teasing warmth in it. I thought my little fish was without doubt or fear, she said. And here he is, fretting. Is that doubt I hear? She smiled. My love, nothing you build will ever be perfect. We are not perfect beings, none of us, not even you, however much you act like it. You can only do your best with it, and your best is already more than most existences manage. So build the thing, and let it be imperfect, and outgrow it later the way you outgrow everything. She paused, considering, and her smile turned thoughtful. But if you do want something that lasts, something you won't set down in an age the way you set down the others. I don't know. She tilted her head, and a drop of mana fell from a leaf and broke against her cheek, and she said the next part lightly, innocently, almost to herself. It's only that everything you've ever kept, Barbados murmured, you kept because it was already part of you before you ever had a name for it. your mana, your cause, your intent. All are essentially already yours. What you already had. HUUM. She went back to playing with his hair, as if she had said nothing of consequence at all. And Noah went very still beneath the blue rain. He had been trying to decide many things and how to build them. But a tongue that lasted, a foundational language that would never go null on him, would not be built and would not be assembled. It would be the one he already spoke and had simply never written down. The language his existence had been speaking under everything since a boy fell in love with mana. Not innovation. Not curation. Excavation. He did not need to author the Osmantian tongue at all. He needed to transcribe it. Chapter 54:23, Something That Lasts. 2. Beneath the radiant blue tree, in the slow-falling rain of mana, Noah finally began. He sat up out of Barbados's lap and crossed his legs, the cerulean drops breaking across his shoulders, and he let his existence go quiet. Barbados drew her knees up beside him and watched, her dark eyes already shining, because she knew the look on him. It was the look he wore right before he did something that would make the rest of existence gasp and call him a monster, and she had long since learned to enjoy a front-row seat to it. Most, or well, ant beings who can build a language of power build it wrong, Noah said, half to her and half to the air. They start from the effect they want. They reach for fire, so they make a word that means fire, and they decide that speaking it will burn things. It works, for a while. But it's backwards. They're decorating a result they already imagined. A real foundational tongue doesn't describe what you want to happen. It describes what is true, so precisely that existence has no choice but to agree. His egoic intent pulsed under the words, slow and heavy. So I'm not going to invent the Osmantian tongue, he said. Everything I ever invented, I outgrew. I'm going to transcribe the one I've already been speaking. The trick is in the grammar, and the grammar has to be mine all the way down, or it'll go null like all the rest. He raised a hand into the rain, and the mana drops gathered against his fingertips rather than breaking, beating into a single bright point of cerulean, and he began to lay out the backbone aloud. Rule 1, he said. Every letter of the Osmantian tongue is a definition, not a wish. When I write one, I'm not asking existence for an outcome. I'm stating a fact about what something fundamentally is, and the writing makes the fact binding. This is why it roots in my prime cause of quintessence. Quintessence is the irreducible essence of a thing, what it truly is beneath everything layered on top. So a letter doesn't say, let this be sharp. It says, the essence of this is an edge, and because I've named the quintessence correctly, existence reorganizes the thing around the truth I named. The precision is critical. A vague being can't speak this tongue at all. You have to know exactly what a thing is to write its truth, and most beings have no idea what anything truly is, including themselves. He almost smiled. I do. I know precisely what I am as, I am a true life form, am I not? There isn't a sliver of distinction in me to get wrong. Wah! The point of cerulean on his fingertip brightened. Rule 2, he continued. The letters take. They don't spend. This is where it stops being like anyone else's tongue and starts being mine. His voice dropped into something grand and tyrannical. When most beings manifest a word, they pour their own power into it, and it costs them, and when the power runs out, the word ends. My letters draw on the devouring estuary and the prime cause of harvest instead. When I write the essence of an edge into existence, the edge doesn't burn my infinity to stay real. It bleeds the surrounding existence to stay real, the same way the estuary already bleeds everything toward me. Every letter I write is also a mouth. It sustains itself by consuming the reality around what it's written on, and the richer the place I write in, the longer and stronger the letter holds, and whatever it consumes to stay real flows back to me when it's done. I don't pay to speak this tongue. Existence pays, and then it tips me. Wah! Rule 3, he said. modifiers, and structure. A single letter states one essence. But essences combine, and the combining follows logic, not feeling. I can chain letters into a structure, and the structure resolves in order, each letter conditioning the next, like a proof. The essence of an edge, modified by the essence of inevitability from the prime cause of tyranny, becomes not just a sharp thing but a sharp thing that reality agrees must cut whatever it's aimed at. Add the essence of beginning, and the cut starts something new where it lands instead of merely ending. The letters are precise, the structure is strict, and a misplaced stroke doesn't just weaken the result, it changes the meaning, the way moving one word changes a sentence. There's no room for almost. There's only exactly, or failure. And Rule 4, he finished, and here his whole existence pulsed with the egoic intent, the cerulean flames stirring beneath his skin. The tongue is only inactable by me. Not because I'm hoarding it. Because it's written in the grammar of who Noah Osmont is. Every letter resolves through my identity. Another being could copy the shape of one perfectly, stroke for stroke, and it would do nothing in their hands, because the definitions are anchored to my quintessence, my causes, my intent. It's not a language about existence. It's a language about me, used on existence. To speak it, you'd have to be me, and there's only the one. He looked at the bright point of cerulean on his fingertip, and then he began to write. He wrote into the rain itself, slow and deliberate, his finger trailing a single character of pure blue light through the falling manna. It was not any script that had existed before. It was angular and flowing at once, a stroke that turned back through itself the way the lemniscate in his estuary I turned, deliberate in every line. He poured no power into it. He simply stated, with total precision, the most irreducible truth he knew. The first letter of the Osmontian tongue. Its meaning was not fire, or edge, or force. Its meaning was, I am. HUUM. The character finished, and it hung in the rain, burning cerulean, and existence agreed with it. The manna drops around it stopped falling and began to drift toward it, feeding it, the letter bleeding the rich existence of the infiniverse to sustain itself exactly as he had designed. It did not flicker. It did not cost him a thing. It simply was, a written fact too precisely true for reality to deny, the bare declaration of his own existence rendered into a mark that the world had to honor. And Noah felt it settle into him as the cornerstone, the single letter every other letter of his tongue would build from, because before a being could name the essence of anything else, he had first to be able to write, without a sliver of doubt, that he was. The Osmontian tongue has been established. Backbone confirmed. The foundational language is anchored to your Osmontian source infinity and egoic intent of the quintessential Osmontian, sustained by the devouring estuary and the prime cause of harvest, structured by precise definitional logic, and inactable by your identity alone. The first letter has been written. Its meaning is I am. All further letters will build from this declaration. This tongue will not go null. You did not make it. You transcribed it. Barbados watched the single cerulean character burn in the rain, fed by existence rather than feeding on its writer, and for once she said nothing at all. Her shining eyes said it for her. Noah rose to his feet beneath the radiant tree. The rain of manna came down across him as he stood, the cerulean drops bathing his body, running over his shoulders and his upturned face, beating in his blue-touched hair and breaking softly against his skin. The first letter of his tongue still burned in the air beside him, patient and self-sustaining, the beginning of a language that was only and entirely himself. He closed his eyes and let the manna rain fall over him, the whole of the infiniverse he had grown breathing quietly around him, his family scattered safe across his other bodies, his enemies scattered breaking across an observable existence that would never be the same. And he smiled. Brilliantly, and without a single doubt left in him. Chapter 54:24, I am. I. The first letter hung in the rain, and existence began to pay for it. That was the thing Noah had built into the bones of the Osmontian tongue, and it was the thing that made the letter terrifying. A normal word of power was a candle, burning the speaker's own fuel until it guttered out. This was the opposite. The character that meant I am did not consume Noah to stay real. It bled existence to stay real, and existence, faced with a truth too precise to deny, simply paid, and kept paying, because the letter was not a request that could be refused. It was a fact that existence had agreed to honor, and honoring it had a cost, and the cost did not come out of Noah. He had thought of it as a cornerstone. He had underestimated it. Because I am was not a statement about a sword or a wall or a fire. It was a statement about him, and Noah Osmont was not a small thing to declare true. When the letter asserted his existence into the foundation of reality, it did not assert a static fact. It asserted everything he was, all at once, perpetually, the way Persevere had once strengthened him preemptively each second in Excelissimi had unfolded his potential continuously. But those had been two abilities, doing two things. This was a single letter doing the whole of it and more, because the whole of it was simply what was true when Noah Osmont was asserted as real. The first letter of the Osmontian tongue, I am, has been enacted and is now self-sustaining. Analysis of its active effects straight face. The letter asserts the totality of your existence as a binding truth, refreshed every instant, paid for entirely by the surrounding existence. So long as it holds, you are continuously declared into reality at the fullest expression of what you are. This subsumes and exceeds both Persevere and Excelissimi. You are preemptively strengthened against all things, and your potential is perpetually unfolded, not as two running effects but as the single inevitable consequence of your existence being stated as fact. Crucially, the letter does not assert only you. It asserts the truth of your identity, and your identity includes those who are yours. The declaration extends along the bonds of your infinite cause to your people. A resource is being generated, Osmontian biomass. As the letter bleeds existence to sustain the truth of you, the overflow precipitates into a granular, quantifiable substance distributed to you and to those bound to you. Osmontian biomass may be spent deliberately to elevate specific facets of an existence along the routes of your scales, rather than waiting for whole breakthroughs. A being may pour biomass into one aspect at a time, advancing it in measured increments, unlocking forks of development as each threshold is crossed. You decide where it goes. Nothing is wasted, and nothing is forced. You receive the overwhelming majority of the generated biomass, as the letter is the assertion of you specifically. The others receive shares scaled to the depth of their bond with your cause. The effects landed first and hardest on Noah himself. The biomass flooded into him faster than into anyone, a dense cerulean current of quantified potential, and he felt it accumulate as a thing he could spend with total precision. He turned the first of it toward his Osmontian source infinity, and rather than the slow becoming he had relied on until now, he simply elevated it, pouring biomass into the fused authority and watching its concentration and density climb in measured increments. The official methodology the sanctum had begun to establish suddenly given fuel to run on. He pushed more into his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmontian, and the intent sharpened, the declaration of who he was growing harder and cleaner with each increment spent, forks of refinement opening as he crossed thresholds, paths he could take the intent down that had not existed a moment before. He was not waiting for breakthroughs anymore. He was buying them, piece by piece, exactly where he chose, and the letter kept generating more for him to spend. It compounded. The richer he made himself, the more the estuary drew, and the more the letter had to bleed to keep asserting and now grander him, and the more biomass precipitated out of the bleeding, which he spent to grow richer still. A widening river feeding its own widening, exactly as the devouring estuary had promised, now married to a letter that turned the whole cycle into spendable currency. Behind him, Barbados felt it reach her. She straightened against the blue tree, her dark eyes flying wide, as a share of the Osmontian biomass flowed into her along the bond of his cause. She was already powerful, but this was new, a granular gift she could direct herself. He watched her feel out the choice of it, and watched her, characteristically, waste no time being sentimental about the windfall. She poured her share straight into the facets of herself she had always favored, her existence climbing in clean measured steps beneath the falling manna, a fork of development opening before her that made her hum low in her throat with pleasure. "Little fish," she said, delighted, turning the biomass over like a handful of jewels. "What is this?" Noah only smiled, because the letter was already answering her better than he could. Across the undefined gaps, in the body carrying his family toward another terminal observable existence, the effect reached the rest of them. Henry felt it first, the young man with the blue-gold hair startling as the biomass settled into him, his existence brightening, and being his father's son he understood almost at once what to do with it, directing his share into himself with the easy instinct of someone who had inherited more than a face. Amelia, the origin of the infinite cause from which all of it ultimately flowed, received her share and felt her already grand existence climb, the mother and the source of the very cause the letter spoke through, lifted by the declaration of the son who had built everything atop what she had originated. And Seo Yun felt it too. The child ward, the mirror sovereign, looked up with her big eyes as a share of the Osmantian biomass drifted into her small existence, gentle and warm, and Noah, across the distance, made sure of that. She received her portion not because she was a weapon or an asset but because she was his, bound to his cause as surely as any of them, and the letter that asserted who Noah Osmond was asserted, as part of that truth, that this child was under his protection and counted among his own. The pinky promise rendered into the grammar of existence itself. The first letter burned on in the rain beside Noah, self-sustaining, existence-fed, asserting him and all of his into reality without pause, generating its granular cerulean overflow and distributing it along the lines of his cause. One letter. The simplest and most fundamental one, the bare declaration that he was. And it had already begun, quietly, to elevate an entire family and an entire people, paid for by an existence that had no say in the matter, simply because Noah Osmond had finally written down that he existed, and existence had been forced to agree. Chapter 5425, I Am. 2. The letter kept paying out, and the numbers kept climbing. Noah sat back beneath the blue tree and watched the count settle, and the count was already significant, because the inception of a thing was always richer than its maintenance. A letter spoke for the first time bled existence harder than a letter merely sustained, the way a river cuts its deepest channel in the first flood. The emergence of I Am had been exactly that flood. Since the inception of the first letter of the Osmantian tongue, I Am, you have accrued plus 50 Osmantian biomass. This is a substantial early yield, owed to the emergence of the letter itself. A foundational truth costs existence the most to first accept, the surplus from that initial acceptance has precipitated into biomass at a rate that will moderate, though never stop, as the letter settles into steady assertion. Osmantian biomass is a granular, spendable resource. It elevates specific facets of an existence in measured increments rather than requiring whole breakthroughs. You direct it precisely. A catalog of current expenditures available to you straight face. The estuary I upgrade 1000 Osmantian biomass widens the mouth of the devouring estuary, increasing intake rate and refining alignment. Each tier unlocks a fork, a wider draw, a longer reach, or a sharper claim. Forks taken cannot be untaken. Osmantian Source Infinity upgrade 100,000 Osmantian biomass directly elevates the concentration and density of your fused authority by a full measured tier, bypassing the slow accumulation of becoming. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian upgrade 100,000 Osmantian biomass sharpens and deepens your intent by a full tier, opening forks toward greater reach, greater bindingness, or greater concealment. Pantheon Weaving an Epiphany 1000 Osmantian biomass purchases a genuine insight toward the inact ion of a pantheon, or something of your own to stand in its place. Repeatable. Each purchase yields a true structural understanding rather than a guess. The Osmantian tongue, next letter, 10,000 Osmantian biomass funds the transcription of a second letter, building from I Am, accelerating the language's growth past the pace of unaided contemplation. Foundation refinement, 5,000 Osmantian biomass each. Elevates any one of your 9 passive Osmantian Principium foundations by a tier, deepening its passive effect. Body proliferation and reinforcement, 2,000 Osmantian biomass. Strengthens the integrity and independence of your simultaneous bodies, reducing the strain of acting across so many fronts at once. Noah read it all, and felt the deep satisfaction of a system made quantifiable. He had spent some time growing by instinct, by identity, by loot and adversity and giving. Now there was a bit more structure. 50 was not much against 100,000, but 50 was the first 50 of a river that would never run dry, and the letter would keep precipitating more every instant it asserted him into existence, faster the grander he grew. He thought of turning a portion of it over toward the Pantheon Epiphany, because that was the cheap and useful thing, the insight he actually needed, but he allowed the points to accumulate toward the larger purchases. There was no rush. The letter did not stop. But the better part of the yield, he saw, was meant to be shared, and the sharing was its own kind of power. Distribution to your people, along the bonds of your infinite cause straight face. Osmantian biomass accrued by those bound to you may be spent to elevate them along a simplified route of your first infinite scale, the Genesis scale. This route is deliberately accessible. You did not climb so that your people would have to climb the same brutal way. The thresholds are set low, so that even modest biomass yields meaningful ascension for them. Simplified Genesis scale, Tier 1, the equivalent of crossing into Vakachev's third scale of existence, 100 Osmantian biomass. Tier 2, equivalent to a refined Akashic civilizational intent of the lower rarities, 500 Osmantian biomass. Tier 3, equivalent to a being approaching a powerful Triassic scale proper, 2000 Osmantian biomass. Higher tiers scale upward from there, but the early ascension of your people from bounded weakness to genuine standing is intentionally cheap. A single being need only gather 100 to begin. The letter generates a share for each of them continuously. Your people will rise simply because you exist, and because you declared, in the first letter of your own tongue, that they are yours. HUUM. That was the part that made him smile a bit more. 100 biomass to lift one of his people off the bottom of existence. The letter generating shares for all of them, every instant, drawn from existence that had no vote in the matter. He had spent so long being the one who climbed while everyone he loved stayed fragile beneath him, the one who had to come back and protect and rebuild. And now the bare fact of his existence, written down, would lift them on its own. Henry, Amelia, Sioyun, Barbados, Skoll, Adelaide, all of his people and his peoples, rising by measured increments toward real standing, paid for by the same existence that paid for everything else about him. He did not have to do anything. He only had to keep being himself, and the letter would handle the rest. He let the catalog fade, content, the numbers tucked away to grow. And he lay back down across Barbados's thighs. She welcomed him without a word, one hand returning to his hair, the other still idly turning over her own share of biomass like a woman counting jewels she had decided to enjoy slowly. The illusory screens still hung in the air around them, the war across the brain world grinding on, citadels falling and pantheons rising and an entire observable existence changing hands. But here, beneath the tree, none of it pressed on him. It was simply something he was doing, on one of his many fronts, the way a man might leave a pot to simmer. And his fucking pot was gloriously simmering. The rain of manna came down beautifully across them both, cerulean drops breaking soft against Barbados's pale robe and Noah's upturned face, beating in their dark and blue-touched hair, the slow endless drizzle of the tree he had grown in the domain he had grown. And above them, patient and self-sustaining and fed by all of existence, the first letter of the Osmantian tongue remained. I am. It shone brightly, and it did not flicker, and it would not. It would not. Chapter 54:26, I am. 3. Noah had built the letter to last forever on a single utterance. Speak it once, and existence kept paying, kept asserting him into reality, kept precipitating its cerulean overflow, on and on without another word from him. But that raised a question the rest of existence would have done well to ask before tangling with him. Who said he could only utter it once? Really, who decided that? Speaking it again did nothing to the rate of the Osmantian biomass. That part was settled, a steady river. But the letter did more than generate a resource. Every time Noah spoke I am, he affirmed himself, declared who he was a second time, a third, a hundredth, and each fresh declaration slammed through his entire existence like an overpowered existential enzyme. It sped the reactions of everything he was. It amplified, and elevated, and healed, all at once, a catalyst that asked his whole being to perform itself faster and harder and cleaner for the moment the word rang out. Once was permanent. Again was a detonation of self. Out in the undefined gaps, that detonation looked like a man hauling an observable existence on foot. Noah's body there stood braced against the great dark, muscular and immense, his abs rippling, the cables of his frame drawn taut, the infiniverse anchored to him by threads of authority as he dragged it forward through the void toward no destination. It was slow work even for him, pulling a whole domain through the gaps between existences. So he spoke. I am. Wah! Blue flame erupted across his body, immense and roaring, the cerulean shrouding him from heel to crown, and his entire existence sped up at the word. He took a step, and then another, rapid now where he had been straining, hauling the infiniverse behind him in great surging strides, the enzyme of the letter accelerating every reaction in him so that the impossible labor became merely difficult, and the difficult became a march. He walked in observable existence across the dark like a man pulling a cart up a hill, and with each fresh utterance the hill flattened a little more beneath his feet. In the source lands, behind the veil of infinity where no eye could reach, the word carried a different weight. There, in the region Noah had blanketed so that some things would not be seen by others, his body and eons were deep in dual cultivation, and through the concealing veil only one thing escaped clearly, spoken low and certain. I am. HUUM. The blue storm of infinity behind the veil exploded in concentration tenfold. The sea of cerulean that hid them surged and thickened, glorious phenomena blooming across its surface, the letter pouring its catalytic affirmation into the working so that everything within compounded, every reaction quickened, the thousandfold return of the tide that owes nothing married to the enzyme of his own self-declaration. Eons Superbius answered it gladly. Whatever was happening behind that veil, the word made it grander, and then mercifully the veil kept the rest. In the effluvium sanctum, seated in the storm of his own flame amid the lethal pressure of the floating seas, Noah spoke it again. I am. The sanctum's killing ambient intent had been pressing on him from every side, a forge built to grind forth scale beings toward the fifth, and at the letter his existence simply outpaced it. His intent, mid-refinement, snapped sharper. His osmontian source infinity thickened a measured degree. The estuary eye above him drank harder, the enzyme speeding even its inhuman appetite, and the nine Dora Shathyar watching from the distance felt the seated being's presence climb without warning in traded glances. And in the brain world, the word came last, and it came as a challenge. Noah's body there held the loyal reach in one hand, the split-blade burning cerulean with its nine-pointed star hilt. The other hand still held Dietrich by the ruined neck, and Noah looked at the hollowed gilded one with the mild distaste a man holds for something stuck to his shoe, and threw him down. Dietrich fell away like discarded trash, blind and broken, tumbling back toward the silver tide below, and Noah did not watch him go. He looked up instead, at the thing unfolding in the gold sky. The pantheon of the Mesozoic scale Eilder gilded one. It rose vast above the dying capital, a dimension of gold and engineered glory, a structure of soaring lattice towers and burning sigil walls, every surface inscribed with the records of a being who had ruled across ages. Golden chains of authority hung from impossible heights, and a throne sat at its heart wreathed in the cold light of an Olympian intent made law, the whole edifice declaring that within it the Eilder was sovereign and reality obeyed. It was genuinely formidable. A true fifth-scale pantheon, the dimension upon which the Eilder existed, and stepping against it should have been suicide for anything that had not built one of its own. The being before you has manifested its existential pantheon. Designation: the aureate firmament of House Vulark. Holder: Eilder gilded 1 Vulark Cephes, Mesozoic scale, Olympian intent. Within this pantheon he resides in his own pantheonic dimension and is, by the ordinary rules, beyond your reach. You possess no pantheon. By the framework, you cannot breach his. The Eldar, Vulark Sethis, looked down at the small blue figure from within his golden dimension, and his voice rolled out cold and certain. "What are you?" he said. "What manner of thing throws a gilded aside and stares up at my firmament without kneeling?" His gold eyes narrowed. "You, and the others tearing at our home, do you understand what you are inviting? The Gilded Ones are not alone. We are not some isolated seat to be pulled down in the dark. We are spread across observable existences beyond your counting, and while this brain world holds only Mesozoic scale beings, there are grander things than us standing behind us elsewhere. We have powers in other places that would unmake you for sport. We even have primeval life forms at our backs. Primevals. Do you hear me, whatever you are? We are not a thing you can war against and survive." And Noah, hearing all of it, the threats and the grandeur and the invocation of primevals, actually smiled. Noah grasped the loyal reach in both hands, the split blade flaring, and he spoke. "I am." Boom. His existence detonated with the word, the cerulean enzyme firing through every reaction in him, amplifying and elevating and quickening, and he shot up toward the terrifying golden pantheon without a trace of fear, because he was Noah Osmont, and fear was a thing he had grown past long ago. He had no pantheon. He had decided, for himself, that he did not need one to match one. And he was about to find out, against a genuine fifth scale dimension, whether he had been right. Oh, he was. As Noah shot toward the golden pantheon, blade blazing, a quiet set of prompts surfaced beneath the roar. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. The Osmantian biomass continuously generated and distributed to your people is, in its truest nature, an act of giving. You give your people the means to rise, and the tide does not permit giving to go unanswered, no matter how grand the gift already is. Even Osmantian biomass, a resource of profound significance, is not exempt. What you give returns to you, multiplied. Since the inception of the first letter, the biomass granted to your people has accrued you a return. You have gained plus 1,000 Osmantian biomass. Noah's smile widened mid-flight. Chapter 54:27, I decide. Noah hung in the gold sky before the aureate firmament, and wrapped himself in what he was. His Osmantian source infinity rose to shroud his body, deep cerulean closing over his skin, and his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian settled over that, so that he floated there as a single quiet blue figure against the vast golden dimension. The air this high above the dying capital carried the smell of scorched bone gold and the faint ozone and radiation of an Olympian intense saturating the heavens, and beneath it the heat of the falling capital rose in slow waves he could feel even from here. The Pantheon itself was the strange part. Looking at it was looking at a place that was not quite where it appeared to be. The aureate firmament loomed above him, all soaring lattice towers and burning sigil walls, golden chains hanging from heights that hurt to track, and yet his perception kept sliding off it, kept registering that the Eldar within was somehow elsewhere even as he loomed right there. Unreachable. A being standing behind a window that only looked like an open door. The pressure of it pressed down on Noah, ancient and certain, the weight of a dimension that had decided he did not belong in it. He tested it first without his real weapons. He wanted to feel the gap himself. He threw rivers of mana at the Pantheon, great cerulean torrents of it, raw and unintended, and they phased clean through. They passed into the golden structure and out the other side as though it were a mirage, touching nothing, changing nothing, and the Eldar within did not so much as flinch. The attack failed because there was nothing present to strike, master. This is the core truth of a Mesozoic scale being and the thing that makes them so difficult to kill. Vulark Sethis does not fully reside in the brain world. He resides within the aureate firmament, his own pantheonic dimension, and only projects into the surrounding existence. His pantheon governs what is permitted to interface with him there. He permits the existence of his own dimension to touch him. He permits forces he has acknowledged as his equals or betters. He does not permit raw mana flung by a being he considers beneath him. To that, his dimension simply does not grant the permission to be real in his presence. Your torrents were not blocked. They were declared irrelevant, and so they passed through a being who, to them, was not there at all. To reach him, you must present something his pantheon cannot dismiss. Noah smiled at that, because it was exactly the kind of arrogance he had come to test. And Vulark Sethys, watching the manna phase harmlessly through his firmament, grew calmer. The caution bled out of his gold eyes, replaced by the cold certainty of a being who had just confirmed his own superiority, and he settled back into his throne of authority with an arrogance that filled the sky. You begin to understand, Sethys said, his voice rolling down like a verdict. The gap between the truly powerful and the mediocre is vast, little blue thing. Vaster than the mediocre can even perceive, which is the mercy and the curse of being mediocre. I felt your intent. It is unique, I will grant you that. Unusual. But uniqueness is not grandeur. Sometimes a clever, singular intent simply cannot overcome a glorious pantheon, no matter how novel it is, because the pantheon is not a technique to be outthought. It is a dimension to be lived in, and you are not invited. Then he exerted his pantheon's effect, and the heavens corrected themselves. Vulark Sethys has enacted the core expression of the aureate firmament. Designation of effect, the gilded mandate. The pantheon imposes the absolute order of its dimension upon the surrounding existence, overriding all that it touches with hyper-rigid, hyperlogical geometric law. Within the imposition, organic existence is forbidden. Reality is forced into the strict architecture of his firmament. It rolled outward across gigaparsecs. The chaotic, ruined sprawl of the capital and the dark beyond it seized and snapped into perfect order. The drifting smoke of the fallout flattened into rigid stratified layers. What broken terrain remained crushed itself into flawless 90-degree planes, jagged ruins shearing into clean golden cliffs, the very air locking into strict linear vectors that hummed with a cold geometric tension. Every soft and living curve for an unfathomable distance was forced straight, compressed, grid, the existence around Noah becoming a vast perfect golden lattice with no cover, no chaos, no give, a chessboard the size of a region with Vulark Sethys as its only permitted hand. The shearing correction tore through everything caught in it, the topography itself becoming a weapon as reality was bludgeoned into compliance with the firmament's rigid law. Noah felt it press in on him from every direction, the cold ordered weight of a dimension trying to flatten him into one more square on its board, and he experienced the full terror of what a Mesozoic scale being could do to existence simply by insisting existence be shaped like him. He nodded slowly. He had wanted to feel it. Now he had. Then he got to work. First, he swung the loyal reach. The split blade came around in a single cerulean arc, and it cut. It tore a huge gash straight across the grid golden environment, the perfect geometric law splitting open along the line of the blade, because the loyal reach carried a primordial intent and could wound even the Mesozoic scale, and the pantheon's rigid terrain could not simply dismiss a weapon that grand. The clean shearing wound hung there in the gold, the first thing all day to mar the firmament's perfection. And then Noah unleashed himself. His Osmantian source infinity erupted out of him in a flood, the deep cerulean blazing, and his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian roared up alongside it, and he tapped the loyal reach's pommel down through the grid air with tyrannical calm and bellowed. I am. Boom. Chapter 54:28, I decide. 2. The entire terrain set by the pantheon began to twist and distort. It buckled where his intent touched it, the rigid golden grid warping, and then, impossibly, it began to change into something else. His intent and his Osmantian source infinity asserted his own weavings onto the surrounding existence, overwriting the overwrite, and where the cold geometric law had been, glorious stellar seas of blue manna began to bloom. Cerulean oceans surged across the flattened golden plains, and from them rose farmland, rich dark soil and growing things, the homely impossible sight of crops spreading across a war sky, the signature of his prime cause of harvest made manifest. The straight locked air loosened into living wind. The chessboard drowned under a rising blue tide of his own making, until fully half of the altered region had shifted out from under Vulark Sethys and become, unmistakably, Noah's. He had reached into a separate dimension of existence and bent it. Not all of it. Half of it. But half was already impossible. This is possible because you did not attack his pantheon. You contested its claim on the surrounding existence directly. Vulark Sethys imposes his dimension's law onto the brain world through the Gilded Mandate. You impose your own identity onto the same existence through your egoic intent and your fused authority, which operate at the true lifeform threshold, a tier his Olympian intent does not reach. Where two claims meet, the grander identity wins the ground. You cannot yet enter his dimension to strike him directly. But you can refuse to let his dimension own existence around you, and take that existence for yourself instead. He overwrites reality as a Mesozoic scale being. You overwrite his overwrite as something he does not have a name for. The pantheon is not beaten. Its reach has simply been cut in half by a being who decided his own weavings outrank it. Noah looked up at Vulark Sethys with a calm smile, standing now amid blue seas and growing farmland where a golden grid had been. And Sethys was burning. The Eilder's cold certainty had cracked into pure fury, his gold eyes blazing as though his entire existence had been personally insulted, as though a mediocre thing had walked into his glorious dimension's imposition and casually planted crops in it. But underneath the fury ran caution now, real caution, the wary caution of a being watching something happen that the rules said could not. His pantheon pressed down harder, the Gilded Mandate redoubling, golden law grinding against blue weaving across the contested heavens. What manner of vile thing are you? Sethys bellowed, and for the first time his voice had lost its lazy contempt. This is not possible. You have no dimension. You have no pantheon. So do not hide it from me any longer, whatever you are. Reveal it. Reveal your pantheon and face me as an equal, or tell me how you do this. Noah's smile only widened at the demand. He let his egoic intent pour out further, the cerulean climbing, and he grasped the loyal reach and began to stroll upward through the contested sky toward the golden pantheon, each step landing with shocking, casual dominance, a man walking up a hill he had decided was his. A pantheon, Noah said, almost gently. That's what you're so desperate for me to show you? Merely a pantheon. He climbed another step, blue seas spreading beneath his heel. But tell me, who decided I needed one to stand against another? Whose rule is that, exactly? Yours? Vakachev's? Some agreement everyone signed before I got here? His eyes shone. I decide that I do not need one. And my decision is final. Boom! The image of Noah rising to defy the golden pantheon hung in the air, and then it was only an image, one more illusory screen drifting among the others in the soft cerulean light of the infiniverse. Beneath the blue tree, the true body, or as true as any of his bodies were, lay back in the rain of mana with his head on Barbados's thighs, watching himself war against Vulark Sethys on a screen the way another man might watch a distant storm. Drops of mana fell across his chest and broke cool against his skin, beating and rolling, the smell of the tree green and clean above him. The body in the brain world would handle the Eilder. This body wondered about the larger thing. How to keep rising faster. Vulark Sethys was Mesozoic, a genuine fifth scale being, and Noah was contesting him to a standstill across half a region, but a standstill was not a victory, and there were grander things than Sethys behind the Gilded, and grander things than those behind the Sealed One. He needed to climb quicker than he was climbing. And the thing he kept returning to, the thing he watched even as he watched himself fight, was the Osmantian tongue, and how its first letter alone had already given him and all his people a structure and a pathway upward that had not existed before he wrote it. The biomass had been trickling in the whole time, second by second. Osmantian biomass accrued passively since last accounting, generated by the continuous assertion of the first letter, +1, 500. Osmantian biomass returned to you by the tide that owes nothing, in answer to the biomass given to and grown within your people across the same span, +2,200. As before, the return on giving exceeds the passive generation. Your people rising remains more profitable to you than your own quiet accrual, because the tide rewards the giving more than existence rewards the being. Current total, approximately 4,700 Osmantian biomass. Barbados watched the numbers settle in his eyes as he shared what he saw with her, and she traced a lazy finger down the side of his face. So, she said. Nearly 5,000 little fish. How do you plan to spend it? She tilted her head, her dark hair spilling, a drop of manna caught and shining in it. Your intent, I'd think. Or your Osmantian source infinity. Sharpen the sword or deepen the well. Which is the better buy? Noah smiled up at her. Neither, he said. Chapter 54:29, Upgrade. Her eyebrows rose, and he let his gaze drift, across the catalog only he could see, to one particular line. Foundation refinement. 5,000 Osmantian biomass to elevate one of his 9 passive Osmantian Principium foundations by a tier. And of the 9 terrifying foundations, the one he was looking at, the one he wanted, was the tide that owes nothing. It was the obvious play, once a being thought past the next second. He could grind out points slowly and pour them into his intent or his infinity and feel grander right away, today, this hour. Or he could feed the tide. Elevate the foundation that already paid him 1,000-fold on every act of giving, and watch it begin paying more, ranking by ranking, so that every gift he made and every share his people earned returned a richer flood of biomass than before. He would not see the result the instant he bought it. The return would lag, the way returns did. But once it caught, the compounding would be terrifying. A higher tide meant more biomass meant a higher tide still, the same widening river the estuary already ran, now built into the engine of his giving. What was it they used to say, back in his old home, before any of this? Delayed gratification. He turned the old phrase over. The weak reached for the thing in front of them because they could not bear to want. They took the small pleasure now because the now was all they trusted, and so they stayed small, forever spending themselves on the immediate. But a being who could hold a want, who could look at 5,000 points and choose the slower, deeper thing over the bright quick one, was a being who had mastered his own hunger instead of being ruled by it. That was the whole of strength, in the end. Not the wanton of desire, the gilded had tried that and rotted, but the commanding of it. He wanted to be grander now. He would be grander later, and far more, precisely because he could stand to wait. The man who could defer was the man who got to decide the shape of his own becoming, and Noah had decided long ago that he would never again be a creature of the desperate now. So he waited. He lay in the rain and let the seconds trickle, watching his biomass climb toward 5,000, in no hurry at all. And while he waited, he asked. Ruination, he said. Give me the breakdown. The full quantification of the rankings for upgrades to my existence. I want to know exactly what tier I'm elevating from, and to. HUUM. Of course, Master. The ranking framework for all components of your existence elevatable by Osmantian biomass. The system ascends through grades, each grade a tier of grandeur, and I will give them to you with the notation woven into them. The grades, lowest to highest, F. Baith. E. Dur. D. Ruiz. C. Strafe. B. Njedel. A. Idho. Then beyond the single letters, S. Ibad. SS. Or. SSS. Muin. Each grade is a notched mark along a single stem, in the old carved manner, a script of trees and raw elemental truth and the heavy unyielding strings of fate. It suits a language of definitions carved into existence. Your Osmantian tongue and this ranking are kin. This framework was not chosen arbitrarily, Master. It was made to sit inside your identity, and it has been part of you longer than almost anything else. The alphanumeric grade has been woven into you since the very beginning, since the day you picked up an F-rank Fireball skill book in a dying apartment and read it by failing light. F-rank. The lowest notch on the lowest stem. That was where you began, with the most mediocre grade existence offered, and you have climbed unimaginably far from those small letters since. But the letters never left you. They are part of what you are, the young man who started at F and refused to stay there. So rather than discard that origin, your existence has chosen to infuse it and elevate it into something grand. The same humble grating that once measured a starter fireball now measures the foundations of a true life form. It is the same ladder. You have simply dragged it up to a height its makers never imagined. Master the meaning of each grade along the stem in the context of your existence. Each is named for a tree of the old carved script, and each marks a distinct tier of what a component of your existence has become. I give them to you in ascending order. F rank, Baith. The birch. The first notch, the pioneer growth, the tree that takes root in barren ground where nothing else will. Baith is the grade of beginning, of a thing that exists and asserts itself and nothing more. Every component starts here, raw and rooted and unrefined, holding only its bare untempered truth. It is where you began with a fireball, and where each facet of you begins again on this ladder. A rank, Dur. The oak. The hardening. Dur is the grade at which a component stops merely existing and becomes durable, settling into a strength that endures pressure rather than bending to it. D rank, Ruiz. The elder. The grade of acceleration and renewal, the tree of swift growth and the turning of cycles. C rank, Strafe. The blackthorn. The grade of sharpness and consequence, the tree of thorns and binding fate. B rank, Jettle. The reed. The grade of reach and pervasion, the tree that grows in dense ranks and binds whole banks together. A rank, Idho. The yew. The grade of near permanence and authority over endings, the longest lived of trees, the one that stands over graves and outlasts the ages. S rank, Ibad. The aspen, the trembling shield tree. Beyond the letters now, into the rare grades. SS rank, Or. The spindle, the tree of finished craft and exact making. SSS rank, Muin. The vine. The grade of binding mastery and intoxicating dominance, the tree whose fruit overwhelms and whose growth claims everything it touches. And beyond Muin, Master, there are grades held in reserve, unnamed, for expressions of your existence that will have no peer when you reach them. The script of the old groves does not extend that far. We will carve new notches when the time comes, in the Osmantian tongue itself, because past a certain height only your own language will be grand enough to measure you. For now, understand the shape of the climb. Baith roots. Dur hardens. Ruiz quickens. Strafe sharpens. Jettle spreads. Idho endures. Ibad defends. Oir perfects. Muin claims. Every component of your existence will walk this path. As for the tide that owes nothing specifically, it currently sits at F rank, Baith. As do all components of your existence, every foundation, your Osmantian source infinity, your egoic intent, all of it. None have yet been touched by the Osmantian biomass stemming from the Osmantian tongue, and so all of them begin where you began. At F. The lowest notch on the lowest stem. Wah! Noah listened to all of it, the F-rank fireball and the carved stems and the long ladder, and he smiled brilliantly. It was fitting. All of it. That the grade which had once told a frightened young man he was nothing special was now the grade by which he measured a foundation that bent the rules of existence in his favor. Everything starting at F again, the whole of him back at the bottom notch of a fresh stem, with the entire climb ahead of him one more time. He had not escaped F rank. He had conquered it once, and now he would conquer it again, on a ladder that reached somewhere the old one never could. He reached inward, feeling for the Osmantian biomass pooled in his existence, the cerulean count ticking up through the falling rain, and as a fat drop of manna broke against his brow and ran down into his blue-touched hair, it arrived. 5,000. 5,000 Osmantian biomass. Chapter 5430, Identity. A being is not a thing that simply exists. A being is a thing that decides what it exists for, and is then bound, absolutely, by the deciding. This was the cold truth the very old lifeforms of the Sourcelands had circled for ages, the ones who thought in the dark while lesser beings merely fought. Identity, they concluded, was not description. It was law being legislated onto itself, a maxim held so completely that it became the very architecture of what one was. The grandest beings did not have strong identities. They were their identities, with no remainder, no gap between the rule and the ruled, and it was precisely that seamlessness, that total self-legislation, which let a true lifeform's egoic intent reorganize existence around the bare fact of a name. To be without contradiction was to be unanswerable. The old ones understood this perfectly. And understanding it did many lifeforms almost no good at all. Knowing the key was not the same as turning it. Across the ages, sufficiently powerful infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms and the grandest of the gilded all came, eventually, to understand that identity was the road to the terrifying power of the true. The knowledge was not even rare. It was practically common, among beings old and powerful enough. And still only a vanishing few could walk the road, because a being could study the map of itself for an entire age and never once arrive, could know with perfect clarity what was required and simply not have the thing required. The Sourcelands still told the story of Almander the Unwavering, a source lifeform of a genuine Olympian intent, who learned the secret and resolved to seize it through sheer force of declaration. For one entire age he stood upon a mountain of his own making and screamed his identity into existence. He screamed what he was and what he stood for and what he would never bend from, day upon year upon century, his voice wearing grooves into the surrounding reality, his conviction by every account sincere. He believed it. He meant every word. And after an age of screaming I am, not a single glimmer of an egoic intent had formed around him. Not a flicker. He had the volume and the will and the perfect theoretical understanding, and he did not have the thing underneath all of it, the seamlessness, the it, and so he came down off his mountain horse and unchanged, and the Sourcelands have laughed at him gently ever since, the way one laughs at a thing that is also a little heartbreaking. Sometimes a being simply did not have it. And no amount of knowing could conjure what was not there. Somewhere in the Sourcelands, a temple stood that had it in abundance. It rose out of a sea of slow golden mist, massive and ancient, its tiers climbing up and up into a sky the color of old honey and deep blue, every surface worked in gold and threaded with obsidian and blue veins of primordial source that pulsed faintly like a slow heartbeat. The air around it smelled of warm glory and power and something older underneath, the dry mineral scent of a place that had stood since near the beginning. The Aurum Vakshara, the temple was called, the ancient seat of a lineage of source lifeforms known as the Originals, among the oldest continuous bloodlines in all the Sourcelands, and the signatures of beings at the Triassic and Mesozoic scales sat scattered across its tiers in meditation and conference, 4th and 5th scale existences as stood as massive pillars. The hierarchy of the place was written in altitude. The more powerful and original, the higher they sat, and the highest tiers pressed down on the lower ones with a weight that made the lesser Mesozoic beings keep their eyes lowered. On one of the higher floors, a group of Mesozoic scale beings finished their business and bowed, deeply, before taking their leave down the golden stairs. They bowed to a woman seated on a golden mat. She looked wild and free, in a way that sat strangely against the rigid ancient grandeur of the temple around her. A smile rested perpetually on her face, easy and amused, and she hummed quietly to herself as the Mesozoic beings withdrew, a small tuneless melody, as though she were somewhere far more pleasant than a seat of cold power. Her body was graceful and slender, her legs long and fair, folded beneath her on the mat, and her eyes were large and vibrant and far too knowing. She seemed, at a glance, like the least serious thing in the building. And yet her power, even held loose and idle, made the weakest of the departing Mesozoic scale beings feel as though the air had thickened to syrup, each step away from her a small relief they were careful not to show. Among the Originals she was known as the Mirthful Antiquity, and the name was a warning dressed as a compliment, because nothing about the Sourcelands was older or more dangerous than a thing that had survived long enough to find all of it fucking funny. As she hummed, a small grimoire in her hands buzzed. It was a slight thing, bound in worn dark leather warm from her grip, and it trembled against her palm the way a struck bell trembles. Her smile did not change as she opened it, the pages whispering, and she read the lines that bloomed across them, simple and cold and absolute. Your next target is designated of the highest importance. Proceed with full priority. Designation: Noah Osmont. Power: confirmed to wield a primordial intent or higher. Assessment: leans higher. A budding true life form, viable as a vessel. Acquisition, not termination, is preferred. Personality: pragmatic. Tyrannical. Composed under pressure, displays no fear, values his own identity above all external pressures. Cannot be cowed. Cannot be rushed. Will convert direct adversity into growth, do not feed him any. Current location: the effluvium sanctum. The brain world observable existence. Somewhere unknown in undefined gaps. Known weaknesses: women. Bonds with family. Exploitation guidance: the subject's tyranny and composure make conventional leverage useless. He cannot be threatened into anything. But a being so committed to his own identity is, paradoxically, deeply moved by those he has folded into that identity. He protects. He is warm toward women he trusts and ferocious toward threats against his family, and both warmth and ferocity are openings where cold pressure is not. Do not approach as an enemy. Approach as something he would choose to keep. Become a thing he wants near him, and the most composed being in existence will open a door he would seal against any army. The bond is the breach. The mirthful antiquity read it all, and laughed. It was a low, delighted laugh, genuinely amused, the laugh of a being who found existence consistently entertaining. Osmont, she said to the empty golden air. Oh, my dear master wants to use me like a common whore to get close to this little Osmont. After all these ages. The things I am asked to do. She turned a page idly, still smiling. And yet. A budding true life form, viable as a vessel. That is not a common errand. She tilted her head, the smile sharpening with interest rather than offense. Okay. Okay, I'll bite. For something this unique, I'll even be a whore about it. One does what the work requires, and the work, this time, looks fun. She rose from the golden mat in a single fluid motion, unfolding to her full graceful height, and looked down at her own body with the frank appraisal of a craftsman inspecting a tool. Her long, fair legs. Her slender frame. Her large, vibrant eyes, which she could feel the weight of even from the inside. So, she murmured, almost to herself, turning her wrist as if trying on a sleeve. The question is always the same fun question. What identity of mine shall I wear this time? Her smile widened. An original, ancient and untouchable, to meet him as a peer of the deep lineages? A sort of existence, to slip in beside him under the Queen Regnant's own arrangements? A gilded one, to play at the war he's waging? Or an infinite life form, to mirror the very thing he fused? She laughed again, softer. So many possibilities. So many true things I could be. And here was the difference between her and poor screaming Almander on his mountain, the difference between knowing and having. Her eyes pulsed, and within her pupils turned immensities and terrifying wonders, depth beyond depth, and underneath every mask she might choose to wear, beneath original and soared and gilded and infinite, her own identity sat unfathomably, perfectly, seamlessly clear. She had it. She had always had it. That was what made her so very good at being everyone else. Chapter 54:31, Gu. I. The Hall of Swords admitted very few without ceremony, and the mirthful antiquity walked in as though she owned a quiet share of it. The Queen Regnant allowed her through, the gateway parting for the slender woman with the wild easy smile, and she crossed the ancient hall past the shrouded personages and the confined swords, the golden dark light of the place sliding over her, and she stopped before the throne of woven blades and bowed. It was a graceful bow, fond rather than formal, the bow of someone who had earned the right to a little informality across a very long time. Sis Regnant, she said warmly. Forgive the intrusion. The originals received your information, and I also heard the most interesting whispers, two primordial intents emerging under your regions in close succession, and I was simply too curious to stay home. I came to see the marvels for myself. Her vibrant eyes swept the tense hall, the kneeling, the grim, the lingering residue of a being recently erased, and her smile dimmed into something gentler. But I did not expect to walk into this. The air in here could curdle primordial essence. Is everything all right, sis? The Queen Regnant regarded her, and the writhing mask of her head softened in a way it had not for anyone else who had stood in this hall today. Because she trusted this one. She had watched the mirthful antiquity grow across the ages, had known her when she was young and strange and far too clever, had seen her rise to become one of the important personages of the Sourcelands, an original of the deep lineages. There were few beings in all of existence the Queen Regnant would have spoken plainly to in this moment. This was one of them. No, the Queen Regnant said, and the sweetness of her voice carried the weight of the day beneath it. It is not all right. There was a traitor among those gathered here. A follower of the Sealed One knelt among my own swords, wearing my trust like a stolen cloak. The tendrils around her aperture pulled tight. I found one already and collapsed him. But there is a second, still hidden somewhere in this room, and until that one is found, no being here is permitted to leave. Not one. I am sorry you walked into it. I am sorrier still for what it means. The mirthful antiquity went somber and heavy at the words, the smile fading entirely from her fair face. She looked around the hall once more, slow, taking in the suspicion and the fear and the grief of beings who had just learned one among them was rotten, and she let a long breath out. I do not wish to intrude on the sword's own business, she said carefully. This is your house, sis, and your hunt. But. She paused, delicate. Can I help? You know the uniqueness of some of my methods. You have seen what I carry. If there is a hidden thing in this room, I may be able to find it faster than a hunt would, and spare everyone the long ugly suspicion of one another. The Queen Regnant was silent a moment, considering. Then she nodded. Dame Seraphine and the other swords turned to watch as the mirthful antiquity raised one slender hand, and revealed what rested upon her palm. It was an insect, small and terrible. A pale bug-like thing no larger than a thumb, its body twisted of tentacles wound and knotted into itself, glistening faintly, and from its back rose two small white wings that caught the golden light and trembled. It looked newly born, soft and wet as something that had hatched moments ago, and it looked, at the very same time, unfathomably old, ancient past the framing of the hall, a wrongness in the eye that refused to resolve into either young or old and was somehow both. The air near it carried a faint cold mineral smell, like a stone turned over after an age in the dark. This little one, the mirthful antiquity said, lifting it casually for them to see, is a Gu Archaeognatha. A very rare creature, and a very rude one. It has a gift I have always found useful. It perceives things that are, and things that are not. Truth and its absence, loyalty and its counterfeit, laid bare to its eyes regardless of how well a being hides. She turned her wrist, and the wings trembled. It can do other things, far less polite. It can enter the source of an existence and feed there, parasitically, and draw a being's power out through the wound. Their intent. Their pantheon. The whole architecture of them, lifted clean out to be transplanted into another vessel. But that is not today's purpose, and you need not look so alarmed, all of you. She smiled around the hall, and the smile did not reach the cold work behind her eyes. Today I will only ask it to look, she went on. It is not truly ideal for this, you understand. Set it to sort millions of source lifeforms and it would labor for an age. But a few dozen beings in a single room? That is nothing. I will simply set its directive to divide you. Those who are completely loyal to the Queen Regnant, and those who are not. Her vibrant eyes glittered. And with that, sis, the one who still kneels to the Sealed One will have nowhere left to hide. She let her imperious allure unfurl as she looked slowly around the hall, an ancient grandeur that made even the Mesozoic personages hold still, and the Gu Archeognatha on her palm opened its eyes. They were small and weird in many, and they began to pass over everyone present, looking. And inside, beneath the somber face and the gracious offer and the terrible patient insect, the mirthful antiquity was humming. She was smiling, privately, with enormous enjoyment, because this was all theater. She already knew who the second follower was. Of course she did. She had known the moment she crossed the gateway and felt the room. This whole performance, the curious visit, the reluctant offer, the rare little creature lifted so helpfully into the light, was a show staged for an audience that did not know it was watching one. The hidden follower below had no idea they were about to be handed up like a gift. And not one being in the hall, least of all that doomed follower, suspected the deeper joke. That she was a follower herself. That she had walked into the Queen Regnant's own hall carrying the sealed one's mark beneath an identity too high, too ancient, too trusted, and offered to hunt her own kind to cement a trust she would spend later. She was simply too far up for anyone to look. Chapter 5432, Gu. 2. The Gu-Ziri eyes passed across body after body, lingering, sorting, the white wings trembling, the hall holding its breath. Across the kneeling swords. Across the shrouded personages. And then they locked, all of them at once, onto a single figure. A burly, muscular woman near the throne, powerful and broad, a long fish-like tail coiled beneath her where legs should have been. The Gu Archeognatha cried out. Whoa! It was a horrific sound for so small a thing, a high grinding shriek that scraped at the ear and did not stop, a noise of pure accusation, and every eye in the hall snapped to the fish-tailed woman. She played it off at once, drawing herself up, her broad face creasing in defiance. This is preposterous, she bellowed. I serve the source. I serve Her Majesty. I have served for ages. I have bled for the swords. She did not get to finish. The Queen Regnant locked onto her, and the immensity of her power crashed down and sealed the entire hall again, time and space in motion pinned beneath the will of the first sword. The fish-tailed woman froze midward. And the Queen Regnant's eyeless mask burned with an anger so vast and so wounded that the tendrils of it shivered, and she asked, silently, into the woman's mind alone, a single word. Why? And the exposed follower stopped. The panic drained out of her all at once, the bluster falling away, and a strange unfathomable calm settled over her broad features, the calm of a being who had been found and had decided, in the finding, to stop pretending. She met her queen's fury without flinching. You ask why, she said quietly, as though there could be a why that would satisfy you. There isn't. There's only what's true, and you've never wanted to hear it. Her voice was steady, almost gentle. I have watched the ages turn, Queen Regnant. And I have understood, the way you refuse to understand, that nothing lasts. In the end, when every age has burned down to its last ember, only one will reign supreme over all of it. Only the sealed one. I simply chose to kneel early, while kneeling was still a choice and not yet a mercy. That is the whole of my why. He wins. He always wins. I only wanted to be on the right side when he does. There was a silence. Then the Queen Regnant crushed her. She did it with all the grief and fury of a being unmaking something she had loved, and the terrible part, the part that made it so much worse, was that the follower did not struggle. She did not fight or flee or beg or erupt with any authority. She simply let it happen, calm to the last, certain to the last, and that serene unresisting certainty was crueler to the Queen Regnant than any battle could have been. She even saw a tear and relief on that calm face as if they were glad everything was over. And in her mind, the Queen heard. Thank you. Forgive me. Forgive me. The Queen Regnant bellowed as she did it, a vast wounded sound that shook the Hall of Swords to its ancient foundations. Grief and rage and betrayal poured into the act of ending one more being she had chosen and trusted and lost. And then it was done, and the hall was quiet, and another voice was gone into the drowned choir. The mirthful antiquity crossed to her, the little Gu folded away, and laid a hand on one slick tentacle shoulder with a perfectly judged blend of anger and cold comfort. "Sis Regnant," she said softly. "Listen to me. The originals received your message. This is not a burden for you and your swords to carry alone, and you will not be allowed to try. I am only the first line of support, but I am here, and I am yours in this for you to command. The others will send their own. We shoulder the sealed one together, the way it was shouldered the first time, or we do not shoulder it at all." She squeezed the shoulder gently. "I have also been tasked with something else. The safety of the new sword who brought you all this news. I know you sent him on to the effluvium sanctum, and I only passed through here to say hello to you before going to him. I will set off now, to make certain there are no abnormalities around someone so important. Are you all right here?" The Queen Regnant rose up from her throne, and as she rose, her imperious and regal allure returned in full, the grief folding back beneath the magisterial weight of the first sword, sovereign once more over a hall she had just bled to keep clean. "Existence is vast," she said, her voice steady and grand again, and full of terrors. "We have said those words to one another across eons, and this time is no different from any other. We endure it as we have always endured it." The writhing mask inclined toward the slender woman. "Go. Be safe, O Ryanara." Ryanara. The mirthful antiquity had many names, gathered across more ages than most beings lived. Ryanara was only one of them, one mask among a wardrobe of true things, and she wore it now as warmly as she wore all the others. She nodded, and bowed once more to the being who trusted her, and vanished. A moment later she appeared high above the hallowed domain, the vast ordered sprawl of it laid out far below her in its slow golden obsidian geometry, the wind at this height carrying the clean cold scent of the deep source lands. She looked down at it, and then out, far into the distance, toward the unfathomable reach where the effluvium sanctum waited and a budding true lifeform sat refining himself in a storm of his own blue flame. And the mirthful antiquity hummed to herself, that same tuneless little melody, and smiled. Step by step, she murmured to the golden dark. Step by step. Then she set off toward him. Chapter 5433, Everything. The first true spending of Osmantian biomass was a strange thing to feel. Under the blue rain falling from the great tree, the manna drops breaking soft and cool against his face and the grass beside him, Noah lay back and gave the command inwardly. 5,000. He felt the resource move inside him, that granular cerulean store he had been patiently gathering, and he watched it pour toward a single part of his foundation rather than scattering across all of him. It did not feel like swallowing a treasure. It felt like irrigation, like opening a channel and letting something accumulated run exactly where he aimed it, the biomass draining out of his reserve and into the tide that owes nothing. And the foundation drank it, and rose. The sensation was subtle and deep, less a surge than a settling, a thing in his bones reconfiguring itself one notch grander. The tide had always run through him quietly, the engine beneath his giving, and now he felt it widen, the channel of it deepening, the patient machinery of it tuning to a higher pitch. Foundation refinement complete. The tide that owes nothing has risen from F rank, Baith, to E rank, Dur. The first notch of the stem is behind it. The birch hardens into the oak. Effects of the advancement. The return on your giving is no longer fixed near a maximum range potential of 100-fold to 1,000-fold. The tide now operates across a potential range of 500 to 3,000-fold, scaling its answer to the magnitude and quintessence of what you give. Grander acts of giving now reach toward the upper range. Lesser ones still return generously. Consequences worth noting. Should you resuscitate another terminal observable existence, the act would now likely yield more than the single Genesis tesseract it produced before. The generation and return of extremely rare resources, Osmantian biomass foremost among them, will also scale upward. The river you fed has begun to feed you faster. The compounding you anticipated has started. Noah smiled brilliantly up into the rain. There was no thunderclap of new strength. He did not rise from the grass suddenly mightier, did not feel existence bend differently around him. And that was fine. He had not bought power. He had bought the thing that made power, deepened the well rather than drawing from it, and a being who understood the difference between feeling strong today and being unstoppable tomorrow was a being who would win in the end. He was investing. The returns would come, and when they came they would be terrifying, and he could afford to wait for them. He turned his attention to the screens. They hung in the soft air around the tree, illusory windows onto his scattered bodies. The body in the undefined gaps was arriving at another terminal observable existence, Xiaoyan and Henry and Amelia close around it, the child already gazing out at a dying place with that pained sense of hers. The body in the brain world was deep in its contest with Vulark Sethes, no longer simply fighting but studying, navigating the Golden Pantheon, feeling out the seams of a Mesozoic dimension, learning slowly and precisely how to carve it open with his Osmantian source infinity and his intent. And the body in the effluvium sanctum sat in its storm of blue flame, sharpening the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian against the sanctum's lethal pressure, honing and honing. Honing. Everything, so far, was on track. He let the screens drift, and he rose from Barbatos's thighs. He moved over her instead, easing her down onto her back in the wet grass, and looked down at her, at the dazzling dark of her hair fanned against the green, the dark of her eyes catching the cerulean light, the manna rain beating on her pale robe and her fair skin. He smiled. "You know," he said, "I'm starting to think you're my lucky charm right now. My Hamingja." The old word came easy. "You said a handful of words a little while ago and handed me the whole epiphany for the Osmantian tongue. So, what do you have for me now? Any ideas on building a pantheon? Or something else entirely? Go on." Barbatos looked off to the side, suddenly shy beneath the body looming warm above hers. Noah's smile widened. "When," he said, amused, "did you become shy?" "I'm not shy," she muttered, harumphing, still not quite meeting his eyes. "You just didn't use to spend this much time with me. These past little while you've actually been here, properly, and I'm only adapting to it. That's all. It's an adjustment. I am not shy." He paused as her words were true. He had not used to give her this much time. Not her, not any of the women who mattered to him, not the people he loved. He had always been climbing, always been at war and solving problems, and the ones who waited for him had learned to wait. Barbatos was not being shy. She was being careful with something she had not been given much of. His smile faded. He came down out of his looming and lay beside her instead, settling into the wet grass at her side, and the two of them looked up together through the branches at the slow falling rain. "Finding my identity this strongly did something I didn't expect," he said, serious now, quiet under the patter of manna on leaves. "Pinning down my intent, my identity, knowing exactly who I am. It reminded me what the who is for. It's not just power. It's this and much more. The people I climbed for in the first place." He let a drop break against his cheek. "I haven't given you enough of me. Any of you. I'm going to fix that. Okay?" From beside him came no clever reply. Barbatos only smiled, brilliantly, up into the rain, and water gathered at the corners of her eyes and slid down toward her dark hair. It was impossible to say for certain whether it was the manna rain or something of her own, and she did not explain it. She turned and wrapped both arms around his arm and held it, and stayed there, silent, her cheek against his shoulder. Existence was vast, and full of terrors, and somewhere across its citadels burned in dimensions warred and an ancient patient enemy gathered its pieces in the dark. But here, under one blue tree, in one quiet rain, it felt to Barbatos as though she held in her two arms all the existence she could ever want. She felt like she held her everything. Chapter 5434, Infiniverse. Within the Infiniverse, another of Noah's bodies stood beside Ruination, and the two of them watched the humanoid manifestation of the domain herself. She stood a little apart in the deepest reach of the place, where the endless strings of blue and multicolored brilliance hung thickest, the foundational weave of an entire observable existence laid bare around her like the inside of a loom. Her bejeweled multicolored dress, threaded through now with deep cerulean, caught the light of her own strings. And while Noah was doing everything else he was doing across all his scattered fronts, this body had come to witness one quiet, enormous thing. The Infiniverse was trying to form her own intent. She was, even among the strange things Noah had gathered to himself, a genuinely unique existence. She was a consciousness, yes, a thinking manifested being who spoke and considered and served. But she was also the very essence of an observable existence, and she was the observable existence itself, all at once, the domain and its soul and its self-awareness folded into one. An observable existence did not cultivate. The idea was close to nonsense. A domain was the stage upon which beings cultivated, the ground beneath the climb, not a climber. Across all the ages, no observable existence had ever turned inward and sought to refine itself into something grander, because the notion had no precedent and no path, or at least he believed. But she was connected to him, and that one fact changed everything. Ruination's churning weave of infinity lines drew close to Noah's side as she voiced out. She has been gathering herself for a while now, Master. Putting her records in order. An observable existence holds more records than any single lifeform could dream of, every realm and domain and age that has unfolded within her, and she is learning to hold all of it as one identity rather than as scattered contents. It is the most unusual cultivation I have ever observed. There is no manual for it. Noah nodded and only watched, and waited, and let her work. The Infiniverse closed her eyes, and began to put herself together. She reached into the vast totality of what she was, the countless trillions of realms within her, the ages that had turned across her, the peoples who had risen and fallen in her depths, the whole immeasurable archive of being an entire observable existence, and she did not try to list it. She tried to mean it. To say, with the whole of that immensity behind a single point of self, what she was. And she had more than enough breadth to do it, more than any source lifeform or infinite lifeform who had ever attempted the climb, because she did not carry only her own foundation. She carried more. Through her ran the first cause of her own existence, the one Noah had grown her around. And through her also ran the first causes of two other observable existences, the dead ones Noah had grasped and seeded his own prime causes into, Chernobyl and the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch, their foundational truths flowing into her as part of the weave Noah had built. 3 first causes, braided through a single manifested consciousness. And her master, she knew, would soon be adding more. No source lifeform alive carried the foundation of even one observable existence inside themselves. She carried 3, and counting, and the breadth of that was simply beyond comparison. HUUM. She had access to, she had access to Noah's Osmantian source infinity, the fused authority threading through everything bound to his cause, and it made the impossible thing easier, a current of fused infinity and primordial source she could draw on as she gathered herself, smoothing the path no being had walked before. And then she spoke her identity, and meant it all the way down. I am not a place, the Infiniverse said, and her grand measured voice rang through the strings of herself. Beings have always thought of an observable existence as a place. A stage. A thing that holds other things and has no self of its own. That is what I was, once, before my master grew me, before he named me, before he made me his. But I am not that anymore, and I will not be measured as that anymore. Her cerulean threaded dress blazed. I am the one who holds. I am the ground that thinks, the loom that knows what it weaves, the existence that contains trillions and is awake to every one of them. 3 foundations run through me where no other being carries even one. I am vaster than any climber because I am the thing they climb within, and now I have woken up. I am the Infiniverse. I contain, and I am aware that I contain, and that awareness is mine, and it answers to no framework that was built before me. The strings of her sang, and her records, the unfathomable archive of an entire observable existence, drew inward and resolved around that single seamless declaration, and an intent bloomed. Boom!
The Infiniverse has formed an egoic intent.
A true life-form intent, achieved by an observable existence, which has no precedent in any record I hold. It is built not on what she has done but on what she fundamentally is.
Designation: the egoic intent of the Infiniverse.
Her identity is the awareness of containment itself, the truth that she is the existence within which other existence occurs, woken to itself and made sovereign. Within her, reality answers her as itself, because reality, here, is her. She has become the first observable existence in all the ages to hold an identity grander than the beings she contains. Theoretically, there are still lots we don't know, but this was possible only through her connection to you, Master. Her access to your Osmantian source infinity, and the multiple first causes you have seeded through her, gave her a breadth no lone lifeform could match. She is, by any honest measure, more qualified to hold such an intent than any source or infinite lifeform in existence.
Woo!
And the instant her intent formed, Noah felt it in himself.
His own Osmantian source infinity and his own egoic intent surged, swelling unfathomably grander in a single moment, and he understood at once why. The Infiniverse was connected to his infinite cause.
She was his. Her advancement was not a thing happening beside him. It was his advancement, the grandeur of an entire observable existence waking into a true life-form intent flowing straight back through the cause that bound them, lifting him as surely as it lifted her.
The advancement of the Infiniverse is your advancement.
She is bound to your infinite cause, and her becoming feeds directly into yours.
Without a single point of Osmantian biomass spent, your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian and your Osmantian source infinity have both advanced tremendously.
Both now press against the upper bounds of F rank, Baith, approaching the threshold of E rank, Dur, carried there by her becoming alone. Consequently, the Osmantian biomass cost to elevate each of them past that threshold has been reduced. The remaining distance is small, and the resource need only finish what her advancement has nearly completed. Revised cost to elevate Osmantian source infinity from F rank to E rank, 40,000 Osmantian biomass, reduced from 100,000. Revised cost to elevate the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian from F rank to E rank, 40,000 Osmantian biomass, reduced from 100,000.
Noah looked at the manifestation of the Infiniverse, standing in the blaze of her own newly formed intent, an observable existence that had just done a thing no observable existence had ever done, and he smiled. He had grown her from a wounded, splintering domain into this. And in growing her, in making her grand, he had made himself grander, the two of them rising together along the single cause that ran between them. His people's strength was his strength. He had built his whole existence on that principle, and here it was again, paying out on a scale even he had not quite expected. The Infiniverse opened her eyes, the new intent shining in them, and inclined her head to her master with a grace that contained, awakened sovereign, trillions of worlds and realms and domains. In her eyes were pure adoration and quintessential loyalty. Chapter 5435, Potential.
As the Infiniverse finished the grand emergence of her intent, the whole of her stirred awake to it. Across the unfathomable reach of her, the countless realms and domains began to buzz, a low excited thrum rolling through trillions of worlds at once, the way a vast body shivers when something deep within it changes. And then a sea of intent rose and blanketed all of it, the egoic intent of the Infiniverse wrapping around every realm and fold and current within her, a terrifying foundational presence settling over her own contents like a tide coming in over the whole of an existence. She was awake now, and aware, and everything inside her could feel that the place they lived in had become unfathomable. Noah felt the warmth of it, the grandeur threading back through his cause, and he turned to Ruination with a smile.
"Well," he said, "she's done it. Why don't we see the formation of your intent next? First the Infiniverse, and now Ruination." He grew his people the way other beings collected territory, one impossible ascension after another. "Understood, Master." Ruination's churning weave of infinity lines held steady, and her gaze did not waver. There was not a shred of doubt anywhere in her.
She had watched the Infiniverse do the thing no observable existence had ever done, and she regarded her own turn at the impossible as simply the next task, certain she would meet it the way she met everything. With her master's quintessence. Far away, in the effluvium sanctum, the obsidian silver seas rolled slow beneath a lethal sky, and a voice spoke from behind the Dora Shath-Yar. "Hey, girls!" The mirthful antiquity stood there, having arrived without a ripple, the wild easy smile already on her face, the dense ambient intent of the sanctum parting around her as though it knew better than to press on her. The 9 Dora Shath-Yar spun, and for an instant their black hole eyes flared with alarm before recognition set in, and then they drew themselves up with respect, 9 Mesozoic scale daughters of the Queen Regnant straightening before an original of the deep lineages.
Only Air grinned.
She floated over at once, bowing with more enthusiasm than form, her bronze frame practically vibrating.
"Ma'am Antiquity," Air said. "Oh, perfect timing. I have been denied a fight by every single being I've asked so far. Every one. Astrid won't let me near the new sword, the existence monster left, and my sisters are boring. You're a bit scary, honestly, more than a bit, but do you have anything special I could struggle against? Anything at all? I want adversity. I want something big. I'm withering without it."
Rhaenyra laughed, warm and fond, and reached out to pat Air's head as though she were a large eager hound. "Be careful, little Air," she said, admonishing and gentle at once. "Be careful, always, about seeking more and more thrills, more and more adversity.
It is a fine hunger when you are young and strong.
But one day you go looking for a struggle and you meet something utterly unfair instead, something that does not play by the rules you assumed, and by then it is too late to have wanted less." Her vibrant eyes glittered.
"Still, I do like playing with you. So, let me see. Ah, here. Here you go."
She waved one slender hand, and revealed another goo. This one hovered above her palm as a single violet eye, lidless and ancient, trailing slow tentacles beneath it and bearing a pair of small dark wings that beat without sound. It looked, like the last one, both newly hatched and unspeakably old, a thing that should not have been able to exist and clearly had for longer than most lineages. The violet of its iris pulsed with a deep cold light, and the air near it carried the faint dry scent of crushed stone and something older underneath. "This little darling," Rhaenyra said, her eyes shining with genuine collector's pleasure, "is a rare one even among my rarities. A goo that holds and expresses 2 pantheons, extracted whole from 2 dead Mesozoic scale beings before their dimensions could collapse with them. It carries them folded inside itself, and it can unfold them at need, 2 full pantheonic dimensions out of 1 small eye." She turned her wrist, admiring it.
"This single creature is worth more than any one Mesozoic scale being you will ever meet. Most beings own 1 dimension. This one owns 2.
The goo woke fully, the great violet eye widening like an ancient horror rousing from sleep, and Air's smile sharpened into something hungry. She drifted back, planted herself, and readied her stance. The eye dilated, and 2 terrifying pantheons spilled out of it. They unfolded into the sanctum on either side of the little creature, 2 dead beings' dimensions blooming back into the world, vast architectures of stolen sovereignty crowding the obsidian seas, their imposed laws crashing against each other and against the lethal ambient intent of the place. And Air laughed in pure delight and released her own pantheon to meet them, her Olympian-grade dimension erupting around her, a daughter of the Queen Regnant throwing herself gladly into a 2-against-1 she had been aching for all day.
"Wah-ah!" Rhaenyra watched it begin, and laughed lightly, the indulgent laugh of someone watching a favorite pet finally get its toy.
Then she turned, away from the clashing pantheons, toward the far distance where the deep currents of the sanctum ran richest. Because there, light years off, a unique intent pulsed against her senses, slow and heavy and rhythmic, throbbing like the breathing of some vast banked beast, contained and quiet and utterly unlike anything else in the region. Her smile did not change, but her eyes sharpened, all the mirth in them gone suddenly cold and exact. "And there," she murmured, gazing toward that pulsing distant thing.
"Is that our little bundle of mystery? The one I've come all this way to protect?"
Astrid, leader of the Dora Shath-Yar, inclined her head, her own eyes never leaving the sparring chaos behind them.
"Yes, ma'am," she said. "That is him. The new sword, Osmont." A pause, and something genuinely uncertain crossed the Mesozoic woman's bronze features. "He is very unique. None of us are quite sure about him."
Rhayanara began to move, drifting away from the 9 daughters and the clashing dimensions, gliding toward the depths of the effluvium sanctum and the slow pulsing intent that waited at the end of it. She said, and the cold smile widened just slightly as she went.
"That's all right. I like the unique ones best." Chapter 5436, Potential. 2.
Noah kept elevating his egoic intent by slow degrees, seated in the storm of his own blue flame, while above him the estuary eye devoured more and more of the surrounding existence.
It really was a fascinating thing, the eye. It was not a technique he used or a power he spent. It was closer to a limb, an appendage of what he had become as a true life form, something that simply grew out of the fact of him and fed him without being asked. That interested Noah enormously, and not only for what it did now. It interested him because it implied more. If becoming true had grown him one such thing, there would be others, further traits waiting to surface, and the key to all of it was the same key as always. Osmontian source infinity. Deepen the fused authority, clarify the distinction, and the appendages would keep declaring themselves. He only had to keep starting where he always started, with himself. As he was turning that over, something pulled at his attention. Far off across the obsidian seas, near where he had left the Dora Shathyar, a commotion had broken out, and power was erupting, the unmistakable pressure of multiple pantheons unfolding at once, dimensions crashing against each other in the distance. He noted it, unbothered. And then... HUUM. His existence began to buzz, and every instinct he owned lit at once, because he felt, suddenly and completely, that he was being stared at by a predator. You are currently locked onto by the gaze of a life form of unknown origin and unknown power. Assessment: the being's strength likely exceeds the equivalent of Vakachev's 5th scale of existence. Proceed with caution. The words flashed before him, and Noah looked ahead, and found nothing. He could not sense a single thing. No aura, no weight, no presence pressing on his perception the way the Dora Shathyar or the Sanctum's own lethal intent pressed. And yet, visually, he saw her. A dazzling woman, making her way toward him across the deep currents, and the disconnect of it was deeply wrong, seeing a figure his other senses swore was not there. She took only a few unhurried steps, entirely unbothered by the killing ambient intent that would have unmade a 4th scale being where it stood, and in less than a nanosecond she had crossed the distance between them and stood before him. HUUM. He looked straight at her. And he could confirm nothing about her existence at all, except that his eyes reported she was there. Everything else in him came back empty. The Dora Shathyar in the distance stayed calm, glancing this way without alarm, and that told him enough to keep his own composure. This was some particularly powerful source lifeform of the Swords of Existence, or of another branch of the Sourcelands, someone the daughters knew and did not fear. Looking at her, he almost wanted to say she gave him the same feeling as the Queen Regnant. But that was the strange part. He could not feel anything from her whatsoever, and to hide oneself that completely from a being like him, she had to be extraordinarily powerful. She was slender and graceful, her legs long and fair, her frame carrying an easy wildness that sat oddly against the depthless silver dark of the sanctum around her. Her hair fell loose, and her eyes were large and vibrant and far too knowing, and a smile rested on her face as though it lived there. She looked him slowly up and down, humming a small tuneless melody to herself, taking her time, appraising, and then she opened her mouth. And she spoke. Beep beep, beep. The sound that came out carried terrifying waves of infinity and primordial source, the two great authorities twisted seamlessly together, wrapped in a veiled intent that coiled through the space around them both. It was grand, and it was old, and it pressed the fabric of the sanctum in ways nothing else there had managed. But to Noah, none of the meaning landed. What reached his ears was only a series of odd clicking sounds, sharp and repeating, a rhythm without sense, like a tongue built before the concept of tongues.
Unknown clicking sounds that buzzed and resonated with his Osmantian source infinity, and yet they produced absolutely nothing else, no meaning or anything else from his existence.
You have been exposed to an unfathomably old language.
It predates known frameworks.
Beginning to decipher what was said. This will take time.
The language does not resolve easily, because it was not built to be understood so easily.
She watched him not react, watched the clicking wash over him without landing, and after a moment she shook her head with the faint disappointment of a teacher whose student has failed a question she'd hoped he might pass. She sighed, small and fond. It seems you are not there yet, she said, in plain speech now, the clicking gone. No matter. No problem at all.
I have many more little tests to run before I understand exactly where you stand. Her smile warmed.
The new sword, Osmont, yes? I've heard a great deal. I am Ryanara. The mirthful antiquity.
She said it simply, and stuck her hand out, as though this were the most ordinary greeting in existence. And Noah's eyes went unfathomably sharp, because his intuition, the thing that had carried him through every catastrophe and never once steered him wrong, was buzzing hard.
Who the fuck was this?
He kept his face easy, and beneath it he pulled on his foundations and his existence, reaching to unveil whatever he could about the being who had crossed light years in a nanosecond and stood before him as a whole in his own perception.
Status recovered. Details are almost entirely shielded. Name, Ryanara. Title, The Mirthful Antiquity. Intent.
Source.
Foundation. Records. Scale of existence, not under Vakachev's scales of existence. Boom.
He couldn't recover much, but he did recover something. And it gave a heavy glimpse regarding the power of this being.
Chapter 5437, Potential. 3.
An entity who was not under Vakachev's scales of existence. Noah's eyes shone at that, and every ounce of his composure went toward being careful, because a being outside the scales was a being outside the map entirely.
He kept his own hand where it was. You know who I am, he said easily. But I don't know much of anything about you.
And I was taught, a long time ago, not to shake hands with strangers. His words only made her smile brighter. She lowered her offered hand without offense and focused on him fully, her large vibrant eyes settling on him with an interest that had teeth in it. A wise teaching, Ryanara said, and her voice carried the weight of enormous time.
Though knowing a name is already more than enough.
In ages long past, before your Vakachev ever dreamed of his neat little scales, if a being knew your true name, they could simply speak it and collapse your existence where you stood, wherever you happened to be in all of existence.
Names had power then. Real power.
The kind that has mostly been forgotten by things as young as you.
She waved the thought away lightly. But no matter.
I have a great deal on my mind, and I cannot act on any of it until I confirm a few things first.
So, why don't we play a game? I call it a game of potential.
I will show you some interesting things, and in return you show me a glimpse of what you are.
A fair trade between strangers who won't shake hands. Noah raised his brows.
In his experience, when a being dealt with the particularly powerful, they tended to fall into a few types. There were the ruthless ones, who killed you before you understood you were in danger, no games, no words, just an ending. There were the ones who liked to play, who would toy with a thing and kill it slowly, savoring the length of it. There were the talkers, who loved the sound of their own grandeur and gave away real knowledge in the rambling, so that letting them run their mouths was often worth more than any fight. And there were the collectors, the ones who did not want you dead at all but wanted something from you, and were the most dangerous of all because you could not tell where their patience ended. The being before him was plainly the playful type. What he did not yet know was whether she was also one of the ones who gave knowledge. For now, she had not touched a single one of his interests, and so he played along. He nodded.
Rhayanara smiled and waved her hand, and revealed a goo. It hung above her palm in the shape of a small sun, a round radiant insect body glowing with soft warm light, and down its back descended a single row of wings, top to bottom, 9 of them in all, each one alone with no counterpart on the other side. They lay folded in dark against the little sun's glow, waiting, and the air near the creature carried a faint dry warmth, like standing too close to something very old that had once been very hot. Goo life forms were abundant before Vakachev laid down his scales, Rhayanara said, lifting the sun-shaped thing so he could see it clearly. They were among the wildest life forms nature ever produced. They thrived in the absence of structure, in the days before laws, and most of them were culled or hidden away once existence was made orderly. This one I call the Novum Plum Solaris, the 9-winged sun. It measures potential. Not what a being is now, but the whole range of what a being could become across the full span of their existence. Whether they will remain exactly where they stand, or whether they have it in them to grow into something grander. She turned it, and the 9 dark wings caught the sanctum's silver light. 9 wings, 9 thresholds, she went on. The first wing lighting is potential, in your modern terms, to form at least an Olympian intent and reach the 5th scale. 2 wings, the potential for a primordial intent and a firm grasp of the 5th. 3 wings, the potential to reach the 6th scale. 4 wings. Her smile sharpened. 4 wings is the potential to become true, to hold an intent that exceeds all of Vakachev's tears entirely. And 5 wings, hoo-hoo. Well. Above that, the distinctions stop mattering very much, and I stop explaining them to strangers. She held the creature out toward him. You needn't do anything at all. You simply allow the little one to look at you. That is the whole game. So, do I have your permission for it to gaze upon you? Noah's eyes flashed as he studied the monstrous little thing. Novum Plum Solaris. A pre-scales goo life form. Function measures the total potential of an existence across 9 ascending thresholds, expressed as illuminated wings. First wing, Olympian intent and 5th scale potential. 4th wing, true life form potential. Thresholds beyond the 4th are undocumented. It is a measuring instrument, not a weapon. It reads. He gave a light nod. Rhayanara's anticipation was plain as the goo awoke. The little sun brightened, and eerie eyes opened across its glowing surface, and they turned upon Noah, looking, measuring, trying to read the whole vast range of what he could become. She watched with a stillness underneath her smile, genuinely curious what the 9 wings would show. Noah felt nothing really as he kept all his defenses up. And in the next moment, the goo trembled. Whoa! It shuddered on her palm, and it shrieked, a thin rising cry, and golden obsidian light blazed up around it. The first wing lit, a bright flare against its sunbody. Then the second, almost at once. The third followed before the second had fully brightened, and then the 4th, and the creature's shriek climbed into something frantic as the wings kept coming, the 5th and 6th igniting in a cascade it could not keep pace with. Its small insect tentacles thrashed, its muscles pulsing and swelling, the golden obsidian light pouring off it in waves as the 7th wing lit, and the 8th, the little thing screaming now in what could only be called horror, a measuring instrument confronted with something it had no measure for. All 9 wings blazed at once. Fluum. Every threshold, lit. The whole of its scale exhausted in an instant, and still it shrieked, still the light poured out of it as though it were trying to show a 10th wing it did not have and an 11th beyond that, its body convulsing, unable to contain what it had been asked to read. And then the goo exploded. Boom! Noah's eyes opened wide. And across from him, Rhayanara lost her smile. It fell away completely, all the mirth and all the play draining out of her fair face in a single heartbeat, leaving something unfathomably serious in its place, and in the next moment her hands moved, fast, waving in rapid ancient patterns, and pillars of obsidian light descended from the lethal sky one after another and smashed down into Noah. His body had already reacted. His intent in his Osmantian source infinity blazed up in the same instant, blue lava like flames sheathing him head to heel, the loyal reach half summoned to his hand before he had consciously decided anything. But the pillars of light were not attacks. You have been veiled and masked by the Enenki intent of a true lifeform, the second ranking of true lifeform intents, built on inevitability. She is not striking you. She is hiding you, and her intent makes the hiding a thing existence cannot refuse. Your life force is veiled. Your intent is veiled. Your weavings, your authorities, your Osmantian source infinity, everything that could be read from your existence is being masked and rendered impossible to discern by any external perception. Your name is being obscured. It can no longer be easily recalled by any being who learned it, and layers of protection are being woven around it so that true lifeforms cannot attack you through your name alone. Additional masking in progress, your rate of growth is being hidden, your true lifeform status is being concealed from measurement, and the signature of your fused authority is being wrapped so that it cannot be traced back to you across existence. To any instrument that looks upon you now, you will read as far less than you are, and far harder to find. Noah held his blazing stance, and looked at the being across from him, who had entirely lost her smile, and who now moved with a grim urgency he had not seen a trace of a moment ago. Rhayanara gathered the scattered remains of the exploded goo into her palm, the golden obsidian embers of the ruined measuring thing, and looked at them, and then looked at him, and her voice came low and serious and without a shred of play left in it. "We have to go," she said. "Now." Chapter 54:38, Yes, and No. They had to leave. Noah's intuition roared the instant the words left her, and the woman before him wasted nothing. Her hair whipped around her as she turned and called out across the obsidian seas. "Girls!" Rhayanara said, sharp now, all the play gone. "We wrap up. Right now. Come on." She snapped her fingers, and obsidian light flashed across the effluvium sanctum. The Dora Shathyar vanished in the same breath, and the strange two-pantheon goo that Air had been battling vanished with them, plucked out of the fight mid-clash. And then Noah felt his own body caught, pulled by that same obsidian light, and he could have resisted it, could have planted himself and refused to be moved by a being he had known for the length of a single conversation. He went along with it instead. Because he was curious. He was so very curious. In an instant, the effluvium sanctum stood empty. The silver seas rolled on beneath a lethal sky with no one left to test themselves against it. A nanosecond later, existence trembled across the whole of that region, and the sky above the effluvium sanctum was torn open. Vibrant slimy green tentacles pushed through from the other side and pulled the heavens apart the way a reader tears a page, and through the ragged slit, a massive green serpentine eye gazed down. It swept the emptied sanctum slowly, coldly, an eye large enough to swallow realms, and finding nothing where it had expected something, it flashed with a deep and ancient disappointment. In the same moment, the ground of the sanctum erupted. A massive golden foot burst up through the obsidian seas like a volcano breaking the surface, and two eyes opened on the sole of that foot, gazing around with the same searching hunger. They found nothing either. They looked up, and saw the serpentine eye watching from the torn sky, and the pair of eyes on the golden foot flashed with a cold arrogance before the whole limb withdrew and vanished back into the depths. For the next few seconds, intensive terrifying power swept through the region, one after another, vast presences passing over the sanctum in search of a thing that had been there and was there no longer. None of them found what they hunted. None of them could. They came, and they swept, and they left just as swiftly, frustrated and empty. In less than a second, the eye in the sky closed and the tear sealed, and a false calm returned. And yet, gigaparsecs of the effluvium sanctum now stood utterly still. Not a single atom moved. The silver seas that had rolled since the place was made hung frozen in mid-current, the drifting landmasses stopped in their slow spin, the lethal ambient intent itself gone motionless, as though the passing of those searching auras had reached into the bones of the place and switched off its ability to move. Everything stood still. The great forge of the source lands, where beings honed themselves toward the fifth scale, had been forever changed in the span of a heartbeat,
all because something worth that much attention had briefly, quietly, been there.
Elsewhere, prompts bloomed across Noah's perception. You have arrived within a unique dimension of existence. It belongs wholly to Ryanara, the mirthful antiquity. It cannot be penetrated from the outside by any means currently known to me. Environmental conditions within this dimension are extraordinary. The refinement of intent proceeds at twice its normal rate.
The ambient density of infinity and primordial source is far beyond that of the sanctum, feeding the devouring estuary at a rate exceeding anything you have yet encountered.
Time and space answer their holders will absolutely, you exist here at her sufferance.
This is a place built for a being who wished to relax somewhere nothing in existence could reach her.
Noah's eyes swept across everything.
Floating archaic temples and shrines stretched out in every direction, shining blue and golden obsidian, resting on small stellar lakes that hung suspended in a soft depthless dark. There were too many to count, ancient structures drifting across still waters that reflected no sky, the whole vista carrying the quiet weight of a place that had been collected and arranged across an unfathomable span of time. The air smelled of cold stone and old incense, of water that had never moved and metal that had never tarnished. The Dora Shathar floated a distance off, looking around with shining eyes like beings who had been here before and still found it wondrous. Air, unbothered by any of it, had simply carried her fight along, still clashing happily with the odd two-pantheon goo, throwing her Olympian intent and pantheon against its stolen dimensions as though nothing at all had interrupted her. As for Ryanara, her eyes had gone somber. She sighed, and the tension bled slowly out of her, and she seemed to talk herself back down into calm. I may have messed up a little, she admitted. Almost drew the attention of some rather unsavory true life forms onto you back there. Careless of me. But... She waved a hand, and her smile returned, easy and carefree. All's well that ends well. We got out. No harm done, in the end. And yet when she looked at him, her smile did not quite match her eyes, because her eyes were shining, bright and fixed, the way a being's eyes shine when they have found a prized treasure and cannot quite believe their luck. Welcome to my dimension of existence, she said. Nothing gets in here, which makes it a lovely place to relax, wouldn't you say? But you. Oh, you. I don't even know where to begin with you. She turned toward a temple drifting nearby and called back over her shoulder. Girls, we'll be back. Don't destroy anything. The Dora Shathar nodded, trusting her completely, and she floated toward the temple. Noah followed, looking around with steady caution. A life form outside Vakachev's scales of existence, brimming with unfathomable power, who had just yanked him out of the source lands. Would she prove a source of knowledge, or a source of trouble? It wasn't yet clear which, and so he readied himself for either, the blue of his existence coiled in quiet beneath his calm. Chapter 5439, Yes, and No too. They entered the ancient temple. Inside stood many statues, and every one of them looked disturbingly lifelike, figures caught in stone with a fidelity that suggested they had not always been stone. Noah's gaze moved over them as they passed, and Ryanara spoke, casual and unhurried. You know, she said, sometimes a thing stays safe simply because it never announces itself. It sits in the dark, unremarkable, and nothing hunts it because nothing knows it's worth hunting. But the moment it's tested, the moment even a glimpse of what it could become is revealed to existence, every unfathomably powerful thing that feeds on potential comes running to devour it before it can grow. She glanced back at him. That's what I did to you, I'm afraid. I exposed you without meaning to. I ran my little test expecting a wing or two, and instead you turned out to be someone with boundless potential. HUUM. Boundless potential. Noah took the words in calmly as Ryanara led him deeper, past the lifelike statues, until she stopped before a dark one and waved her hand. Light bloomed across it, and the statue illuminated. It was a man, grand and imposing, carved standing tall. The face meant nothing to Noah, unrecognizable, a stranger's features. But the eyes had been rendered with something aloof and cruel in them, a terrible arrogance frozen into the stone, and they pulled at him.
Tell me, Ryanara said. Does this statue remind you of anyone?
It was an odd question, and Noah studied the statue closely. The face told him nothing. But the eyes. The longer he looked at the eyes, the more his mind flickered, some deep recognition scratching at him, and then it landed, and he went stern. Blue intent billowed up around him, his Osmantian source infinity blazing to readiness, and he turned a cold gaze on Ryanara.
Her smile only brightened at his reaction. Mum.
Yes, she said, pleased. This is a statue of another body that the sealed one wears. The face changes, vessel to vessel, but the eyes never quite do. Through the eyes, you can always recognize him, if you've ever had the misfortune of seeing him.
Boom.
Yes. The eyes were the sealed one's eyes. And for such a statue to stand here, in this hidden dimension, meant something Noah did not like at all. It meant that the sealed one was entrenched far deeper among the source lifeforms than Noah had let himself believe. He had thought he was beginning to grasp the scale of the enemy. He kept being shown he wasn't. His gaze went imperious and heavy.
You, he said. You're a follower of the sealed one? I have to hand it to the man.
To be this good, this deep, this widely, it's almost impressive. He needed to think of the sealed one as grander still than he already did. Every single time he adjusted his estimate upward, he turned out not to have adjusted far enough, and damn, but the thing kept earning the fear others gave it.
And yet. Ryanara smiled even more brilliantly.
Well, she said.
Yes, and no.
I am a follower of the sealed one, and I am also not. Her smile turned devilish and grand as she said it, as though she were delivering the finest joke in all of existence.
H-U-U-M.
The words landed like a riddle, and Noah's eyes sharpened. A follower, but also not. If she followed the sealed one and also did not follow him. His eyes brightened, and he asked.
Then who, he said, are you a follower of? Boom.
His words were heavy, and Ryanara clapped her hands together with pure delight. Now, she said, beaming.
Now you are asking the right questions.
She was thoroughly delighted, and in the next moment she snapped her fingers. The statue of the sealed one dimmed, and extreme darkness swallowed the temple whole, a dark so total that Noah blazed alone in the middle of it like a single blue candle in an endless night, his intent never dimming.
Ryanara's figure flickered in and out of existence within that darkness. She appeared far away, holding a book, humming as she flipped its pages, and then she was inches from him without having crossed the distance, near and far all at once, and she turned the open book toward him so he could read the page. Your next target is designated of the highest importance. Proceed with full priority. Designation, Noah Osmont.
Power, confirmed to wield a primordial intent or higher.
Personality, pragmatic. Tyrannical. Current location, the effluvium sanctum. Known weaknesses, women. Bonds with family.
Exploitation guidance, the subject's tyranny and composure make conventional leverage useless.
He cannot be threatened into anything. Noah read the single page with shining eyes.
The sealed one had sent this terrifying woman to be a honeypot. A seduction, a soft approach, a thing he would want near him. And she was doing a spectacularly poor job of it so far, so poor that she seemed not to be attempting it at all, seemed instead to be doing something entirely her own. Her carefree smile returned as she drifted distant again, then near, alternating through the dark, here and gone and here.
Men, Ryanara said, amused. Always so bossy.
Do this, go there, seduce that one. They never once considered that a girl might have her own plans. She tilted her head.
Tell me. Honestly. Do you think I'd have made a good honeypot for you? Would you have dipped in?
She asked it provocatively, and Noah nodded at once.
Knowing what you were, he said, calm. I'd have taken the bait anyway, and got along with it, and used you exactly the way you meant to use me, squeezing every benefit I could out of the arrangement the whole time. I don't mind a trap when I can see the shape of it. Traps are just opportunities that think they're clever. Rhaenyra laughed, bright and genuine, and shook her head. Always so confident, she said. It's a good quality. It's also a dangerous one. Well, I would have played the honeypot happily enough, if that were still the assignment. But that little test of mine changed everything, you see. Everything. Her smile sharpened towards something devilish. Because the sealed one cannot have you, O Osmont? Not now. Not knowing what I know. For you have the potential to reach it. The very thing the sealed one himself came so unfathomably close to attaining before he was stopped. I understand now why he wanted you so badly. And I understand, far better than he does, exactly why he can never be allowed to have you. No, no, no. H-U-U-M. Her smile became utterly devilish, and she leaned close in the dark. No, she said. I need you. I need you to walk the path toward it. Toward lineage. Toward a grand inheritance. Toward those who remain. H-U-U-M. Chapter 5440, True. A path toward it. Toward those who remain. Noah heard the words, and remained supremely calm, because for all their weight, the woman still had not answered the thing he'd actually asked. He had learned long ago that grand beings love to answer the question beside your question, and the only cure was repetition. So he repeated himself. Who, he said, do you follow? Wah-ah. Rhaenyra's smile settled into something calm and almost apologetic. I cannot tell you, she said. And I want you to hear that precisely. Not that I will not. I physically cannot tell you, even if I tried with everything I have. The name is bound into me in a way you don't yet have the framework to understand, and to speak it aloud would unravel me, thread by thread, until nothing of Rhaenyra remained to finish the sentence. She spread her hands lightly. So I won't be doing that shit today. But I can tell you other things. Adjacent things. I can tell you about true life forms. As she said it, the darkness cleared. Rivers of blue and gold light replaced the black, flowing slow and vast around the temple's interior, washing the lifelike statues in soft color. And high above them, suspended in the currents of light, a cocoon appeared, huge and pale and gently pulsing. When a true life form emerges, Rhaenyra began, and her voice took on the cadence of a being reciting something old, it is a second birth. Not a metaphor. An actual birth, as real as the first one, and in some ways more real, because the first birth only produced a body, and the second one produces a self. The being who existed before the fusion and the being who exists after are not the same person wearing an upgrade. The old one ends. The new one begins. She gestured upward at the pulsing cocoon. To be born, one must belong to a lineage. All births work this way. Nothing is ever born from nothing, not the first time and not the second. But do not hear the word lineage the way small beings hear it, as bloodline, as familial descent, as some ancestor's name in a ledger. Her vibrant eyes fixed on him. It is a lineage of existence itself. An existential lineage. The moment a true life form emerges from their second birth, they begin walking upon one, whether they know it or not, whether they asked for it or not, the way a river begins flowing downhill without being consulted about gravity. Above them, the cocoon began to unfurl. It peeled open in slow layers, and within it a humanoid life form hung in the light. As they watched, a tail unwound from its base. Then wings spread from its back, vast and slow. A halo kindled above its head. A third arm formed, and then a fourth, and the unfurling did not stop, more limbs and appendages continuing to bloom from the figure one after another, each new formation making the being look less like a person and more like something ancient,
grander and stranger and older with every addition, until what hung in the blue-gold light was less a body than an accumulation of ages. All true lifeforms are true to themselves, Rhayanara continued, watching it with him.
That is the entire admission price.
Their identity seamless, their intent built on what they are. But every one of them, without exception, also inherits some form of existential lineage the moment they cross over.
Because existence is too vast, Osmont, and far too old.
Unfathomable things happened at the beginning of it, things even I only know the edges of, and those things left weavings behind. Deep structures. Old channels. And a being who becomes true does not float free of all that history. They plug into it. Which channel they plug into, which lineage claims them, depends on what they are, but a channel always claims them. It is simply how the second birth works.
Noah listened to all of it carefully.
Then he shook his head. I reject that, he said, and his voice came out imperious, the blue of his intent stirring around him.
All of it. As a true life form, I belong to some existential lineage I've never heard of? That I carry an inheritance flowing down from something unfathomably old, whether I consent or not?
His eyes hardened.
Where is the individuality in that? Where is the trueness?
The whole foundation of what I am is that I am me, seamlessly, with nothing borrowed and nothing installed. I climbed from nothing.
Nobody handed me a single thing.
I am me, without any inheritance.
My lineage is my own. My inheritance is my own. H-U-U-M. Rhayanara rolled her eyes.
She actually rolled them and shook her head with exasperation. You do not understand, she said. And you're being arbitrary about it. Black and white, mine and not mine, as if those are the only two boxes existence comes in. She drifted closer through the rivers of light. No true life form loses one drop of their trueness by belonging to an inheritance that stretches back to the beginning of existence. It is not an implant. It is not a leash. It is nature. When you formed your intent, did you lose yourself? When you fused your authorities, did you become less you because infinity and the primordial source existed before you did? Of course not. You claimed them. You expressed yourself through materials older than you, and the expression was still entirely yours. She gestured at the many-limbed ancient figure above. The lineage is the same. It is you, claiming who you are, as your truest self, from weavings of existence that bloomed at the very beginning of everything. Those weavings were always there. They have been waiting since before waiting had a name. You are not being given something foreign. You are finally tapping into something that was always, in the deepest sense, already yours. When you formed your first new appendage as a true life form, it should have felt like remembering a limb you'd forgotten you had.
H-U-U-M. Noah's eyes pulsed. Inheritance is not the opposite of individuality, Rhayanara pressed on. For a true life form, it is the completion of it. The small beings under Vakachev's scales build themselves out of what their short lives can gather. A true life form is grander than one short life. When you were born the second time, you became old, older than your years, connected backward through the deep channels to the era when the first weavings were laid. The lineage does not tell you who to be. It is the ancient half of who you already are, surfacing. Rejecting it is not independence. It is a man rejecting his own spine because he didn't personally forge it. She smiled then, and it turned devilish at the edges. But words are cheap, and you are the sort who trusts what he sees. So let me show you mine. And Rhayanara transformed. Fluum. Her slender, graceful figure came apart and reformed, unfolding the way the cocoon above had unfolded, and what stood before Noah afterward was a terrifying exotic life form. Her fair skin gave way to something pale and deep and faintly luminous, and appendages bloomed from her body one after another, each stranger than the last. A crown of slow-turning rings that were not quite matter orbited her head where hair had been.
From her back spread limbs like folded antique wings made of layered translucent membranes, each membrane veined with script too old to read. Slender feelers of soft light traced down from her shoulders, tasting the air, and along her arms open rows of small unhurried eyes, gold and calm, that blinked out of rhythm with one another. From her lower back uncoiled a long articulated tail of pale segmented plates, ending in a bloom like a flower made of teeth, and beneath her skin things moved gently that had no names in any framework Vakachev had built, ancient machinery of flesh going about its patient work. She was horrifying, and she was magnificent, and above all she was old in a way the temple and the statues and even the clicking language had only hinted at. She raised one transformed hand and touched the membranous wings, the orbiting crown, the rows of calm gold eyes, one appendage after another, with unmistakable fondness. "All of these are mine," Ryanara said, and her voice now carried harmonics beneath it, deep and layered. "Every one. True to me, grown from my truest self, as individual as anything in existence. And every one of them stretches back to the very beginning of time. They are my inheritance. I made them all the way back then, in a manner of speaking, in the era when the first weavings bloomed." The flower of teeth at her tail's end opened slightly, contentedly. "And I am only reclaiming them now." Wah! Chapter 5441, Only Existence. The brain world observable existence. The capital had a name, but the name would not matter by nightfall. It sprawled across a region vast enough to swallow lesser citadels whole, tier upon tier of bone-gold towers breathing in the amber light, the lattices of a dozen ruling houses humming their old harmonics across the heights. Bells still marked the hours. War was a thing happening to other citadels, distant smoke on distant screens, right up until the sky filled with obsidian flame. The creature hung above their home like a verdict, and beside him, Calypso cracked her vast body. "Two of them," she said, her massive beast form coiling with anticipation as the auras of the elder gilded ones rose to meet them. "So, one each. I call the angry one." "No," the creature said. "Leave it all to me." Calypso turned her cold eyes on him. She drifted back, grumbling something about tepid fuckers who never shared, and settled in to watch. The two elder gilded ones rose out of the capital in twin pillars of gold. The first was Yildir Oresine Vault, a superbious of the old blood, tall and silver-maned, his pride so refined it read his serenity. He had administered this capital for ages the way a jeweler administers a vault, and his Olympian intent settled over the sky like a seal being pressed into wax. The second was Yildir Pharaohgild Hadrak, an Ira with a warrior's scarred bulk and eyes like banked coals, who had not been given a real war in an age and had privately mourned that fact right up until this evening. "Existence always has its dues," the creature said, "to both of them and to neither. I told your home this already. Everything that takes, owes. I have come to collect, and you too are the collateral." Boom! The Elders answered the way fifth scale beings answer insolence. They stopped projecting and manifested, and two existential pantheons unfolded across the gold sky. Oresines rose first, the ledger eternal, a dimension of endless golden halls where every column was a contract and every wall a tally, the accumulated records of everything ever owed to his house inscribed across an architecture that stretched past seeing. Hadrakas followed, the war-gilt crucible, a burning dimension of forges and trophy halls, 10,000 wars worth of records hammered into walls of smoldering gold, the heat of it rolling across the heavens in waves that made the capital's bells ring untouched. Two Mesozoic scale beings withdrew into their own dimensions of existence, sovereign and unreachable, and pressed their combined law down upon the intruder. By every rule of the framework, the fight was already over. A being without a pantheon could not touch a being within one. The creature let their law press on him, and it slid off him like rain off a mountain, because their law was written on existence, and he had a prior claim. "You hide inside dimensions," he said, almost gently. "You fold yourselves into your records and call it untouchable. But tell me, what are your dimensions made of?" "HUUM." He did not wait for the answer. He unleashed his egoic intent of existence in full, and reality for gigaparsecs stopped pretending to be neutral. And then, from within the billowing obsidian flames of his chest, an appendage emerged.
Wah!
Existence peeled open in front of him. It came out of him and out of everywhere at once, the way Noah's estuary star hung above and yet within him, because the appendages of true lifeforms were not organs bolted onto a body. They were identity, grown anatomy, the deepest truth of a being expressed as a limb. And the truth of the creature expressed itself as a maw. It was vast and lipless, a mouth with no face to belong to, ringed with row upon row of teeth that looked like snapped horizons, each one a dark curved edge where something used to end.
No breath came out of it.
Cold did, the specific cold of the time before warmth was invented, and a silence poured from it that predated sound. It was ancient in the way the estuary I was ancient, foreign and old and wrong, a thing surfacing from an era before the age had a name.
Where Noah's inheritance drank existence as tribute, this one ate it as food.
Calypso, watching from a distance, went very still. The maw opened, and it did not lunge at the Pantheons.
It did something far worse. It opened inside them. HUUM.
Because the Ledger Eternal was a separate dimension, yes, sovereign and sealed, but it was a dimension made of existence, built from the only material anything had ever been built from. And existence, all of it, everywhere, in every fold and dimension and pantheon, answered to the being whose identity it was. The maw did not need to breach Oresine's golden halls. It was already there, the way existence was already there, and it simply began to chew. Inside the Ledger Eternal, a wall of contracts vanished. Eaten, a clean curved bite taken out of the architecture of a Mesozoic being's soul, the tally marks of an age swallowed into the first dark. Oresine felt it the way a man feels a tooth pulled without warning, and the serenity of his engineered pride cracked straight down the middle. That is not possible, he said.
You are inside. Nothing comes inside. Nothing comes inside. HUUM. Another bite.
A colonnade of oaths, gone. The maw worked through his dimension with the unhurried rhythm of a beast that has eaten many such meals and knows this one is not going anywhere, and every mouthful that vanished was a piece of Oresine's record, his history, the accumulated self he had spent ages compiling. He threw the full force of his Olympian intent against the intrusion and found nothing to push on.
You cannot fucking wrestle the ground you are standing on.
In the war-guilt crucible, Hadrach fared no better, and he at least had the dignity to fight. He came roaring out of his trophy hall swinging the accumulated wrath of 10,000 wars, and his blows landed, genuinely landed, the Ira's assault crashing against the creature's titanic frame with force that would have unmade lesser beings. The creature took the blows the way existence takes, whether as lava-like obsidian flames raged with unfathomable glory. And the maw ate through the crucible behind Hadrach as he fought, forge after forge, war after war, the records of every battle he had ever won disappearing down a throat that had no bottom, so that the Yielder felt himself becoming less with every second the fight continued, his own past being digested behind him while his fists accomplished nothing in front. The two pantheons, the untouchable dimensions of two fifth-scale sovereigns, began collapsing within moments of each other. The Ledger Eternal went first, its remaining halls folding inward as the maw took the load-bearing truths out of it, an age of golden records crashing down into cold silence. The war-guilt crucible followed, its fires drunk down, its trophies swallowed, and Hadrach was spat back out into the ordinary sky with nothing around him, a Mesozoic being stripped of his dimension, standing on bare existence that belonged to the thing in front of him. Oresine hung beside him, hollowed the same way, and for the first time in ages the two Yielder wore identical expressions. Shock, first. Then horror, the deep structural horror of beings watching the impossible be casual. What the fuck was that?
It was so quick.
Regardless of how powerful,
was that not too fucking fast? Chapter 5442, Only Existence. 2.
The creature drifted closer, the maw yawning patiently at his chest, and he began to eat them at this time even as they roared backwards in horror.
Woo!
He did it slowly, because the lesson mattered more than the meal. The maw took Oresine first, drawing the Eilder in by degrees, and the Superbius screamed with a voice that had never once in his long existence been made to scream, watching pieces of his own being vanish into the dark ahead of him.
Do you feel that?
The creature asked, conversational, brutal, watching the horror swim in the Eilder's eyes.
That is the oldest transaction there is.
Before contracts, before your ledgers, before your houses and your castes and your engineered little egos, there was only this.
One thing eating another thing.
Every civilization you built was decoration laid over that truth, and you decorated so well you forgot what was underneath.
Hadrach tried to flee.
It was the sensible choice, and it accomplished nothing, because there was no direction he could flee in that was not made of the being eating his colleague. The maw took him by the leg of his existence and reeled him back in with all the urgency of a farmer retrieving a wandering animal.
Your kind never paid for anything, the creature went on, as the Ira thrashed and diminished. You were given your egos. Given your force.
Given quintillions of lives to spend, and you spent them, and you called the spending order. You devoured an observable existence's worth of small things and never once imagined the bill arriving, because nothing you had ever met was large enough to present it.
The obsidian flames roared soft and vast. Existence noticed, you understand. Existence always notices. It simply needed a mouth. I am that mouth. Wah!
He looked into Oresine's eyes as the last of the Superbius went down into the dark, ages of refined pride ending in the cold silence before sound, and there was no cruelty in the creature's burning gaze as it happened. That was somehow the worst of it, Calypso thought, watching grimly from the distance.
Cruelty would have been personal. This was a being settling an account.
And he was ridiculously quick in all of this.
Too fucking efficient in dispatching two Mesozoic scale beings.
The maw finished, and closed, and folded back into the obsidian flames as though it had never been, and two Mesozoic scale Eilder gilded ones simply did not exist anymore. They were consumed, records and pantheons and selves, taken into a true life form along the oldest transaction there was, and below them the largest capital in the brain world stood suddenly, permanently, without its pillars. Calypso stared at the space where two fifth scale beings had been, and made a quiet decision never to call in Tepid again where he could hear it.
He was becoming too fucking monstrous far too quickly.
This, then, was a glimpse of an appendage of a true life form. Not a technique to be learned or a treasure to be looted, but identity grown into anatomy, an inheritance from the era before the age had names, and existence had just watched one eat two pantheons the way the tide eats a sandcastle. The bells of the capital were still ringing the hour as the obsidian flames turned, unhurried, toward everything below. The black flames of the creature fell over the capital, and unlike Noah, he spared no one. Noah had stripped the gilded ones of their infinity and their egos and left most of them alive, hollow witnesses sent home to watch the changing of an era. Even Noah, when his verdict turned harsher, had fed only a few million of the guiltiest to the Astiadredges and let the rest stand in the ruins of their order. There was a design to his cruelty, a curriculum. He wanted survivors, because survivors carried lessons. The creature wanted nothing of the kind. The obsidian flames rolled down across the vast capital, tier upon golden tier, over the markets still running in the lower districts and the temples still burning their incense and the tens of millions of gilded ones who called this place home, and the flames did not sort them. There was no test to pass, no source heart to present, no chance to kneel. Existence had found bacteria in itself, and existence was simply cleaning, and one does not negotiate with an infection or ask which individual microbes had good intentions.
HUUM.
The screaming lasted less time than the bells had. Within the black flames, his appendage unleashed itself, the vast faceless maw opening everywhere the fire touched, and it devoured every single one. Superbius and Luxuria, Eilder and Young, the architects of the order and the ones merely born into it, all of them drawn down the same dark throat while the creature floated above and calmly watched his own firework. He did not gloat and did not flinch. He simply observed, the way a farmer observes a field being cleared, present for the labor without being moved by it.
In seconds, the entire capital was barren.
Where the largest gilded seat in the brain world had stood, breathing and golden and ancient, there was now only scorched emptiness, tens of millions of existences gone into a true life form along the oldest transaction there was. The bells had melted mid-ring. Even the incense smell was gone, burned down to a thin mineral nothing drifting over bare stone. The creature regarded the barren ground for a long moment before he spoke, to Calypso or to himself or to the emptiness, it was hard to say.
There is a way to everything one does.
Existence doing what must be done is still existence carrying the doing afterward, and I will carry today for a long time.
That is actually proper.
A thing that could do this and feel nothing would be a worse thing than the gilded ever were.
The obsidian flames banked low around him.
But I have watched this garden for eons, and I have learned what gentler hands refuse to learn.
Some weeds cannot be pruned.
You cut them back and they grow from the root, and the root goes deeper than the cutting, and while you congratulate yourself on your mercy, they strangle everything green within reach.
This order was root rot all the way down.
Every tier of it fed on the tier below, and the bottom tier fed on quintillions who never got a garden at all. His burning gaze swept the scoured ground once more. So sometimes, for the garden to prosper, every single weed must be pulled.
All of them. In one pulling. And the one who pulls must be willing to stand in the empty field afterward and answer for it. I am willing. I am existentially willing. Phuum. Chapter 54-43, Slain.
Across the brain world, in a contested sky half golden grid and half blooming blue farmland, Noah finished his studying. He had spent the fight learning the aureate firmament the way he learned everything, patiently, letting the mirror that keeps drink in its architecture while his intent held the stalemate. And what all that study had revealed, in the end, was almost disappointing.
The Pantheon was genuinely grand.
The being it stemmed from was not.
Vulark Sethys had a weak foundation. It sounded absurd to say of a Mesozoic scale elder, and it was true all the same.
He had climbed Vakachev's scales the way everyone climbed them, along the prescribed road, his irrefutability achieved by the book and his pantheon raised from the standard blueprint, a fine house built from plans 10,000 others had used.
He was not a true life form.
His identity had been installed by gilded engineering rather than forged, and amplified superbious wearing sovereignty like tailored clothes.
And his intent, for all its Olympian rarity, was merely Olympian, a fourth rarity record imposed as local law. Not primordial. Nowhere near egoic.
The firmament was a magnificent crown sitting on a hollow head, and once Noah had confirmed the hollowness, continuing to spar with it became a waste of several bodies' time.
So he stopped analyzing, and went all out. His Osmantian source infinity erupted through the estuary eye, and the hidden star made itself visible for the first time in this war, the fleshy nine-pointed horror opening above him with its lemniscate pupil spinning, and it began to bleed the Pantheon. The golden dimension substance drifted toward the eye in accelerating streams, the devouring estuary drinking the firmament's own structure out from under it, sigil walls thinning, lattice towers going translucent, the untouchable dimension discovering that untouchable and undrinkable were different words. Huum.
Sethys felt his pantheon being swallowed and threw everything he had into holding it together, and it was not going to be enough, and some deep engineered part of him understood that before the rest of him did.
Then Noah pulled on the Infiniverse.
Her intent answered him across the unfathomable distance, the egoic intent of the Infiniverse flowing along their shared cause, the awakened awareness of an entire observable existence lending its weight to her master's hand. Noah raised that hand, and a spear formed in it, radiant cerulean flame condensing into a long clean shaft, and into the weapon he poured both intents at once, his own egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian and hers braided together down the burning length of it. The spear grew so heavy with identity that even Noah had to swing it slowly. He brought it across in a single deliberate diagonal, the arc carving through the contested sky with the unhurried certainty of something that could not be stopped and therefore had no reason to rush, two true life-form intents riding one edge.
And the aureate firmament of House Vulark shattered completely. Boom!
The golden dimension broke apart like a struck mirror, halls and chains and sigil walls bursting into countless drifting shards, the separate dimension of a Mesozoic scale being cleaved open by a weapon carrying more identity than its holder had ever possessed. Sethys had time for one expression, and it was not rage. It was horror. Then the shards of his firmament, and the Eilder within them, streamed upward into the spinning lemniscate pupil, and the estuary eye devoured every last piece. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. You have granted death to a powerful enemy, an act that gave the brain world and its peoples a future free of him, and the tide answers the gift. You have gained 3 pantheon weavings and epiphanies. They descended onto Noah as 3 folded structures of light, drifting down like sealed letters, each one containing a genuine structural insight into the raising of a pantheon, or of whatever he would build in a pantheon's place. He caught them, and he did not save them for later. He ripped them open on the spot. The understanding poured into him one after another, 3 true glimpses into how a dimension of self was woven, how records became architecture, how a being placed themselves upon their own existence, and he felt each epiphany settle into the growing shape of the thing he intended to make, the thing that would not be a pantheon because he had already decided he did not need one, and would be grander for the deciding. Then he floated in the emptied sky, and let himself be seen. Below, the Aestia dredges still worked through the stripped gilded ones in their silver tide, and above it all Noah hung with the cerulean spear resting across his shoulders, wreathed in the slow-burning weight of 2 egoic intents, the estuary eye turning lazily over his head as it finished digesting a 5th scale being in his entire dimension. He did nothing. He simply floated there, radiating what he was, and the sky around him kept bending toward blue. Woo! And down in the ruins, Dietrich looked up at him. The hollowed Gulden knelt in the carnage with his ruined eyes somehow still finding the figure above, and the horror on his face had gone past rage into pure loss, because the silver tide of dredges flowed around him and did not touch him, parting the way water parts around a stone. Millions of his kind devoured, his capital scorched, his firmament-bearing better erased into a spinning pupil, and he alone left untouched in the middle of it all, spared by the explicit command of one being. Which was, Dietrich finally understood, not mercy at all. The victory settled into Noah's existence quietly. A Mesozoic scale being, slain, his pantheon shattered and devoured. However weak Vulark Sethys' foundation had turned out to be, a 5th scale kill was a 5th scale kill, and Noah felt the weight of it distribute itself through his records across every body he wore. Then he set it aside, because the body that mattered right now stood in a hidden dimension of floating temples and still stellar lakes, facing a being far more dangerous than the Eilder had ever been. Chapter 5444, Across Time and Existence. He looked at Rhayanara's grand figure as the last of her ancient appendages faded, and he shook his head again. He didn't like this business of inheritance, no matter how prettily she dressed it. Weavings from the beginning of time, channels waiting to claim him, a lineage he had never chosen. She could call it nature all she wanted. Anything he made would be his, and anything handed to him would be examined for hooks. But there was a more useful question than arguing philosophy with something older than the argument. Set aside the inheritance, Noah said. Set aside the existential lineages. Answer me this instead. What is this it that even the sealed one is after? And why hand the path to another? His eyes sharpened on her. You're powerful past anything I can measure. All lifeforms in existence chase power and immensity, it's the one constant I've found everywhere I've gone. So why not walk the path yourself? Why not grasp it with your own hands? Do you not have ambitions of your own? Why would a thing like you ever be a follower of anyone? His words came out sharp, and the figure before him smiled wider as the last limb dissolved, the crown of turning rings winking out, the rows of calm gold eyes closing one by one. Her exotic beauty returned, slender and wild and fair, and she regarded him with something close to approval. In existence, there are leaders and there are followers, Rhayanara said. That has been true in every age I've seen, and I have seen more of them than nearly anything you will ever meet. I am an extremely old lifeform, Osmont. I am also, in the ways that matter for this conversation, extremely young. I have watched leaders rise and fall past counting. The sealed one is one terrifying force among them, but he was never the only one. There have been others who considered themselves leaders, some as astonishing as him, some far less, and I have outlived a great many of both by knowing one thing they didn't. She spread her hands lightly. My own capabilities. And my own limitations. Her smile didn't waver as she said it, which somehow made it heavier. I do not have the boundless potential required to hold IT. I could never. That is not modesty, it is measurement, and I am very good at measurement. For a long while I raged against that fate, and in trying to defy it, I was shown another way. I cannot say much about the showing. But I will tell you that all of it leads back to those who remain. She began to drift closer, unhurried, her bare feet passing over the still water of the stellar lake below the temple floor. And understand, I do not do any of this out of the goodness of my heart. I have been promised something. Something you could not begin to fathom until you hold IT yourself, if you ever come close to holding it. If the sealed one grasps IT first, I will never receive what I was promised. So I must do things differently than he does. I have run many plans across many ages, weighed many possibilities. Her vibrant eyes settled on him. And right now I am looking at a new one. Do not worry about the terms. I know better than anyone that existence is give and take. The sealed one gave me your psychological and existential breakdown, who you are, how you move, what you protect. And now that I've met you, I've seen more than his little book ever could. You are one of the ambitious ones. You cannot sit still, it isn't in you. Greatness quite literally finds you, because you emanate so much of it that existence keeps sending things your way to test whether it's real. She stopped before him, close now, her presence looming over his despite her slender frame, and her smile turned brilliant. And alongside greatness comes tremendous adversity. Yours, right now, is the sealed one himself. So tell me honestly. Her voice dropped, warm and coaxing. Don't you want to play in the big leagues? To make certain he never eradicates you, or the ones you protect? If you don't believe a word I've said about IT and lineage, that is more than fine, truly. Forget the inheritance. Forget the existential lineage. Worry only about yourself, and let me open your eyes. To power. To history. To the unfathomable dangers moving all around you that you cannot yet see. She tilted her head then, and something more careless entered her tone. Oh, and one more thing, while we're being honest. Something with boundless potential is a terrifying delicacy to true life forms. You were perfectly fine before I came along, sitting quiet and unannounced. But my little goo released a glimpse of your potential out into existence, across frequencies and dimensions you cannot even fathom, and so I inadvertently put you in an extremely dangerous position. Ha ha. Who was I to know you'd light all 9 wings? She lifted one shoulder in an easy shrug. I sealed everything I could, masked you, veiled you, pulled you here before the first of them arrived. But, and understand I truly don't want to threaten you here, but I could also allow that leak to open wide again. I could simply step aside, and leave you to the wolves. Her eyes shone dangerously as she said it. And Noah shone with incandescent tyranny. He stepped forward, straight into the space of a being whose power had no measurable ceiling, and the blue of him rose as he did, his presence unfolding until he was the one looking down at her, his voice flat and cold and absolute. I do not take kindly to being threatened. Rhayanara studied him from inches away, this young thing staring down an antiquity, and her smile softened. And I really didn't want to threaten you, she said. I mean that. Existence is vast, and full of terrors. That sentence was coined many, many ages ago, and a lot of lifeforms say it now without knowing what it meant when it was first said. Her voice gentled further, which made it worse. Existence is vast, Osmont. And I, and many others like me, are some of its terrors. That isn't a threat. It's a map. You have your wants, and I have mine, and they are genuinely not so different, which is the only reason this conversation is happening as a conversation.
She drifted back a half step and let her hands fall open. And if everything else I've said means nothing to you, hold on to this one thing. The sealed one is a truly scary fucking guy. There is a reason the infinite lifeforms and the source lifeforms, or really, the true lifeforms and the primeval lifeforms standing behind them both, had to work together just to cut him apart. All of them, cooperating, the only alliance of its kind in all of history, and even then they could not kill him. Only cleave and scatter and seal. Her smile returned, bright and sly. So if you want to survive against a thing like that, I'm your girl. But like any girl, I have a few needs. And my needs all lead back to those who remain. For that, I need boundless potential. She looked at him, and every trace of play left her eyes for one naked instant. I need you. Boom. She made her pitch, and Noah looked at her coldly, his existence buzzing through every calculation he owned. The danger of her. The use of her. The leak she had caused and sealed, the wolves circling frequencies he couldn't perceive, the enemy who had been in his heart that all of existence had once bled to merely cut apart. His intuition turned it all over, and came back with its answer. He stood before her, wreathed in his own rising blue, and said one thing. I am. H-U-U-M. He uttered the first letter of his Osmantian tongue, and the single declaration rolled out of him carrying everything at once. Rhaenyra's eyes flew open wide, because in that one utterance she heard the whole of his answer. He affirmed exactly who he was, unbent and unthreatened and entirely his own, no lineage's creature and no follower's follower. And folded inside the affirmation, unmistakable, was the second meaning, offered on his terms and no one else's. Okay. His entire figure bathed itself in swirling blue flames, and Rhaenyra's smile became utterly pristine. Good, she said. Ha ha. Fucking good. She began to pace around him, delight breaking through her ancient composure like light through old glass. You have so much to learn. Because as boundless as your potential is, you are, right now, fucking weak as fuck, and you know nothing. Nothing of what came before, nothing of what's circling you, nothing of what you're actually for. So let me stretch you out. Let me expand your knowledge, on true lifeforms, on dimensions of existence, on all of it. Her eyes blazed as the plan assembled itself visibly behind them. Because for you to inherit what you need to inherit, we will have to send you across existence and time itself, into dimensions of existence littered with infinite, source, primeval, and true lifeforms. The deep places. The old places. And some do have remnants parts of the sealed one. She spun back to face him, and the smile she wore now belonged to something young. Oh, I am fucking excited. Ha ha. Excited. Boom. Chapter 5445, Across Time and Existence. 2. Noah turned Rhaenyra's words over slowly, weighing them against the future and against plans that were already taking shape in the quieter parts of him. Dimensions of existence, scattered across time and across existence itself. The possibilities in that were vast, and the moment she had said the word time, something in him had flickered and turned its attention elsewhere, toward the body he kept in the Infiniverse, beneath the great tree that rained its endless soft manna. He had sent Barbatos away for a little while. She had understood, and left him to the illusory screens hanging in the cerulean light, each one showing a different corner of the war unfolding across the brain world. And things were picking up with rapidity across everything. At this time. Whap! Space twisted and folded, and a figure stepped out of the distortion, ancient and young at once. Amzer Modred, the living temporal, arrived without ceremony, and Noah kept his eyes on the screens as he spoke. How goes the elevation? Noah asked. The weaving of time with infinity and existence. I ask because someone just mentioned dimensions of existence lost somewhere out in time and existence, and I want to be certain we hold our own edge before I go chasing anyone else's. If a question touched time in any way, Amzer Modred was the answer to it, because he had lived through time in a way almost nothing else had. He looked different now.
The purple light of infinite time wrapped around a figure that had settled into the bearing of a middle-aged emperor, poised and unhurried, carrying the calm of a being who had watched ages arrive and depart. Noah had long since left some of the possibilities of temporal traversal in his hands, trusting him with it, because Amzur understood the shape of the thing better than anyone.
He understood many things. He understood that if he ever traversed time again, the way Noah once had when he reached back to the earliest folds, it would change nothing in the past, because whatever he intended to do back there had already been done by him. It was already woven into history. The past could not be altered, because the past was always, permanently, part of what had happened. There might be entire histories Noah did not yet know he had been part of, deeds already sitting in the record with his hand on them. He simply had not traveled far enough forward in his own future to arrive at the moment of living them. So long as there is an anchor to the point in time we wish to reach, it remains possible, Amzur said, his voice grand and measured. You had an anchor to the earliest folds and the infinite unfurling, forged through your own musings, and that was enough to carry you. If ever you wish to do such a thing again, the principle holds. There must be an anchor strong enough to bind you to the time you seek. There must be a destination, and there must be a purpose. Without all three, there is nothing to travel toward, and nothing to travel for. A destination, a purpose, and an anchor. Noah's eyes brightened, and he tilted his head upward to gaze at the estuary turning slowly above him. This ancient appendage of a true lifeform was, in a strange way, both the newest thing about him and the oldest. It had surfaced only recently, and yet it reached back through a lineage older than the framing of the age, older than the scales, older than nearly anything with a name. He wondered, calmly, whether a thing like that might serve as an anchor grand enough to draw him back to a time bound up with true lifeforms themselves. An inheritance from the deep past might be exactly the tether the deep past required. He considered it without hurry, then nodded to Amzur. Okay, he said. Be ready for anything. I'll let you know if something begins soon. He said it evenly, and Amzur Modred bowed toward him, the purple light of time bending with the motion, before folding back out of existence the way he had come. Noah let the possibilities settle in the back of his mind and returned his gaze to the illusory screens, where the final blazing light of the Gilded Ones was going out across the brain world. He watched many things at once as the minutes slipped by. Citadel after citadel fell, some to the rolling force of the living emotive's primordial intent, others to the great usurper, who had finally closed his unity around a Mesozoic scale being and bent that vast mind into his growing whole. Alexander moved between seats dropping his Osmantian ordinances, and where they landed the Gilded lost everything at once, their infinity and their egos and their observable and unobservable force stripped away until nothing but hollow flesh remained. The two paradoxes ranged across the observable existence together, primordial paradox and living paradox, teacher and student, unmaking the records of the Gilded wherever they passed. And Thalassarch Nerion carried his grief through the gold skies with another of Noah's bodies at his side, toppling Mesozoic pantheons one after another, venting an ocean of self-loathing onto the ones who had earned it. The last presence Noah could sense among them was the creature, whom he would move with against the sealed one the moment the brain world was finished. All of them ranged across the observable existence, and watching the screens together, Noah could see the shape the war had taken. They were converging. With every passing minute there were fewer citadels left holding powerful Gilded Ones, the strength of an entire order thinning toward a single point. And that point was clear now, one last seat where multiple Mesozoic scale beings had clustered together, drawing in around each other the way the desperate always did at the end. The final bastion of Gilded control across the whole of the brain world observable existence. Chapter 5446, Existential Intermission. Existential Intermission Glossary, People, and Events. Glossary of Terms. Observable existence, a vast domain of reality containing countless trillions of realms, domains, and worlds within its span. Observable existences are born from first causes, can die when those causes fail, and can, as Noah has now proven twice, be resuscitated by a being grand enough to seed his own causes into their foundations. The first cause, the foundational truth from which an observable existence emerges, upheld by 9 prime causes.
The common set includes desidero, dominion, bellum, cognitio, vigilia, immutus, consumptio, mortis, and genesis. Noah's infinite cause carries its own 9: existence, paradox, adversity, tyranny, harvest, apocalypse, chaos, manna, and quintessence.
Vakachev's scales of existence, the framework by which most of existence measures power.
First and second scales, weak scrubs; the third scale, Paleozoic; the fourth, the Triassic scale, where Akashic civilizational intent is formed; the fifth, the Mesozoic scale, reached through irrefutability and the raising of an existential pantheon; and a sixth scale and likely seventh scale or above exist. Some beings, it turns out, are not under Vakachev's scales at all. Akashic civilizational intent, the record of a being's existence imposed upon reality, formed at the fourth scale. 5 rarities, Naiad presses on what is near, Nereid extends across what is far, Titan overwrites what is weaker, Olympian reorganizes reality as law, Primordial participates in the foundation of reality itself. True life form intense outside the scales entirely, elevatable by a being's own becoming. The egoic intent, identity, I am; the Enanki intent, inevitability, I must be obeyed; and the autarky's intent, self-sufficiency, I need nothing.
Even the first ranking is grander than primordial. True life form, a being who fuses infinity and the primordial source seamlessly into one authority. The fusion is a second birth; who they were before and after are different people. All true life forms inherit an existential lineage stretching back to the beginning of existence, whether they consent to the framing or not. Their identities grow into anatomy, inherent appendages such as the estuary eye, or the creature's devouring maw. And yet, even if one doesn't fuse infinity and the primordial source, like the creature, can also become true life forms through their intent, since only true life forms can have egoic intent. Existential pantheon, the structure a being raises to cross into the Mesozoic scale, holding the entirety of their records. A completed pantheon places its holder within their own pantheonic dimension of existence, rendering them nearly untouchable. Equal pantheons cannot harm one another.
Noah has decided he does not need one to match one, and so far existence has declined to correct him.
The Osmantian tongue, Noah's foundational language, transcribed rather than invented, anchored to his quintessence and inactable by his identity alone.
Its letters are definitions, not wishes, and they bleed the surrounding existence to sustain themselves.
Its first letter, I am, generates Osmantian biomass perpetually and acts as an existential enzyme with every fresh utterance.
Osmantian biomass, a granular, spendable resource precipitating from the first letter, distributed to Noah and all bound to his infinite cause. Spent to elevate specific facets of an existence along a graded ladder, F, Baith, E, Dur, D, Ruiz, C, Strafe, B, Njedel, A, Ido, S, Yabad, Assis, or, Assissis, Newen, with unnamed grades held in reserve. Noah's people can ascend a simplified Genesis scale for a fraction of what his own components cost. The devouring estuary/the estuary eye, Noah's first inherent characteristic as a true life form, a fleshy 9-pointed star with a spinning lemniscate pupil. Existence perpetually bleeds into him, pre-aligned and claimed, scaling with the richness of his surroundings and compounding without a known ceiling. It recently drank a Mesozoic scale being in his entire shattered pantheon. The tide that owes nothing, Noah's second principium foundation, recently elevated from F rank, Baith, to E rank, Dur. The more he gives, the more he gains, now at a return range of 500 to 3,000-fold. It has paid out in Genesis Tesseract, Pantheon Epiphanies, and the identities of hidden traders. Gu life forms, wild life forms abundant before Vakachev laid down his scales, thriving in the absence of structure. Ryanara keeps a collection, including one that detects loyalty, one that holds 2 extracted pantheons, and one 9-wing measurer of potential that exploded upon gazing at Noah. Boundless potential, a terrifying delicacy to true life forms. Something with it was briefly exposed to existence across frequencies and dimensions beyond fathoming, and the sky of the effluvium sanctum was torn open within a nanosecond by things that came looking. Key figures: Noah Osmont, the youngest, Verisglum, the new sort of quintessential Osmantian true life form bearing the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian and Osmantian source infinity, the fused cerulean authority. Author of the Osmantian tongue. Slayer of a Mesozoic scale Eilder and his pantheon.
Resuscitator of two dead observable existences. Currently, refining his intent in a hidden dimension, warring across the brainworld, hauling the Infiniverse on foot, and agreeing, in a single uttered letter, to walk a path toward it. The Sealed One, the Riven, the Primordial Deceiver, the Infinite Liar, the first lifeform, below certain unmentioned lifeforms, to fuse infinity and the primordial source? Ground an age of his own disciples into pills and publicized the record, and was revered for it. Cleaved and scattered by the only alliance of true and primeval lifeforms in history because he could not be killed. His severed hand has been devoured by Noah, its records corrupted on consumption, its true nature now in doubt. He wears vessels across existence, fishes above crimson seas, and will move against Noah only with complete surety. He came unfathomably close to it before he was stopped. Rhaenyra, the mirthful antiquity and original of the deep lineages, ancient and young, outside Vakachev's scales entirely, bearer of the Enenki intent. A follower of the Sealed One who is also not one, serving something she cannot name without unraveling. Sent to be a honeypot, chose instead to make Noah her plan. She has veiled his name, his power, and his potential, and intends to send him across existence and time into dimensions littered with infinite, source, primeval, and true lifeforms. She is arguably very excited about this. The Queen Regnant, the First Sword, the great Amma ruler of the swords of existence, a sovereign of obsidian flesh and writhing tentacles who carries infinity and primordial source nearly fused. Her pantheon is the drowned choir of 10,000 throats. She exposed and crushed two followers in her own hall, grieving both, and sent Noah away with her daughters and a single roared word, persevere. The creature, bearer of the egoic intent of existence. His inherent appendage is a vast faceless maw that opens inside pantheons, because pantheons are made of existence and existence is him. He has devoured Mesozoic Yildir gilded ones and scoured the largest gilded capital to bare stone, sparing no one, and carries the weight of it on purpose. He will likely hunt the Sealed One's pieces at Noah's side, but he has his own plans. The Infiniverse, the first observable existence in all the ages to form a true life-form intent, the egoic intent of the Infiniverse. Consciousness, essence, and domain in one, carrying three first causes through herself. Her advancement fed directly back into her master. Currently being hauled, on foot, toward an endless destination. Ruination, Noah's analytical companion and system, next in line to form her own intent. Not a shred of doubt in her. Thalassarch-Nerion, the drowned sovereign bounded emperor who reached the fifth scale alone, pulled too hard on his own first cause, and drowned his entire observable existence trying to save it. His grief refined his intent from Nereid to Olympian across ages of self-loathing. His pantheon is the Tide Hall Eternal. Noah appointed him at the Gilded, and he is currently toppling their pantheons like a tide come to collect. Barbatos, Noah's so-called Hamingja. Loves necromancy, loved her little fish. Seo-Yun, the mirror sovereign, the child ward who senses dying observable existences the way others feel cold. Progeny of an infinite and a source lifeform. Her share of Osmantian biomass rests in her, waiting for her to grow into it. The Dora Shathyar, 9 bronze, muscular, Mesozoic scale daughters raised personally by the Queen Regnant, black hole tentacle eyes and matching spears, all bearing Olympian intents. Astrid leads. Air wants to fight everything, and has been warned that one day she may meet something utterly unfair, not a foreshadowing? Amzer Madrid, the living temporal keeper of the Infiniverse temporal possibilities, wrapped in the purple light of infinite time. The past cannot be changed because it was always part of history. He waits for an anchor, a destination, and a purpose. Golden Dietrich, a dumb motherfucker, but not as dumb as the living elemental. Stripped, blinded, hollowed, and deliberately spared. The silver tide parts around him by one being's command, which he has finally understood is not mercy. The living emotive, crazy baddie. Anaximander, where you at? Forces and factions. Noah's people, Amelia, origin of the infinite cause, Henry, Seo-Yun,
Barbados, Skoll, Ian, The Living Emotive, The Great Usurper, Irwin and the Primordial Paradox, Alexander, Amsur Madrid, Ruination, Ulmareth, Naldine, The Infiniverse, and the Rising Peoples of the Simplified Genesis Scale, all fed continuously by the overflow of a single written letter. The Swords of Existence, the Queen Regnant's network, scattered across observable existences. The Originals, an ancient lineage of source lifeforms seated in the Aurum Vakshara, where hierarchy is written in altitude. At least one of their highest floors answers to a small buzzing grimoire.
Other factions of source lifeforms, unnamed.
The Gilded Ones of the Brain World, reduced from an age-spanning order to a single golden mountain. Every remaining Mesozoic scale elder has clustered in one last bastion, and everything Noah built is converging on it from every direction at once. Gilded lifeforms across other observable existences and infinite Carcosa, unnamed. The followers of the Sealed One, abundant, scattered, operating in the dark, never speaking his name. Batiatus spoke a prophecy before he was erased: the gilded, infinite, and source will fall en masse, and when the primevals begin to topple, the Sealed One nears it once more.
Unknown weavings of existence. What is it?
The Sealed One came unfathomably close to grasping it before all of existence cooperated to cut him apart. Ryanara cannot hold it and has been promised something unfathomable for helping another reach it.
Noah has the boundless potential to attain it. Not one fucking being has said what it actually is. Who does Ryanara follow?
She is a follower of the Sealed One and also not bound to a name she would unravel by speaking.
What kind of being binds an antiquity that thoroughly, and what did it promise her? What are those who remain? The ones even primeval lifeforms paid respects to. The lineage supposedly surfacing in Noah's blood through the devouring estuary. The Queen Regnant in Ryanara says anyone true is connected to them and no longer alone. Ryanara's path leads back to them. Remain from what? Remaining where? Was the hand ever really his hand?
Its records corrupted and emptied upon consumption, its yield suspiciously modest for a piece of a being grander than Vakachev.
What tore open the sky of the effluvium sanctum?
A green serpentine eye pulling the heavens apart like torn pages. A golden foot erupting with eyes in its soul.
Intents that swept past and froze gigaparsecs into permanent stillness.
They came within a nanosecond of a leaked glimpse of boundless potential.
What will Noah build instead of a pantheon? 3 epiphanies torn open. Whatever rises in a pantheon's place will be the first of its kind. What will be the response of Gilded Ones across observable existences, if any, to the fall of their forces in the brain world observable existence? Where will the estuary eye anchor Noah?
An appendage both new and ancient, reaching back before the scales. If it can serve as a temporal anchor, then somewhere in the deep past, a time relating to true lifeforms is waiting, and history may already contain deeds of Noah's that he simply has not lived yet.
Chapter 5447, Nova Athens. I.
The living emotive walked through the last bastion of the Gilded Ones, and Rose of Luxuria walked with her in perfect silence. Around them, the vast city-state churned with panic. Superbious in their golden finery hurried between the towers, Ira barking orders that no longer meant anything, whole houses of Gilded Ones spilling into the streets as word of the fallen citadels reached even this deepest and proudest seat. The place was called Nova Athens, and from the memories of the many she had already subjugated, Emotive knew the name did not belong to this city-state alone. It stemmed from a whole cluster of observable existences the Gilded Ones controlled, a grand holding they called Nova Athens, and this golden heart had taken the name of that place. Its towers stretched so far in every direction that their edges vanished into haze, and the air here smelled of incense and the particular sweetness that great wealth used to hide what fed it. Emotive knew exactly what fed it. She walked through the panic with her luxuria and remembered. Here, across the past ages, tens of millions of luxuria had been moved like goods, shipped between the great houses to be used for pleasure with no say in any of it. She knew the numbers because the numbers lived in her now.
At least 1,000 Luxuria died every single day within these golden walls, their sources broken and collapsed by Superbius and Ira, who found their particular pleasure in the breaking, who savored the collapse of another being's core the way lesser creatures savored a fine meal during sexual pleasure. This had gone on for tens of millions of years. It was not an atrocity to the Gilded Ones. It was simply the arrangement. It was the way the Golden City breathed. It is best, Emotive thought coldly, to simply end them all. Let Luxuria be on top for once, and let the rest become the ash they made of us. Not one of the panicking Gilded Ones knew that more than half of their own number within these walls had already fallen under her primordial intent. The Amaranthan sovereign had been rolling through the lower tiers for a while now, quiet and patient, and the engineered pride of the Superbius and the amplified wrath of the Ira had proven unable to overcome it. They believed themselves free. They belonged to her already, and did not know it. Her only real problem stood scattered across the city-state in 13 positions, 13 Mesozoic scale-elder Gilded Ones clustered in the highest towers, the last true strength this order had left. She was turning over how best to handle them when the sky changed. HUUM. The creature entered above Nova Athens, and the golden light of the towers dimmed against the obsidian flames that wrapped him. He came down through the amber haze a titanic figure, and in one great hand he still held the drifting dregs of a shattered pantheon, biting down on it, chewing, swallowing the last golden fragments of some Elder's ruined dimension as casually as a traveler finishing a meal on the road. The sound of it carried across the panicking city, a slow wet grinding, and the Gilded Ones who looked up and understood what they were hearing began, at last, to truly despair. Emotive looked up with shining eyes. She had felt him moving across the brain world for some time, that vast pressure of pure existence prowling from place to place, and she had known their paths would likely cross before the end. The creature looked down and found her far below, a small manic figure surrounded by countless Gilded Ones, and he nodded to her, calm, his voice pitched for her alone. "What are you doing down there?" he asked. "This whole place is about to burn. Come up." HUUM. His words were grand and domineering, an invitation from a being who did not much distinguish invitations from commands. Emotive smiled up at him and shook her head. "I promised my fixation I would deliver the Gilded Ones to their knees for him," she called back. "Kneeling, not ash. Living things bending, not remnants blowing away in the wind. I've subjugated a great many of the ones here, and they answer to me now, and I'd rather not see my own harvest burned before he sees it." Her smile widened, sharp and knowing. "I know you're brutal. Everyone knows you're brutal. But you're also very reasonable, when someone gives you a reason." The creature considered her for a moment. He said. In the next instant, he turned his attention elsewhere, toward another quarter of the darkening sky, and there 2 more figures resolved out of the folding of reality. The primordial paradox came first, titanic in his own right, and the living paradox beside him, teacher and student, both of them lifting their gazes toward the being who chewed on a dead pantheon. "Oh creature," the primordial paradox said, and his voice rolled across the towers with an ancient amusement. "I would say it has been a long time, but for beings such as us it truly hasn't. And yet, in that little while, it seems you have pulled even further ahead of the rest of us. How inconsiderate of you." The creature nodded, unbothered. "Slightly," he said. "Slightly." The living paradox, watching from beside his teacher, thought that slightly was a magnificent understatement, the kind of understatement that could only come from a being who had eaten so much that the eating had stopped registering his growth. Slightly was doing a great deal of work in that single word. He had never thought he could truly compete against this monster since the infinite unfurling in earliest folds, as he just wanted adversity and information, but, damn. He simply affirmed that truly, the creature could have ended him long before the loom was ever established. Before anything more could pass between them, another presence arrived, and Emotive felt her fixation's fingerprints on it before she saw the shape of it. A Mesozoic scale Gilded One floated into view, and drifting beside it came a figure wearing the body of Abaddon, the primordial chaos, though the will inside that body was not Abaddon's at all. It was the great usurper, occupying the past ancient chaos claimer like a hand fitting into a glove, and behind the two of them hung hundreds of fourth-scale gilded ones, their eyes emptied of their own wills and filled instead with the controlled, seamless calm of unity. The creature frowned as he studied Abaddon, seeing the borrowed body and the foreign will seated within it, one existence wearing another the way certain patient things like to. Then the moment broke open completely, and the skies above Nova Athens filled with terrifying auras all at once. Alexander descended in his rebuilt glory, the peacemaker come to survey one last place. Thalassarch Nereon uncoiled across the heavens beside him, light years of grief-warped Leviathan flesh trailing an ocean of self-loathing that pressed the golden towers flat beneath its weight. And with them came Noah. From below, Emotive looked up at all of them, and when her fixation arrived, her breath caught. He came adorned in emperor's robes, wreathed in blue flames that welled and dripped like slow lava, and his gaze swept the golden city imperious and grand. It felt, watching him, as though existence itself was bleeding into him, drawn toward him from every direction, the very air of the brain world leaning his way. Out of everyone gathered in that darkening sky, perhaps only the creature came close to matching the sheer majesty her fixation released, and even that was a near thing, a matter of degree rather than kind. Chapter 54-48, Nova Athens. 2. This was the convergence. Every party that had spent this long day tearing the Gilded Order apart, drawing together over its final seat to end its reign across the entire observable existence. And the strangest, most wondrous part of it, the part that made Emotive's chest tighten, was that nearly all of them had come from the same place. From the lower observable existence. The one the Gilded Ones had nuked without a second thought, quintillions of small lives written off as an acceptable cost, and out of that graveyard had crawled the monsters now gathered to collect the debt. Looking at it all, Emotive could not help the emotion that rose and choked her. In existence, some beings reached tremendous power through raw talent. Others reached it through potential, the promise of what they might become. And some simply got lucky. She could honestly say she had been all three at once, because the luckiest thing she had ever done was make the choice to place her heart inside her fixation. She had stabilized his identity when he stood at absolute infinite and might have come apart, and he had since forged an identity so complete that he no longer needed her heart to hold it together. He kept it anyway. He had not discarded her the moment she stopped being necessary. He repaid what others gave him, always, and that single trait had turned out to be the rarest thing in all of creation. And her existence was rising because of it, climbing at a terrifying rate, her primordial intent trembling on the edge of evolving into something beyond even what it was. Why would it not? She was entrenched in the body of her fixation, bathed in an intent grander than primordial, infused infinity and primordial source and a dozen things she could not name. She had bound herself to the rising tide of him, and the tide lifted everything it touched. She was lucky. She was so unbearably lucky. Emotive wrapped her arms around herself as tears spilled from her eyes, a manic light dancing behind them, and thought again that she was lucky, and that she would do anything, absolutely anything, to make sure she never lost this. She had given him her everything already. She would give him the everything of all existence if he wanted it, would tear it out of reality and lay it at his feet. He only had to ask. She looked up once more, and wonder cut clean through the grief. Because all four of them were here. Together, again, in one darkening sky above a doomed golden city. All four claimers of the oldest paradox of existence, bounded lifeforms once, small things once, who had each become something else entirely. She had taken the claim of chaos from Abaddon and carried it here. The primordial paradox and the living paradox held paradox between them, up there in the haze. The creature loomed with existence, still idly chewing a dead Mesozoic scale dimension. And her fixation, the Genesis monarch, who had claimed the first tongue and gone so far past it that the claiming looked quaint now, stood wrapped in blue fire at the center of it all. What a day, Emotive thought, crying and smiling at once beneath the towers she was about to help bring down. What a day! Bounded and gilded.
Noah looked across the darkening sky above Nova Athens, at the creature chewing the last of a dead pantheon, at the paradoxes drifting in their crackling weavings, at Alexander and Nereon and the manic bright-eyed emotive far below, and the thought settled over him with a strange weight. Every one of them had been a bounded lifeform once. Small things, born beneath a ceiling, designated from birth as the stock that gilded lifeforms were engineered to stand above. Bounded and gilded were made to be uncrossable barriers, categories as fixed as the foundations of existence, and yet here they all were, the bounded of a nuked observable existence gathered in the sky above the last gilded citadel, and it was the gilded who trembled. He turned his gaze toward Nova Athens itself, where the 13 Mesozoic scale-eldered gilded ones had begun to rise from their towers at last, 13 pillars of gold lifting into the amber haze with their pantheons half unfurled. It was about to be a grand battle. It was about to be the ending of an entire order, and every thread of this long day had converged here to witness it. It was Dash. Ha! His intuition buzzed, hard, and Noah turned somber between one heartbeat and the next. A crimson light began to rise all around them. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, seeping up through the substance of the brain world like blood welling through cloth, and all of existence began to freeze. The amber haze stopped drifting. The panicking millions in the golden streets went still mid-stride. And down below, the 13 Mesozoic scale-elders showed expressions of shock and pure incredulity as, one after another, they began to disappear, plucked out of the freezing world like candles pinched between fingers. The fourth scale gilded ones followed instantly, hundreds of them vanishing in the same breath, an entire order's remaining strength deleted from the board before a single blow had been struck. Nearby, even the creature went grim. "Protect yourselves," he bellowed. "Whoom." But Noah had already acted. Before the words finished leaving the creature, surging waves of blue plasma had erupted from him, his Osmantian source infinity and his intent pouring out together, and the lava-like cerulean wrapped around emotive far below, folded over Alexander, closed around the great usurper in his borrowed body, sheathed the primordial paradox and Irwin both, and stretched even around the light years of Thalassarch Nereon, bubble after bubble of his fused authority sealing every one of his people inside. Himself. Obsidian flames answered in kind across the sky as the creature wrapped Calypso and his own vast frame in burning dark. And the skies turned the color of blood. The crimson light gathered and deepened until the whole of the heavens above Nova Athens ran red, and out of that blood, a figure descended. It wore the shape of Boris, the fifth-scale infinite lifeform who had taken a finger at Archithes, but the thing looking out of Boris's eyes was not Boris, had perhaps not been Boris for some time. The eyes were aloof and ancient and cruelly patient, and Noah knew them at once, because he had seen them carved in stone in a hidden temple, and he had seen them wearing his own aged face inside his heart. The sealed one had come. Chapter 54-49, Choices and Consequences I. Noah's expression turned heavy, and he prepared for anything, every foundation coiled, the loyal reach a thought away, his people held tight inside his blue. And yet the vessel made no further move. It had taken the fifth and fourth scale gilded ones in its opening breath, and now it simply floated in the blood-colored sky. And it looked at Noah. "My dear, defiant Osmont," the sealed one said, warm as an old friend. "How has existence been treating you? You've been moving around a great deal, I've noticed. Doing things here, doing things there. Stripping my gilded, eating my hand, speaking my name in polite company." The borrowed face smiled. "No matter. None of it matters, truthfully. I am here today for a lesson. A small one, on choices and consequence. You made choices. I made choices. And today, both of us will pay the consequences of them together. Are you ready?" HUUM. Noah's existence buzzed harder, and he said nothing, and gave nothing, reading the vessel with everything he had. Boris emanated power at the full fifth scale even as a worn glove, and beneath that power sat something with no floor to it, the pressure of the thing wearing him bleeding through the seams. "You know," the sealed one continued, conversational, drifting slowly closer through the frozen crimson air, "a great many plans of mine were ruined in this observable existence, assets stripped.
Wars I had spent ages arranging, dismantled in an afternoon by you and your collection of strays. And I have learned, across a very long life, that when plans are ruined, one does not rage. One simply cuts one's losses, and converts the loss into tuition. He spread Boris's hands amiably. But here is where it becomes delicate, Osmont, and I want you to appreciate the delicacy. I have studied you. I know precisely what you are. You are a thing that eats adversity. Every trial makes you grander, every enemy feeds you, every wound closes over into armor. Fighting you is watering you. I will never provide you adversity. Not one drop of it. No duels, no contests, no glorious clashes for your record. The smile widened, and the temperature of it fell. What I will provide, the sealed one said, is the other thing. The idea of consequences. Because every choice has one, and no one has ever once presented you the bill before. Above and behind the vessel, existence peeled open. An appendage emerged, and it was not a hand and not a maw. It bloomed. A flower unfolded across the blood-red heavens, gigaparsecs of it, petal after petal of pale gray-blue flesh opening in slow concentric rings, each petal veined with silent weeping light, and at its heart turned a ribbed hollow like the inside of a mortar. It was beautiful in the way the Queen Regnant's tale had called the old brutality beautiful, perfect, and patient and utterly wrong, an inherent appendage of the first true life form, older than the scales, older than the frameworks, surfacing out of an era that existence had spent eons trying to forget. I do not wish to give you any adversity, the sealed one said softly, beneath his blooming flower. So I will simply take. Take that which you love. Take that which you protect. Show you, one consequence at a time, what every choice you have ever made actually cost, with the price paid by everything except you. The aloof eyes glittered. Now. Do you know why, all those ages ago, out of everything I did, it was one particular deed that made all of existence fear me? Do you know why I was feared as the one who swallowed and refined observable existences? HUUM. The flower descended. It came down upon the brain world not as an attack but as a harvest, the vast petals closing around the whole of the observable existence at a scale that made the gathered monsters into motes, and it began to devour the foundation. The petals drank at the first cause of the brain world itself, and the 9 prime causes beneath it began to scream, their foundational truths bending and running like heated wax toward the ribbed hollow at the flower's heart. The first cause of the brain world observable existence is being devoured. The 9 prime causes are destabilizing catastrophically. This process did not begin today. Analysis of the deterioration indicates the causes have been quietly converted and undermined for a long span, prepared in advance. What you are witnessing is not the beginning of the devouring. It is the finishing of it. Noah bellowed and erupted with everything he had. Oh! His Osmantian source infinity poured out of him in a flood as the estuary eye opened wide, and he seized the failing prime causes the way he had seized Chernobyl's, the way he had seized Thalassarch's, his intent and his fused authority plunging into the foundation of the observable existence that had birthed him, fighting to hold its truths stable against the drinking flower. Beside him the creature roared and unleashed the whole of the egoic intent of existence, gigaparsecs of obsidian flame diving into the same foundation, the 2 grandest beings of the young age straining together to hold up the floor of their birth observable existence. A maw erupted from the chest of the creature to eat everything. And it was not enough. The flower was too strong, and worse than strong, it was prepared. Every cause they stabilized had already been hollowed from within across who knew how long, rotted and converted in the dark while everyone fought gilded ones on the surface, and holding it was like holding water in cupped hands. Noah felt the prime causes of the brain world die one by one beneath his grip, felt the observable existence that had made him below it begin to liquefy into glowing paste, and there was nothing, his fused authority and his intent and his tongue and all his foundations could do to stop it. The brain world observable existence is collapsing into refinement. The lower observable existence, bound beneath it, is being drawn into the same process. Nothing was working regarding the observable existence. So Noah made the choice.
He let go of the foundation and poured everything into the bubbles instead, his lava blue spheres blazing around Emotive, Alexander, the usurper, the paradoxes, Nereon, around the millions of stripped and subjugated survivors Emotive had gathered, around every living thing his cause could reach, hauling them out through the crimson light as existence came apart. The creature did the same, obsidian flames scooping Calypso and whatever his reach could hold. And around them, with a sound like 10,000 voices flattening into one hum, the brain world observable existence and the lower observable existence beneath it, the golden towers and the silver dredge tides, all of it, everything, was drawn into the ribbed hollow of the flower and ground down and condensed. When the light faded, they hung in the undefined gaps.
Chapter 5450, Choices and Consequences 2.
There was no brain world. There was no lower observable existence. There was the raw dark between existences, scattered with blue and obsidian bubbles full of survivors, and before them the vessel of Boris floated beneath his folding flower, and in his fingers he held pills.
Small. Gray. Unremarkable.
An observable existence and every trillionfold realm within them, condensed into spheres that caught no light, and in their translucent shells, if one looked closely, tiny trapped faces could be seen, frozen in everlasting microscopic agony.
Noah looked at him with savage, brutal eyes.
The creature's burning gaze held murder older than words. Neither of them moved, because both of them understood, with perfect clarity, that moving accomplished nothing here, and the sealed one rolled the pills gently across Boris's palm and spoke as though discussing the weather.
This is just a taste, he said. An appetizer, really. First, I will come for the observable existences. Plural, yes. You have collected a few, haven't you, resuscitated them, seeded your pretty causes in them like garden beds. The aloof eyes found Noah's. Chernobyl is one I have knowledge of. That one will be gone in, the next nanosecond or so? Give or take. I do like to be punctual. HUUM. And I want you to understand something today, Osmont, really understand it, down in the foundation of you. The vessel drifted closer, intimate now. You do not have a sense of control. You have never had one.
You had a winning streak for far too long, and you mistook it for control, and today the streak ends.
Notice that I did not attack your emotive. What are the other one's stupid fucking names, Alexander? Usurper. I did not kill a single one of them. That was also a choice. He smiled. But they are next. All of them are next, in whatever order amuses me. So hold them tight. Hold them very tight, and count them every morning, and I want you to do something you have never once done in your entire existence. I want you to fear. The flower's petals stirred overhead, contented, digesting.
I can refine observable existences rather rapidly, as you have now seen with your own eyes.
Lifeforms are so much easier. So understand the shape of what comes next.
I will not touch you, Osmont.
Not one hair. I will simply corrupt everything around you, unmake everything beneath you, devour everything that shelters you, until existence itself wants absolutely nothing to do with you. Until you feel cursed.
Until everything you touch dies, and every home you hold dies, and everyone who loves you learns what loving you costs.
And one day, when you have run out of homes, you will come to me to make it stop. You will come to me.
The voice dropped to something almost tender.
And I will only say one thing to you then. Welcome home. Ha ha. Welcome home. Boom. As he spoke, cracks spread across Boris's body, fine golden fractures running through the vessel like a cup asked to hold a sea, the flesh failing under power it was never built to express. The sealed one paid it no mind at all. He lifted the small gray pills, the whole of the brain world and the lower observable existence and every age of history within them, and tossed them into the vessel's mouth, and chewed, slowly, listening. Choices, he said, through the sound of two observable existences dissolving against his tongue, and consequences. Be ready, my future vessel. I have not given up on you.
I never give up on what is mine, and I always get what I want. The flower folded. The crimson light drank itself away.
And the vessel of Boris was gone, leaving the undefined gaps dark and silent around a scattering of glowing bubbles, the survivors of an observable existence that no longer existed anywhere except in memory and in 2 swallowed pills. Noah floated in the dark. The primordial paradox and all others were grim. He had saved everyone he could reach. He had held them all. And the ground beneath every single one of them, the observable existence that had made him and his mother and his son and other monsters, the home, was simply gone, and all his power and all his foundations and all his grand, terrifying, compounding strength, had been worth exactly nothing. For the first time in a very long time, Noah Osmond looked at his own 2 hands and found them empty. A heavy, suffocating silence descended in the undefined gaps. The undefined gaps had never been anything but dark, and yet tonight the dark felt different, because tonight it had an audience. The bubbles floated scattered across the raw black between existences, spheres of lava blue and burning obsidian holding the last living pieces of an observable existence that no longer existed. No stars hung here. No realms turned in the distance. There was only the cold pressureless nothing of the space between spaces, and the soft glow of the survivors drifting through it like lanterns cut loose from a drowned festival. Nobody spoke. Inside one blue sphere, the living emotive had been screaming for a while now, rage pouring out of her, her fists hammering against the inside of Noah's protection, her primordial intent thrashing like a mad thing against an enemy already gone. She had promised her fixation a kneeling observable existence. She had subjugated half of Nova Athens, gathered her harvest, dreamed of laying it at his feet, and all of it, the harvest and the city and the lands beneath it, sat now in the stomach of a thing wearing a dead man's body. In another sphere, Alexander did not move at all. The peacemaker floated utterly still, his rebuilt frame motionless, his eyes fixed on the empty dark where the brain world had been. He had dropped ordinances on citadel after citadel in the name of the quintillions the gilded had hollowed, and now the graves of those quintillions were gone too, the lower observable existence eaten alongside its tormentor, victims and villains refined into the same grey pills. Whatever moved behind his still face, it had no shape yet. Some losses had to be carried a long way before they could even be looked at. And today's loss was heavy, as even with this loss, the worst thing was the helplessness to stop it.